Ranting out loud. Let me link. 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 Ranting out loud. Ranting out loud. Hello, thank you. Yeah, I became a partner. I still haven't done any partner things. I still have to set up. Thank you. Yeah, I became a partner. Hello, Bill Portley. Still hello, Doogie. Hello, partner things. I still have to set up. Thank you. Still have to set up adverts and stuff. I'm actually, I actually have to still have to set up adverts and stuff. I'm actually have to figure out taxes now. Still have to set up adverts and stuff. It's not like it was before. I cannot just set up adverts and stuff. I need to not like it was before. I cannot just set up adverts and stuff. I need to not like it was before. I cannot just. Oh wait, maybe I know why. I need to not like it was before. I cannot just. Oh wait. Wait, why is there an echo? Something is wrong. Oh. Okay. I fixed it. Technical problems right off the bat. Right off the bat. Thank goodness my good friend Huan has a huge 700k YouTube channel or more. Let me check. How big is she? She has 766k subs, which is pretty okay considering that she's just. How are you? Pretty okay. Pretty okay. It's pretty good considering that she only focuses on Polish market and no other markets. You know, she only does videos for Poland, and she's 766k. You would think, but that's not the case. So she gave me the phone number to a apparently pretty good accountant. She's using that accountant, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get an accountant and figure out taxes. Thank you, thank you. It's been such a roller coaster lately. First, I suddenly got to 1k. What? Say what? And then, it's not a sauce. It's not a sauce. It's called beetroot. Do you know beetroot? It's called beetroot. It's a vegetable. The sauce is just the juices of the vegetable. Yeah, a roller coaster. Because as I've said, first I became 1k, and then the Shabbat, which is Friday, which was yesterday. So of course I did godly Shabbat things on the Shabbat. I totally did not even use electricity. I swear. I promise. They don't. They. It's good. It's good. So yeah, I totally didn't use electricity. Totally didn't use transport. It's I spent the Shabbat in a godly way without doing anything, and it was nice. And now we're here today. And now we're here today. This stream is not exactly. Also, it's -1 Celsius, and I'm getting worried because I still don't have the heating on. And to have the heating, I need I need for some chimney sweeper to do an inspection of the house, to get a document to be able to sign a new contract with the gas company in order to I have my blanket here. In order to get the heating. Actually I actually turned on the electric heater today because I'm not gonna sit in -1. That's as much as I welcome the challenge, I'm not doing that. So I did turn on the electric heater in this room. I'm not. I no. That's not happening. That's no. So the chimney sweep came and said the solar panels on the roof are interfering with ventilation. So I will not give you the document. And I'm like, what? Excuse me? But I've been using gas here for a few years. And the chimney sweep before you said it was okay. My father has been using gas here for years. And it's all been okay. Yeah, my father installed them. They're not affordable here. There are grants. There are grants. You don't pay for it out of pocket. You apply for a grant for a solar panel. There are two types of solar panels. There are panels that are designed to gather heat from the sun and heat up your water. Okay, that's one. Very useful because in the summer it means that you basically your water gets warm from the sun. Second one is gathering sun energy and selling electricity that is produced from it. Of course, it gets a little bit more complicated because the electric infrastructure is not always good enough to accept all of the electricity that you're sending out, so there's a lot of waste, which should tell us that we should improve on the infrastructure, but who cares about that, right? Oh, um, the convoluted property tax system is not exactly in Poland like in the US. We have enough solar for heating. We have that. That's the same too. Yeah, I have enough solar for, technically speaking, for heating, but you need sun and it needs to be warm, and it's not. So right now I don't have heating and I don't have warm water. I have only cold water. It's not even about storing, it's about sort of sending the energy without loss. I'm using the electric heating right now, yeah. It's right next to me. But it's small, so it's still a bit cold. So I'm still blanketed. So, that's all good. I guess wasted. It seems we don't really have super good methods of storing big amounts of energy that I know of. How are we feeling? Only cold water? That's not comfortable. Well, a person needs to learn to live without the comforts of comfort. Really weird? What happened? Also, look, I have a new turtleneck now. Boom. I have a new turtleneck now with a cut. See? There's a cut here. Also, if you're enjoying this amazing stream, then you should subscribe, donate, tell all your friends and family about this channel, promote, do whatever you can to increase the momentum. We are having a momentum here, you see. Burp. I burped. What are you, a prisoner? Because inmates usually shower cold to get used to the feeling of being shanked so they can still attack back after being stabbed. What? Huh? Excuse me? Ah, maybe it's depression. Greater rain. Shanked? Huh? What do you mean? I'm not even gonna. I'm not even gonna go there, you know? I'm not gonna. Mm-mm-mm. So, we have a thing for today. We're gonna start off with. This is got Game of Go. Home. I tell my trans cousin to watch, but I don't think she's into watching streams. Oh. Well, there's always an exception to the rule. I might be the exception. Who knows? We're gonna watch Vosh. We're gonna watch Vosh now. Watching Vosh. Oh yeah, I forgot. I have to fix that. I have to get from fake Alec Kyle Parker the chat window. I forgot to implement it, sorry. I'm gonna implement it next time, I promise. I promise to you, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Even though you're not even here, so you cannot hear my apology. Not this. Wait, that is the debate that I want to hear. Okay, that's the debate. You're a child! Surprisingly heated 3v1 debate on voting for Biden. There you go. That's your entertainment for to start with. Be glad. You're gonna get my pointed, amazingly brilliant, intelligent commentary. So prepare yourselves. I'm gonna watch the bearded guy talk with 3 other bearded guys. So it's a bearded guy fest. Sausage fest.
Want the world to get...
Oh. I actually need to wear my headphones for this. I actually do need to wear headphones for this.
Better you do the work between the elections, and during the election you make the best choice, and then you get your ass back to work. You, like me, spend a lot of our time whining online. That's our jobs. But the difference between you and me is that I don't think I'm special for my abstemiousness from the process that other people have lived and died and bled for, trying to build a world comfortable enough that we could be dipshits in a computer chair.
True. True. It's true, you deep shit.
I try to keep my nose out of drama unless I'm directly implicated in it, and I keep hearing people
I keep jumping head fast into drama, you don't know? Lucy's basically a drama streamer at this point, isn't she? Would you call me a drama streamer at this point? I'm covered neck deep into drama all the time. I'm the drama queen of streaming. Oh. Oh. Pills. Nobody responded to my question. Everybody ignored me. And I ask very important questions. Wait, I have to. Where's the... Where is it? Where are you? Where's my favorite tool of the trade? Oh. Oh, here. Drama in the sense that I have beefs with all the creators, and we argue and we react to one another non-stop in a perpetual cycle of something, you know? You understand? I turned everything into drama all the time.
of like foretelling, you know, like the church bell tolls. What's happening here? What's going on?
So I've done a lot of introspection over the last couple of days because I've been accused of having.
I've also done a lot of introspection. It's interesting. We've all been doing introspection lately. Even me. If I do introspection, then that means something's going on, doesn't it? This one is great because it has high drama and great politics from Vaush. Well, wait till you hear my commentary. Wait till you hear my transformation of this content. Wait till you see what I have to add. I don't think of Lucy and think of Drama Maker. Be drama reactions. It's true. Also, subscribe or something, please. I have big plans, and in order to fulfill the big plans, I have to make big money, and in order to make big money, I need your help.
A real bad case of the
that is how it
VDS.
goes.
What
And I
do?
think, well, here's the thing.
That's
Here's the thing. I think what I actually have is VFDS. I've got Vosh fan base derangement syndrome, which I think is
I've got that too.
that's a whole
I
different.
don't have any derangement syndromes. Thank you. I'm a well-adjusted individual. I'm a full-grown adult. I'm a you get the girl. You get the drill.
Different ball of wax. You know what I mean?
Oh.
Because you and I haven't talked in like 2 years or something, and every show I do, there are still people reminding me that you handed me my ass 2 years ago, Vosh. You grabbed my ass, put it on a silver platter, flipped it around, and handed it right to me.
Nice. Yes. I would say it seems very difficult to come up with videos or topics for each stream. Nah, it's okay. I have,
2 years later.
2 years later.
Look, the people in my
they're-
audience really like Biden. Okay, it's they're fanboy. It's not even for me. Okay, they're just running around proselytizing.
Didn't even give you a reach around, Paul.
I don't need a syndrome to
man.
be deranged.
It all goes though. It all goes.
I think it boils down to the same old song and dance, honestly. To be
What song and dance? Vote? That song and dance? Move your butt to the booth and put in a piece of paper into a box? Damn. The sacrifice. The trials and tribulations that people have to go through.
to set aside the jokes. I think it's the vote blue no matter who thing. I think it's the kind of making apologies for Biden thing. I think it's that kind of angle. I think
It's okay. It's okay because I never apologize. I never apologize for. That's a lie. I apologize all the time for everything. But I won't be voting Biden. That's for sure. So, you can hate me, you can criticize me, you can even debate me, Vaush. But I won't be voting for Biden. No matter what you say, no matter what arguments you put forward, I will never be voting for Joe Biden. There you go. I said it.
This is probably our sharpest disagreement.
Well, the real base position is not making apologies for his bad behavior, but then arguing you have to vote for him anyway, right? That's the real like electoralism pilled. There is no way out. This is what we live with. Attitude to take towards the situation.
Yeah, I don't like that either. I don't like the idea of us just eternally settling for a shitty neoconservative.
I mean, you can not settle and still vote. That makes no sense to me. You can just do the things that you want not to settle, but you can still move your ass to the booth and throw in a piece of paper. Like,
and neoliberal clothing. I don't like that. I don't think that gets us anywhere nice. I think it might stave off some of the worst shit for a couple more years, but I think we end up in the same toilet. No.
I stand by the logic. Fundamentally, nothing has really changed. If there are only two possible options, you have to go with the better of the two.
true, because if you go with the worst, then how are you gonna not settle? If you don't settle with the worst option, you're just gonna get, I don't know, arrested. I cannot use extreme language anymore because I'm a partner now.
Obviously, like rhetorically speaking, I'm not exactly thrilled to be doing anything that even sounds like defending Biden right now because of what he's doing with regards to the genocide in
Palestine.
Palestine.
Right.
So this isn't exactly like a period of time during which I'm going to go out there and proselytize and wave banners around and, you know, shoot t-shirt cannons with Biden's face on it into the crowd. Not the time for that. More probably going to focus on tearing down the GOP, you know, but ultimately, like,
isn't it
endpoint's the
time
same.
now? Isn't it time now more than ever to do that though? I mean, Biden's numbers are tanking, right?
Yeah,
he's pulled up even and is a lot of polls is losing to Trump. He's losing horribly to generic Democrats.
Oh God, he's losing to. If Trump wins the election, that would be like a disaster, wouldn't it? I like Posey go and tell us he made me and a bunch of others. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. What? Can you elaborate on the rhetoric? What do you mean Poe's ego made you feel like a... Can you elaborate, Bill Portley? I want to know what's happening here. I want to know what's up. I want to know what's up. I'm gonna wait and in the meantime.
Which is like one of the saddest things I've ever seen in my lifetime.
The polling's not good. I don't think it's as bad as a lot of people think it is because everyone who is going to vote for Trump thinks positively of him. At least most do. Whereas there are lots of people who don't very much like Biden but still vote.
This is an unusual election for the reason that both of these guys are a known quantity, right?
And both rather
America has already
unpopular.
had a helping of both of these dudes as president. So this is an unusual election because we've not been in a situation where we have a choice between
Paul tends to express the pointlessness of voting or protesting and of the future for the planet generally.
America has, but like in my lifetime, never had a situation where it's like, hey, do you want this guy who was president or this guy who was just president? It's like, which one do you want a second helping of? And the fact that so many Americans are just like, hey, I'll take a second helping of Trump, please, seems pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there's no getting over just the sheer lack of intelligence of your average voter. I mean, that's definitely...
Oh no, Vosh. Is that true? Is the average American voter really stupid? Is that what's happening? Can any US viewer confirm to me right now? Yeah.
Sort of an ongoing problem we have to deal with. I mean, in materially speaking, like obviously Biden's presidency has been a lot better than Trump's. The big stickler in that has been this business with the genocide of the Palestinian people that he aids and abets, which, I mean, there's no defending that.
It's so wild that he does that as well. I just cannot believe. I also cannot believe that it's still so cold, even though I'm putting the heater to the max. I still feel so cold. That's -1 for you. He basically said that people who are needs or need like were wastes him and that they couldn't even be helpful in any way, shape, or form. And I admit I'm kind of living the need and didn't matter about my mental marriage was. I'm just a neat negative. It's then. I mean, you can always try to fix things, but I don't think it's I don't think it's helpful to brand people who live a certain type of life in a certain way. It doesn't help anything or anyone. But I don't think there's a situation that you cannot fix. I don't believe that. I believe that you can always try at least to fix a situation.
Obviously, Trump would have done the same thing. Trump has been even more loud in the.
There's been more sticklers, right, than just Palestine.
Palestine is a big one, though. Palestine is a pretty big one. So I think it's fair to focus on Palestine in this case.
Well, that's definitely the main one. But apart from that, his presidency's definitely been better than I expected it to be. Certainly not perfect, but, from what you get with neoliberal candidates, he's definitely exceeded in some critical areas, mostly with regards to union stuff. I mean, he was doing so well with that, and then we have this.
Yeah, I mean, I did get excited with his NLRB, kind of protecting unions in a way that we haven't had since the 80s. Preventing companies from union busting before the union is even ratified. I think that's a huge deal. I gave him props for that for sure. But outside of that, I find very little to crow about when it comes to the Biden presidency. You want to list off some of the wonderful things Biden has done?
I mean, he's done a good number of good things, mostly because there are good things that are just sensible governance. But it's really just a matter of whether or not he's done better than Trump, which I think is pretty easy to make the case for.
It's a low bar as well.
I'm sorry?
It's a low bar as well.
Yeah, it could be all the way down in hell. The math doesn't change.
I mean, it's a low bar, but right now that low bar is the alternative. Like, it's irrelevant that Trump being worse is a low bar, because that low bar is Biden's biggest competition right now. So we either get Biden, I mean, not we, you the viewers, either get we, because what happens in the US affects the entire world. So I guess, yeah, okay, it's we. So either we get Biden, who's better, or we get the low bar. What do you choose, low bar or he said even if you have a job, as long as you live with a parent or your parents, you're still in net negative. That's so stupid. Oh, that is just stupid. That is so silly. What if you have a job? Here's a wild idea. What if you have a job and have a really good relationship with your parents? I know it's pretty wild. And just choose to live with them because you like spending time with your parents. Crazy, I know.
But yeah, I mean, he's a competent.
That is a really stupid opinion, that even if you have a job, etc., and live with your parents, then you're a net negative to society. What does net negative to society means here even? That's
politician, right? In the sense that he actually cares about governing in a way that Trump and the Republicans don't. So a lot of the stuff that he does that's good is going to be like very baseline stuff, like, not like keeping the country funded and not gutting the administrative state, like really, really basic stuff like that. But the bar keeps going lower. I mean, with Project 2025, the Republicans just openly admitting they plan on like gutting the democracy from the administrative state once they get the chance to. In the face of stuff like that.
Yeah, that's not new though. I mean, they've been
strokes for different folks. People choose to live different ways, different lifestyles. It's ridiculous. That's a silly opinion.
They've been talking about that since I was a boy.
That's like their 900-page manifesto of like, hey, everything you know.
Yeah, that's the don't show up to the administrative state tomorrow. You've been cool. Don't show up. Manifesto that they wrote. Yeah, I mean they've always threatened to do stuff like this, bitched about the administrative state. Seems like they've been a lot more aggressive about it lately, but no sense in giving them the opportunity to prove to us whether or not they mean it this time.
I do have kind of a hypothetical
This is so calm so far.
question I wanted to ask you. I don't know, maybe it's a little bit out there, but maybe it's not too crazy because we've seen some polls where
It's supposed to be 3v1 debate. And so far, it's not really much of a debate. Doomerism versus hopeful Lenin story. This is uncomplicated. It gets heated. Oh, wow.
RFK Jr. is polling at like 22% in one poll. Most polls is like 10, 12%.
You know who's going to be the next president in the United States? You know who? Cenk Uygur. Of course. Cenk Uygur is going to blow it out of the park. It's going to be a home run for Cenk Uygur because Cenk Uygur is our candidate. The best candidate. True.
So obviously you could be at that, you could be at 20% and still not get a single electoral college vote.
Right.
But I wondered if there was a point where his candidacy became like he had an actual path. Would you then have to look at this three-way race and pick the lesser of three evils, or are you still just automatically for Biden?
Well, I mean, if RFK Jr. was better than Biden, he's not. I mean, he's terrible.
I think it's arguable because I mean, I think RFK Jr. is a crazy lunatic, anti-vaxxer.
Oh, so why is it arguable if he's a crazy lunatic anti-vaxxer? How is that arguable? How it? Okay, TJ Kirk.
Just as pro-Israel as the rest of them. So he's got a lot of, severe issues. But there's also some stuff that I mean, he's like pretty based on. So
I don't know if I'd vote for a lunatic. Hello, not here. Just because he is based on some stuff. I don't know if this is how that works for me. I don't know if this is how it should work for anybody.
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to kind of weigh it out.
Well, like what? What is he better on than Biden?
Let me just pull up his page, I guess.
Like he says stuff like that, but a lot of the stuff that he said, like at rallies or when talking to people publicly, has wildly differed from his.
That's every
His vaccine policy is gonna
Right.
be about the same as Trump's or worse.
You could say the same
So-
about Biden too. I mean, Biden ran on a $15 minimum wage. Biden ran on a bunch of, ending the border crisis. Those
I
were
think
big
there's a
talking points of
pretty
his. and
critical difference where like there's lots of like every politician will
Well,
say
you know
they'll
what?
do things.
Let's just RFK Jr. is not really important. Let's just take him out of it. Let's just say there's a third party person that rises to the level where they could win. Would it then be lesser of three evils?
Yeah, if they had a shot at winning, I suppose. I mean, the problem is because we don't have ranked choice voting, so it's
Sure.
insanely risky. Even if there was a really, really good shot of trying to push a third-party candidate, because obviously, if the third-party candidate's good enough to me that I would consider voting for them, they'd have to be left-leaning, which means they'd siphon more votes from the Dems. I feel like in this system, it's almost impossible to get an outcome like that. But I guess hypothetically, if the math worked out, that would probably be preferable to just like touting the two-party thing.
Don't you feel like there's like a certain risk in creating a standard for Democrats no higher than just like be better than the opposition? Like long term, don't you think that produces worse and worse candidates and hurts the party in the long run?
Well, I think the problem is that it really hasn't produced worse and worse candidates. We've been a two-party system for centuries, effectively, with very minor exceptions.
Centuries, wow. What a wild system. Poland's more than just two-party system, effectively, since you have a coalition of four now.
And the trends that have dictated like better or worse governorship don't seem to be like It doesn't seem to be just like a downward plummet. I don't actually think that like I don't think the politicians are that motivated by the prospect of winning. Like non-participation doesn't seem to motivate Democrats in the ways that we want it to. If left-leaning people indicate that we're not reliable voters,
Scotty, by the way, has not said anything. Scotty has been silent. Has Scotty even introduced himself in this whole thing? They were this bad all this time? Who? Hello, John Smith. Who has been? Wow, you mean the amazing atheist Scotty on Paul Segal, or who?
they'll just move to the right to pick up more moderate voters, which is historically what they've done. When they feel like they don't have any chance of capturing the more active populist left-wing crowd, they're like, oh, okay, well, we'll never please those guys. When, to be fair, we are pretty unpleasable. So we're going to try and like pull over the centrist voters, the moderate voters. So you get like Clinton, for example, right? Where after Reagan and Bush Sr., they're like, okay, well, you know, the anti-war advocacy movement has basically died down. The boomers are all in like middle management corporate jobs. There isn't an active, engaged left to appeal to. The Cold War is like ending, so there's not even that. So like, who do we appeal to win? And Clinton was like, oh, well, we'll just do Reagan's economic policies, but you know, we'll smile about it and we'll be like slightly less homophobic and racist. And that works.
We know there's a ton of like very like there are things where
RFK Jr. also caused more than half of Samoa to go into quarantine by telling them to not get vaccinated. Yeah, I really don't like RFK Jr.
where the
Candidates, if they aren't getting worse, they were this bad all this time. I mean,
the American people are not lockstep with the American left, but like there's a lot of very populist leftist economic policies that poll well that Bernie Sanders was taking advantage of during his campaigns to tremendous effect.
All right.
So I think there is ways to bring people in, but it seems to
sort of
involve, you know, doing more actual stuff for people instead of just being like, hey, here's a little few tokenistic gestures.
Scotty said something. For the
There's
first time.
competent governance, but no real change,
TJ,
except for very incrementally.
In the state you and I have lived in for a long time, Louisiana, you don't live there anymore. I mean, we normally have basically an open sort of parties thing. So like basically, if you don't get 50%, then we go from a primary, then we go to an actual election. I was actually avoided this year because Jeff Landry, a horrible conservative, won the state easily. He got over 50% of the vote and wasn't even competitive. Because if you actually looked at the voter turnout and the race, it was 29%. So I mean, the Democratic Party in this state is a joke. They're not even really trying to run anyone credibly. When this is a state they probably actually could be competitive in, and there's a lot of states like that, but they're not competitive. There's like, that's a red state, that's a blue state, and it's like almost like neither party even gives a shit or tries.
With that Louisiana governor you're talking about,
well, the soon-to-be governor.
Well, yeah, the governor-elect. He wants to withhold funds for New Orleans water infrastructure.
He does
until women who.
Did you see those photos I sent? But do you mean the Vietnam photos? Yes. If you mean the Vietnam ones, yes, I've seen them. Yes, very nice photos. Thank you.
Who seek abortions are prosecuted.
Yep.
So basically, holding the infrastructure of a city hostage.
Oh, it's far right.
His far right social agenda is enacted against.
I watched his victory
speech, abortions,
and the first thing that's mentioned is God. It's like we're doing this for God, and family and some other stuff comes later. So yeah, that's going to be the agenda. And
King and country.
New Orleans obviously is a horribly placed city. If you don't know, it's between Lake Pontchartrain and the Mississippi River, and it's basically a giant bowl. So if those and the sewage and water problems, I mean, they have pumps. They have to pump water out of the city constantly. So withholding that infrastructure is going to make sure more people suffer and more people don't get adequate access to sanitation they need.
What if Biden dies? Who becomes the Democratic nominee? Maybe Vosh would know this. Would that just fall instantly to Kamala Harris, or
Vosh will become the next nominee if Biden croaks?
Yeah, I guess would have to. I mean, I assume they've been talking about that behind the scenes because it's.
I mean, it has to be a subject of discussion with his age.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they, you know, and there's a bunch of people crossing their fingers that he can make it across the finish line again. Yeah, no,
that would mean that he would just die during the presidency. So it's sort of like the vice president, Vosh versus Cenk.
Pretty bad there. Kamala Harris will have an even worse chance against Donald Trump than Biden by a pretty wide margin. And
Yeah,
considering
I
how
agree
bad
with you
things have
there.
been for Biden,
That's not a debate so far. Hold on.
Paul was saying that he thinks that there's not going to be any debates this debate season. He thinks that neither one of these guys is going to want to do a debate, and so they're both going to just
I
find
want to do a debate. Who wants to debate me? Nobody. Everyone's a coward. Nobody's brave enough to debate me. I've noticed.
ways out of it. I don't know if Paul's still there. If you wanted to, like,
yeah, no,
down on
I'm
that
here.
for
I mean,
Vosh.
I don't know for absolutely certain that that's what's going to go down, but I have a feeling that specifically Trump's kind of move dodging debates and stuff has set a precedent where it's like, I know for a fact that Joe Biden's handlers are shitting their britches about the idea of Joe Biden having to speak extemporaneously for a hour and a half. Like that's got to make people break out into cold sweats in the Biden camp. Same goes for Trump. I mean, both of these guys are demented as fuck, off the rails as fuck, and I don't know that it's going to do them any favors to engage in the kind of American tradition of debate. And so I wouldn't be shocked if there just
The
aren't
American tradition of debate.
debates this year, you know?
I think there's a decent chance that, yeah.
I'm gonna debate. But I don't know. I'll debate you on pasta. Lulu, the problem is that you want to debate with people who agree with you, like Dylan Pierce. That's not. There are. I think there are things we disagree on. How do you know we agree on everything? How do you know? How do you know that? How do you know? Maybe I don't agree with many things.
A lot of the I think right now I think the person who's shitting their pants more is probably Trump, in large part because he's declined very rapidly in the past year or so. I think a lot of it is just the court cases. Like, he has to keep jumping around between different courthouses in different states. Like, he's lost his business license. He's losing money. He's hemorrhaging money. The GOP.
Who's hemorrhaging money? Who?
He was giving him money to pay for legal fees, but he's hemorrhaging money. Courthouses in different. I think a lot of it is just the court cases. Like, he find very more is probably Trump. A lot of the I think right now
Oh, Trump. Do you have any controversial game opinions? Yes, Final Fantasy VII compilation is crap, and it was a horrible idea from the get-go. It's just a cash grab. It's horrible, and I hate it. Not here is not answering my question. How do you know I don't How do you know that Dylan Burns agrees with me?
I think the person who's shitting their pants more is probably Trump, in large part because he's declined very rapidly in the past year or so. I think a lot of it is just the court cases. Like, he has to keep jumping around between different courthouses in different states. Like, he's lost his business license. He's losing money. He's hemorrhaging money.
Never. It's a bad game. Don't even, Bill Portley. Dirge of Cerberus? How dare you? How dare you?
The GOP was
How
giving
can you say that in my presence?
him money to pay for legal fees, but they've stopped doing that since. Like, the actual coffers of the GOP were open to him for a.
We agree with you on issues that matter. Does he? Does he? Does he now? What about the debate about ethnic cleansing? They want to have.
Time, but now that's closed. He has people.
Dirge of Cerberus. I can't with Dirge of Cerberus.
flipping on him. Like Rudy Giuliani couldn't even afford a bus ticket home, and he's like potentially someone who could flip on Trump. Like he's under an amount of stress that I legitimately think would probably break most people. And the fact that he at his age is even still doing any of this is, if nothing else, indicative of like demonic constitution.
Okay.
But I think it is starting
Not
to take its
here
toll.
is my
I don't
new
even
mod
know if
now.
he's going to make it all the way. My money would be more on Trump dying than Biden, because Biden, if nothing
Not here is my new moderator, just in case.
else, you know, the presidency is a stressful job, but is it more stressful than what
He'd
Trump?
agree with you that ethnic cleansing is bad, but would he agree with me that not every ethnic cleansing is genocide? That's the real question here. That's the question. Trans is the left's religion. True. True and real and wonderful. I pray to the trans gods every single day. 3 times.
Trump is doing right now? I actually don't know.
What percentage of Americans would think that Trump had been assassinated if he were to die of a heart attack or something like
I
that?
don't know the exact
ton.
number of people who are going to vote for him. Probably like literally 100% of prospective Trump voters would be like, "Yep, that was the CIA, 100%." And then we would have like Marjorie Taylor Greene pretending to be anti-CIA for a bit, the way she was anti-FBI to cover for Trump. So yeah, I guess that'll be fun. There's not really any easy way through
Where's the debate? Where is the debate? I'm here for the debate and they're just talking.
this, right? Like even the best possible outcome still involves half the country adopting new radical conspiracy theories to explain their loss.
Yeah, but you know, I am one of the few reasons that I would say that one of the few things I would think of is like, hey, this is an interesting reason to vote for Biden, which I have, you know, not even come close to deciding I want to do. But I was thinking about the fact that maybe if the Democrats win enough elections, the far right wingers would be like, it's so rigged, there's no point in even doing it. You know, just totally disenfranchise the right wing. Just like, oh shit,
I think we've actually
all
kind of been
rigged
seeing
against us.
that.
No point in doing it, boys. Let's just stay home and then drink beer.
I think we've been seeing that a little bit because we've had the elections in 2022 and
Drink beer at home alone. That's so sad and depressing.
the ones we just had a week ago. In
Yeah,
both
Democrats
cases,
do seem to be beating polling.
yeah,
numbers.
consistently. So Republicans are answering their phones and saying, yeah, you know, we want this, we want Republicans, yeah, blah, blah. But then when it comes to actually going out there, the whole 2020 election fiasco was basically the entire GOP screaming, our elections are rigged, nothing you do matters. And I think as a consequence of that, there are a lot of like boomer, you know, like geriatric Republicans sitting at their couch thinking like, well, what does it matter anyway? This country's going to hell in a handbasket. You know, I hope the rapture comes soon. And they're actually themselves over a little bit, which is really funny. And one of the reasons why I'm so consistent with the Biden thing, because it really shows what faltering in electoral consistency can do for an entire party when people feel hopeless.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a huge swath of America that is, and I kind of have always felt like those people, the people in the middle that don't vote, get maligned as lazy or non-participatory. I think there's just a lot of people that don't see a point anymore.
I mean, it's okay. I've not played it much in my life. Minecraft. We could play it some, but I don't know. I've not played it super much.
And I'm sorry to say that from an economic standpoint, especially, which is
Imagine a nationwide ad campaign telling Republicans not to vote. That would be pretty funny.
really what people vote on. You know, social issues are great and they can motivate voters.
What if multiplayer? Could be fun.
But I think that ultimately people vote their wallets, and Joe Biden
Vote their wallets? What is that?
has been horrible for American wallets. You know what I mean? He's been horrible economically speaking.
No, the economy has been bad, to be sure. I don't think he's done much exceptional in either direction when it comes to economic management. I mean,
I believe so.
Inflation Reduction Act worked, so that was good. And you know, he significantly reduced child poverty for that time with the infrastructure bill. There have been like big steps he's taken forward. It seems like
vampires with shotguns that can turn into Frankenstein's monster is awesome, and you can take that away from me. We could, yeah.
Like a big part of the problem is that there's not really that much infrastructure.
But if you want to play with me, you have to donate. You have to donate because nobody's been donating lately. It could say that Trump is so powerful that he will win no matter what. So just relax. True. Lily Tensions.
For a president to do much positive with the economy without some kind of like transformative action that I don't expect from Biden because he's just a liberal, right? But like conceptually, I think you would have to reach really far out there with like some kind of insane like price control deal or like direct negotiation with corporations or like something like that, you know?
Did you see that they trotted Obama out there now to pimp the UBI to people?
He spoke in favor of UBI? No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, Obama, they've been quietly kind of trotting
Obama now.
Out at these little events and stuff, talking up UBI.
Fucking hate
automation is bad. You need a UBI.
He's basically doing the exact pitch that Andrew Yang was doing a few years ago before he decided he was going to do his stupid forward party
into irrelevancy. Yeah, then tank in the mayoral election in New York City.
I mean, if you're going to start a third party, like it should probably have, I don't know,
backing,
like and
supporters,
like ideas, and like things you actually take positions
you
on.
See how Cornel West like announced his candidacy, went with the People's Party, which is like the Jimmy Dore grift wagon, then hopped from that to the Green Party, and then hopped from that over to being an independent in like no time at all. Really serious stuff here on the third party.
Yeah, I don't know why he's popped around so much. I saw Jill Stein's announcement video. I wasn't super impressed with that. I just put out a video about that.
So this argument of mine gets painted as emotional, and I'll admit there is definitely an emotional.
You're emotional, Paul. You're not running away from this, Paul. You're emotional.
Component to it. We'll talk about it.
That's an understatement of the year, by the way. Just emotional.
But what do you say to the argument that I find it utterly unconscionable to vote for Joe Biden, given what he is?
The answer would be the thing that Vosh said at the very beginning.
A total vampire, liberal, crony capitalist, destroyer of the environment, exploiter of the third world, fascist when it comes to his border policy, completely and utterly feckless when it comes to his foreign policy. Just absolutely and utterly unconscionable. Racist, author of the crime bill that put a generation of black men behind bars. I mean, the list goes on, right? I could continue.
I mean,
and this is you know, what I'm being asked as a leftist to mobilize for. And really what I feel like is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like people with your position are arguing against, like, let's give up. Let's cede the argument.
And we're going to take a break for a very important thing. We're going to take a break because I need to, boom. I'm going to take my daily vitamin. I'm going to take my daily dose of the thing that I take my daily dose of, which is this, and also, wait, oh, hold on, no, actually also have to take this. This week I'm also taking this, right, because this I take once a week. Hold on, there's the, no, not this, there's a half, okay, I take this. So I take one of the usual, half a week. Boom. Meds, that's right. Hormone replacement therapy. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm taking it. Okay, we're done. I have to vote between the authoritarian and the establishment candidate. I'm choosing the one who has less likelihood of ending me. True. Not here. True. 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 Okay, let's continue with the
argument that we're ever going to have something to vote for again, and let's just vote against. And that's not a great motivator for me. I have, as much as I'm painted as a doomer, I have high hopes for the future of humanity. And I think that humanity could do so much better and that people could be so much better off. And when I'm served up two options, in which there's no chance for that happening, I feel completely and utterly disenfranchised, and I really find it hard to see the point. And morally, I find it hard to reconcile going and doing it.
I mean, I think that, like, at the end of the day, wanting good things is fine and all, but aspirations have to be tempered by an understanding of how to get there. It's like being a doctor at a triage and only having a limited supplies, and you can only heal 10 people for every 100, and throwing your hands up because, you know, you're engaging in a system where you don't get enough medicine to heal all 100 people. I feel like impulses like this, though well motivated, are ultimately designed
destructive, unproductive, quackery,
to shut us out of power. If not by you, then like broadly in the ways they're enforced and sort of suggested and incentivized. Because by the standards you've set, we would never vote for any president, really. Maybe, like, I don't know, maybe Carter first. Like, there are some presidents maybe who wouldn't fit the specific set of parameters that you've said are unacceptable to you, and that's fine. But they're all bad. Power is bad. And as long as we shut ourselves out to the means to influence it, you know, we hamper our ability to make real change down the line. It seems like nothing is changing, but that's not true. Like, it feels that way sometimes because we pay attention to politics, so we're on the treadmill. But, like, little decisions day by day do genuinely add up. Like with Donald Trump, you know, we see how quickly things can backslide. One Republican presidency gave them 3 Supreme Court judges, and that just taints the Supreme Court for an entire generation. You know, trans people being banned from the military, DACA.
I remember that.
Recipients being threatened to kick out of the country, Muslim ban. There's so many things that it's like, and those differences are meaningful. I feel like the big problem with liberals isn't that there aren't better than the Republicans, it's that they're not good enough at proving to others how much better their ideas are. Because if you just laid out, like, difference by difference, every plan or every idea they have on every single issue, right? Republicans want to just flat out not have trans or gay people in the country. Democrats vary from being accepting to openly, like, promoting their existence. When it comes
what
to...
do you think? I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, I could have rambled forever. Please interrupt me.
With trans people, do you not think, like, and I genuinely think this, with all of the bullshit that trans people and LGBTQ people in general get, and racial minorities and cultural minorities, lump them all. With the amount of shit that they get, I don't think that there's anybody. See, you talked about, and I assume you mean mostly social issues have progressed. So, you know, legalizing gay marriage, anti-discrimination policies have flourished and proliferated.
Super not a thing in Poland. Gay marriage, imagine. Imagine.
In my lifetime. We've definitely made progress in that arena. But we've regressed economically. We are worse off economically than we were
before,
back in the old racist, homophobic days.
Wow.
And if that's not addressed, aren't you hurting the very self-same people that you're trying to advocate for?
But how does letting Trump win help that? It seems like the economic downturn has been a product of a bunch of really complicated factors. It doesn't seem like there's a correlation between...
It really isn't all that complicated. I mean, yes, it is. You could sit for days and write 1,000,000-page doctoral theses on what's happened in the last 40 years.
Doctoral theses. There you go. I made my joke. I made the most important joke for this stream.
in the American economy. But really, honestly, it is something that you can put in layman's terms and be really 100% spot on about.
But it's not a dichotomy. There's no
I
relation.
don't remember that damn turtle Mitch McConnell would have held it up till the end time somehow.
Between the advancement of social rights and the economic downturn. The economic downturn has been happening as a product of decades and decades of austerity and pro-corporate policies and a bunch of complicated globalization stuff that we can't fully control, but only somewhat control. And then on the other side of things, you have like the social benefits. We can get the social benefits. We just have to vote them. Like that does it. But as for the economic stuff, it's not like we're trading that away for a bad economy with Biden. The bad economy would have happened if Trump had won in 2020. It could potentially be worse.
The malaise and the sort of malevolence that exists in the Republican Party.
I wonder how the Ukraine war would have went if Trump won in 2020. That would have been potentially, oh gosh, I haven't even thought of that.
Party today is not just Trump, right? I mean, it's the entire party. That's been demonstrated by the Project 2025 thing, the fact that so many Republicans were willing to back Trump's little attempted coup, all that stuff. So eventually these people are going to get in power, right?
Well,
like the Republican Party, maybe it won't be this time, maybe it won't be next time.
I mean, historically speaking, Bosch, you have to
institute.
You have to admit
policies.
You see the
don't we want
back and forth, right?
I just feel like we need a stronger Democratic Party to go against. Like I would think.
Why are they all speaking at once? Take turns. Oh my God, I cannot understand neither of them. Neither of them can I understand. My guess is that Ukraine would not have been helped much. Exactly. Which is why professional podcasters. Which is why Trump would have been a horrible president. Ukraine needs more help, not less.
Defeating these people, less important election by election than it is to ultimately defeat them. And to ultimately defeat them, I feel like we need something.
Ultimately defeat them. What does that mean? How would ultimately defeating a party would look like? What? We're not talking Saturday morning cartoon villain here. What does ultimately defeat mean?
Stronger than the Democratic Party in its current incarnation, and I don't see how we're going to get that if the only standard we have for them is just be better than that. Like, I mean, if you can be 99% Hitler, I don't see how 99% Hitler saves the day.
At this point, like, we don't even know
I wouldn't say that Joe Biden is 99% Hitler.
If we get another election after the Republicans put forward theirs. Like, they've made it pretty clear that they intend on dismantling the democratic system in a way that was not the case back in 2016 when Donald Trump won. A lot of people initially thought he would just be another bad president, and he was. But it's pretty clear at this point, like, the writing's on the wall. The Republicans just don't want the democracy. Like, they want to bypass it entirely. Well, not in any kind of euphemistic way. They will just flat out deconstruct. They're openly admitting to it at this point.
This is not new, though.
Well, this is. We've had Republican presidencies before. The specific willful intent to just eradicate the democratic institution.
Oh, you mean like when George W. Bush completely and utterly dismantled the right to privacy in this country?
So no. So I don't like the false equivalencies, okay? There are definitely anti-democratic trends that have persisted throughout the elections we've had in our lifetimes, before our lifetimes. This is different. If you can't see the difference, then you're muddying. You're obscuring detail. George W. Bush, the Patriot Act, what happened in Florida with the butterfly ballots, there are things to criticize, very, very bad things to criticize, but none of them are, and you're really lacking perspective if you disagree with this, the eradication of our democracy. The difference between America pre and post George Bush was significant, but it was not like us turning into Turkmenistan. Like, there is a incredible, like, threat, a weapon still on the table here. And at this point, considering the fact that they seem fully willing to use it, I mean, they're shouting from the rooftops they want to use it, it's not really a matter of strategy. We just can't let them win. even if the Democratic Party remains weak, enfeebled, crippled, ineffective,
problem is-
hypocritical,
The
inconsistent.
problem is knowing that that's their ambition. Aren't we just pushing a time bomb a little further out?
If
like-
it further out is better than it now. Further out, a lot
I
of stuff
mean,
could
but-
happen. The Republican Party could collapse in on itself. Right now, it's having
That's
massive It's having massive funding issues. It's getting clearer and clearer with the past two elections, the midterms in 2023, that Republicans are
I hope it collapses in on itself. That would have been. Wait, I gotta ask. Maybe that's a silly question. Maybe I just don't understand American freedom enough to ask this question, but if there's a party that just openly advocates for the eradication of democracy, then, and forgive me for asking such a ignorant question, why has the party not been delegalized? Does free speech in the US extend to saying when we get to power we're gonna dismantle democracy? Is that like a super big free speech thing? Can anybody enlighten me here on this? Is there anyone? Is there any volunteers? Anybody? Anyone? How is the Republican Party still legal? Wait, your answer, Yippers, was to what? What are you? I don't get it. What are you responding to? Are you saying yes, it's a free speech thing, or yes, they should be? So freedom of speech includes in the US a party running for office and saying once we get to office we're going to dismantle democracy. Is that correct?
doing worse on social issues than they used to. Over time, the Republican Party might collapse.
Probably just
the funding
strengthening
issues.
their resolve to get rid of democracy, though, right?
Well, if they can have.
That feels like a really weird thing to make into a freedom of speech issue, you know? I don't even think this should be treated as a freedom of speech topic. Maybe I'm just silly. They are dismantling the system the legal way. Are you saying that the US freedom of speech allows for a dismantling of democracy in the legal way? Should a legal way to dismantle democracy be allowed? Is my question, I guess. Should it be allowed? Yes or no, chat? Should a legal way to dismantle democracy be allowed? My sincerest question ever asked.
As much resolve as they want. If they lose their elections, they can keep their resolve and take it back to the losers' field.
But they're not going to lose forever is the problem. I mean, we've seen that Americans,
you can't
whatever goes on, Americans seem to go back and forth. I mean, right now, even after seeing that Trump does have these ambitions.
I'm not American, but my understanding is that as long as you do not make direct call for violence, whatever you say is okay. But that's stupid. It shouldn't be allowed to dismantle a democracy, however the issues arises, how we would enforce the anti-democratic legal the solution? Well, for one, you would not allow political parties that openly call for it. It should not be parties that openly say they will dismantle democracy should not be allowed to exist, in my opinion. I'll be honest, I don't know how to host. Okay. No, I don't.
A considerable amount of Americans are still considering voting for him.
You can't keep appealing to inevitability while also saying you hope for a better future. You can't. Those two things
Well, that's the thing is,
can't
like,
exist simultaneously.
I'm appealing
but
to
what I'm saying is,
inevitability.
I think that if we're gonna
Now it's getting into now it's becoming a debate.
ensure that better future, we have to be more aggressive against them. And
I'm
it can't just
appealing
be
to-
like, it can't just be the tepid messaging of Joe Biden that's like, hey, Jack, I'm going to restore democracy, and I'm basically the most milquetoast politician you could conceive of, and I'm not aggressive against these policies, and I'm doing so unimpressively that America actually
You're almost
wants
saying like
Republicans would probably say that the founding fathers would want them to dismantle it if the system in its current state doesn't serve the people. Silent majority dances. But they wouldn't. That's silly.
helping of Donald Trump.
I think I get what you're saying. You're saying like if we're talking about elections, what if they just say, well, having an election even before they get into power? I think that's what you're saying. Like, so if it's inevitable that they're trying to push the country towards like a fascistic state or something, or totalitarian state or whatever, that if it's too weak to manage to stop it at the polls, I mean, like maybe you can have that. Maybe you have a weak Democratic Party, but that just gets overthrown.
So what you're essentially arguing is like, let the fascists win because they're going to win anyway, and I just don't think that's true. Well,
That
wait,
is
you-
not- that-
you-
that's
no,
not
you're-
how
no,
it
no,
is.
no, 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 wait, please,
No, I
please,
think this
no,
is
no,
a
no,
better
please, please,
strategy.
please.
No. Yes. The problem is how it is managed. In Germany, the Constitutional Court famously didn't ban the NPD because they're not relevant, i.e. not as all-powerful of a threat. Now, the AFD is too powerful to be banned. So if you say parties like that should be banned, you also in a double bind if the system is hesitant. Well, the system shouldn't be hesitant.
Please,
Let
please,
him
please, 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 please.
Let him go ahead.
The thing-
Fundamentally, your argument is that the Democrat. So no matter what,
That's the thing. The system should not be hesitant in these cases.
your
There should be very strict rules about parties that want to dismantle democracy.
proposition here enables their victory, at least temporarily, because either you're arguing that their victory is inevitable over the weak Democratic Party, or that we don't vote for them,
What is
we vote for
possible?
something else.
You understand
Under what
I'm saying?
like under what circumstance exactly do the Republicans not win ever under your scenario?
I mean, there's no scenario in either world where they don't win ever.
I mean, yeah, statistically, no. But you talked earlier about appealing to inevitability. There's a couple of points that you made that I want to talk about. But I appeal to inevitability if we continue doing the zero-sum dance of lesser of two evilism at the polls,
But it's not zero sum.
we
Things have
just-
gotten better.
and things have gotten worse.
You keep referring to like the state of the
Yes.
economy. The state of the
Yes.
economy is not a product of deliberate policy decisions that you can trace to this administration. We're not sacrificing
I
some
can't?
good. Please let me know. What has Joe Biden done that has led to the current state of affairs economically?
I mean, the infrastructure package was a giant giveaway to corporations. It was a compromise on the compromise. It was basically Joe Manchin's infrastructure
Yeah, because
package.
he couldn't get anything better put through. Are you suggesting
He can't.
Republicans
He
would have done
can't. He
better?
can't. See, this is what I reject. I reject this politics of defeatism.
No, stop. No. This it's nonsensical. You
He
can't
could.
just
Well, there
argue
is a
that because
contradiction at the
you
heart of this,
can't
because we're
you
expected to
can't
believe
just
that Joe
argue.
Biden is powerless in the presidency,
You-
but Donald Trump will have infinite power in the
No. You
presidency.
can't just argue that because you don't like a thing that happened, that it could have been better. We all saw how long and
I mean,
grueling
that's true. You can't do that. Yeah, it should be in a country's constitution.
painful the process was of getting literally any kind of economic reform put through Manchin, with the Senate majority being what it was. We also, if there was some like super like Hadouken special trick that could have been pulled off there to make that better, and I'm not saying it went perfectly, but the idea that it was some kind of like abstemious.
Like, how about fucking showing up and being
what
like,
a lovely Street Fighter reference. Hadouken. Or regular Hadouken. Hadouken. Wave fist.
hey Manchin, vote our way or we're
So
gonna
no,
bust you.
this is
Jump
like
on his
this is a
boat.
very simplistic understanding of how these political processes work.
No,
Sometimes
it isn't. This is
no,
You simpletons. You simpletons. With your simplistic understanding of how these processes work.
historical
no,
understanding
it
of how
is.
these political.
it
Do
no,
you know-
it is.
do you know-
You
Historical understanding. Get it? Because they're old. Because they lived through history. So they have historical understanding. I'm cringing right now. We're super old, Vouch. We have a historical understanding at this point. We're historical relics. God. This is such weird line of argumentation. We've got historical understanding. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Oh my lordy.
you are literally saying that a good thing that happened that had to be squeezed through with the greatest
Oh my god.
amount of compromise possible. That could have just been done better if only Biden had just
I can't get over it. We've got historical understanding. That's funny. No, that's funny. You're funny.
threatened Manchin.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Okay, what? How about A? Because the kind of people who are hardliners for Biden and his progressive policies are not the kind of people who vote for Manchin. B, Manchin is the only Democrat who could win in his section of West Virginia. C, Manchin already seems to be on his way out with regards to direct collaboration with the Democratic Party. And D, it would have been optically horrible if Manchin, who would not have been threatened in his electoral viability as a consequence of this, would have just come out and say he was threatened and bullied by the president into accepting his anti-coal big government agenda.
And people would have called him a pussy.
No, that's maybe on Twitter. In real life, that's not how
Yeah.
these things happen. Why would Manchin ever cede to these? What can Biden actually offer Manchin?
Okay, so let me give you an example.
Non-broken kneecap.
And by
But
the
like
way,
a real
I
answer,
just-
though.
Let me give you. Yeah, okay.
that is my real answer.
That's not a real answer.
My
is.
answer
no,
is
it's not this. You can't disengage from how politics functions, then get indignant when the outcomes that you arrive at aren't what you wanted. Complicated politics remain complicated even if you approach them with a hammer. We're dealing with a difficult situation nationwide. This is like a very complicated time to be involved in politics. We can't do this like, well, I want things to be better, so like, you know, whatever, they're going to win anyway. The Democrats are weak, so the Republicans are going to win anyway. Like we have to be very
name for me a
thoughtful and
simple
considerate.
time in politics.
I'm sorry?
Name for me a simple time in American politics.
Compared to what we're dealing with right now, where there's like massive breaking news almost every other day with stuff like felony charges against the former president, or like an ongoing genocide, or like the fentanyl crisis. There are so many things now that are more escalated than they were
that does
before.
seem actually pretty standard issue. I mean, other than
Compared to like the
coming up on
Clinton
charges.
presidency or even the Bush presidency, things are moving so quickly these days. We're at a breaking point. We're at the cusp of a decision that this country is going to have to make about whether or not we accept imperfect democracy or fascism. And at the moment, right now, as a consequence of failures within the GOP, people are trending towards us. They're doing worse with every successive election. We can't give up now. Maybe if we draw things out a little further, maybe the Dems stay annoying, but maybe the Republicans realize they can no longer win elections if they continue to go down this crazy MAGA fascist road, and they have to dial things back a bit. And maybe the threat level gets toned down, the heat gets turned down, and we have the room to breathe again, to make demands and concessions without the fear that our democracy could literally be broken in half with one wrong election result.
I mean, wouldn't that rely on the Republican Party fundamentally becoming a different party than it is now?
It has in the past 20 years. It went from neocon to fascist. If it can go from neocon to fascist, I think we can break them back into being neocons. At the best. I mean, maybe we can make better Republicans.
it's happened several times
We can
in US
expect
history.
more of the
Parties
Democrats
could
once
change
the Republican
completely.
Party is pushed back from fascism to neocons again.
I mean, it would be a lot easier, I think, to do the whole "I'm going to threaten to vote for a third party"
Because
thing.
I still heard all these arguments when it was still just a neocon party.
They're still true. You should still vote for the lesser evil, to be sure. I don't think that
So then
abstaining
there's
with
no
your vote.
time when we can actually hold the Democrats to a higher standard.
You can't is the thing. You have dreams of doing this, but you can't. Life is suffering. Mostly this. There has
Oh.
never been a point in human history where it
Defeatism.
hasn't been
And
suffering.
they call Paul the Doomer Jesus.
I know.
No, that's
Totally
no.
defeatist.
You have to find joy in it. There will always be the terrible
joy in
choice
the
you have
whip.
to make. Yes. Life is the
Yeah,
whip.
Love
At
it.
no point in human history.
Well, I don't ever want to hear that
please,
I'm a doomer
for-
again.
no,
I don't ever
this
want to
isn't.
hear.
This isn't being a doomer. This is being realistic. There has been no point
Oh.
in human history where
Said
people have
every
had
doomer
the
ever.
luxury of just choosing the political option that made them happy. For most of human history, like 95% of it, and for a majority of people alive today, they don't get a choice. And for
Yeah,
the
I think
very
it-
small portion of people historically that have gotten a choice, it's usually a choice between two lesser evils. And by usually, I mean always. We will never have the luxury to not vote for the lesser evil because electoralism is ultimately about that final say, that final choice.
How about a far lesser evil?
If you
Can we
sure,
vote for that?
then do the groundwork, the media work, the advocacy to
When are we going to
popularize
do
those
that
people.
and stop?
Well, it depends on your
sucking-
democratic system too, because not everyone has the American
Sure,
system.
Bernie Sanders nearly won in the primaries in both 2016 and 2020 as a consequence of a lot of work for decades to legitimize progressive perspectives politically. Now,
And he lost
and-
as a direct result of the DNC being
Not everything-
propped up and allowed to run roughshod over the will of the voters.
Not everything happens perfectly and right when you want it. The difference between Bernie Sanders being a front-runner contender in the primaries and what the Democratic Party was like just 20 years before that is massive. The difference, like people are like, well, he didn't win. Okay, and we're not all rich. We don't have unicorns, you know.
I'm not rich. I'd like to be rich.
Bernie Sanders, it would have been nice if he had won, but the difference between the Clinton years in terms of what was acceptable, what progressive policies could be put forward, what you could say on TV, and 16 years later with Bernie Sanders, remarkable. But when you
Should move things more leftward, that's for sure.
talk over that, when you say, well, he didn't win, you're stamping on that legacy. Real progress takes work. Thousands of people,
True.
broken bodies, blood, effort, sweat, tears, and a lot of suffering. But eventually, maybe you get it, and the
I
victory
get
is
it.
worth all the suffering before, all the work that it takes to end slavery or to legalize gay marriage. And it takes decades and a lot of people's misery. But when you get there, it's worth it. Union workers died to give us the weekend. Maybe we
Yeah,
died to
and
give
we've-
2050 a better Democrat. But
And
we
we've kind of
have
silently-
to work.
Let's talk about workers for a second, because we've silently, in repayment for the blood, sweat, and tears that workers shed on the line, we've kind of silently, fecklessly, with a just insurmountably cringy shrugged off the economic degradation that's happened in this country. All of their hard-won gains in the labor space have been given back. The company town is back. The robber baron is back. The unaccountable giant faceless multinational is back, Vosh. We've given it all back in favor of this weak, limp-wristed, feckless, defeatist shit.
What are you referring to? Reagan?
Damn.
What do you mean, what am I referring
you
to? I'm
say
referring
this
to Reagan
weak,
and every
feckless-
president after him.
Okay, so I agree that labor rights have gone down with time. Right now, they're seeing a resurgence in large part because we have a president who's not entirely hostile to workers' rights. Because we have an umbrella of safety, Biden's presidency, union organizers, the people who work at the NLRB, the Department of Labor, they've had the ability to go out there and make changes that have meaningfully improved the lives of millions of workers with the potential to do even more down the line. But just as the victory of Biden has given us space for our worker victories, Trump's victory back in 2016 has given them space for their defeats because the Supreme Court has, in that same time period, using their power that they were given by Trump's presidency, waged a war against workers, ruling time and time again against their rights, their efforts, their advocacy. The difference is clear. In the systems where Democrats rule, we at least have space to speak. In the systems where Republicans rule, we don't even have that. The difference is meaningful. It doesn't mean we're ever going to stop fighting, but we can at least tilt the battlefield to our side.
Yeah, I think that we need more than a tilt.
Fake Calico Parker, thank you so much for the $15. Here you go, meanie. Why am I a meanie? What have I done? What have I done to be called a meanie? Please explain. What have I done? I'm not a meanie. I'm very nice, actually. I try. I do my best. I do my best to be nice. Meanie. You call me meanie.
Then, but you don't get you can't keep rejecting reality in favor of an imaginary, hypothetical, better alternative that doesn't exist.
Then why even be a
Don't reject reality. I'm hungry and upset, so I'm lashing out at nice people. Thank you. Thank you for that. Eat something. I keep interacting with hungry people lately. It's actually quite interesting.
a socialist, just be a Democrat?
Because socialists are the ones who make Democrats do the occasional good things that they do.
By doing what? By putting forth wild ideas that are improbable at the time that slowly but surely become common wisdom.
And
right?
how do you get those ideas realized? You fight for them. You fight,
right.
yes, but you don't just turn your back on the entire political process. Bernie Sanders single-handedly kicked
hold on. Yeah, but I'm tired of you saying that is my position. I don't know who you're arguing against, but my position is not to say fuck it to the political process. My position is to say fuck it to the duopoly.
That's the political process.
Duopoly. I mean, that's the process in the US right now. There's no food. Order food. Oh my God. Order food from Uber Eats or something. Order food.
Right. In your mind, that's all the politicking that can be done.
No, I'm arguing the opposite. You're the one who's saying this is the venue through which you have to make your change. I'm the one who's saying your vote every 4 years should be simple and thoughtless. The actual work is in the advocacy you do between those elections. That's where I think change happens. That's where it does happen. You're the one who's arguing that you have to make this big grandstanding ideological defiance of the two-party duopoly at the polls. And I don't think, I mean, you can. I don't think anything good comes from it. In fact, I think it makes...
I mean, just vote at the polls and do whatever different work you want outside of the voting. Uber Eats is expensive. Have you learned nothing from the Zan DJ Muldra? What? Have I... Is it that expensive in the US? It's not that expensive in Poland.
Work harder for the people who actually do that work for the past 4 years. Because you don't provide them that space, that umbrella. All the people doing that NLRB work, they couldn't do it if Trump had won in 2020. They're only able to do these positive things because they were given that space. So we build the umbrella, we build the shield, but the real work, the difficult work, it is a lot of suffering. A lot of people spend their entire lives doing local politics in like fringe Midwestern towns and they die without seeing any positive change. But that's the nature.
They should serve donuts at the polling stations. I think that could save democracy. You know what the funny thing is? During the latest elections in Poland, the election time sort of stretched out to extremely late hours in the night. Like in some towns or cities, you get like people voted till 3 a.m. So in one city, a local pizza place went to the people voting at 3 a.m. and served them hot pizza. Hot pizza was given to people that went to the booths at 3 a.m. That's funny. That's pretty interesting. You know? And also $30 for getting food delivered is super expensive. In Poland, it's like a fixed fee. In Poland, it's like a fixed fee. Did you get your pizza / tiramisu? Yes. Actually, I got KFC recently, but that's
nature of politics. That's just living, right? I mean, that's always how it has been. If anything, it's better now than it used to be, because it used to be that the people who dared to speak up against the current regime were just offhandedly killed. At least now people get to live through their ineffectiveness, and sometimes we actually do get positive outcomes. I think there's a lot of value to fight for here. I'm not doomer about it. I just think that in the specific venue of like the electoral system and the leader you choose at the end of the process, there's not that much wiggle room. In this case, there's none, because of the whole fascism bit.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of fascism.
I think that we need to immediately divest ourselves from the two-party system.
Immediately. We need to immediately build a huge, massive third party. That's what we have to do immediately. And thus dismantle the duopoly. True. True and real, and moreover, realistic.
And immediately
Okay, that was funny. That was a funny reaction. I want to see it again.
come up with a better way of doing things, a third system, and to immediately.
The sigh of disappointment. So we need to dismantle the duopoly and do things better. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my talk.
Divest ourselves from the two-party system and immediately come up with a better way of doing things. A third party is only ineffectual because largely because the people whose votes would help it believe that, oh, there's no point in doing it, so whatever. And that kind of seems like what you're preaching here.
You're the one making that argument.
True, Vosh. Can't you just build a third party that will dismantle the duopoly? Start a party, Vosh. Come on, don't be a coward. Don't be a coward, Vosh. Start a party. You can do it today. Register a party. Is it easy to register a party in the US? How difficult is it to register a party in the US?
For voting for Biden.
Let's not waste any of our time trying to create a new workers' party in this country, because it's just pointless anyway.
Or just trying to push the Democratic Party left from where it is.
That's
or not even necessarily left, but just like, hey, these things you guys promise, why don't you actually try to do them?
That's happening.
And why don't you? I mean, very ineffectually, in my opinion.
Yeah, because you have to pay attention to the details. Recently, the White House has been flustering on its position with regards to Israel's support of the genocide going on in the Gaza Strip, because they've been.
I mean, Reagan ended that shit with a phone call in his administration. Biden could do the same.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Prop up Israel. All Biden would have to do is be like, "Hey, knock that shit off," and they would stop.
I'm not arguing that Biden is doing great here. I'm saying that real work is being done at every level.
This is about the complexity issue, because I think you say I'm oversimplifying. I think you're overcomplicating. Because I think that...
What is Vosh overcomplicating? What exactly is Vosh overcomplicating here? Registering a party is relatively easy. The problem is actually getting the votes to get elected or even appearing on ballots. But Vosh has 461 subs. So it should be easy for Vosh to... It should be relatively easy for Vosh to galvanize a huge voter base. No? Look, Vosh is big, so no problem. You're being a doomer about this. You're being a doomer about this, and I don't like it that you're acting this way. Paul Span for democracy. Don't vote for Democrats to get rid of first past to post. Free, huh? For sandworms, 5 profit. True.
Yeah, a tire iron can do the job sometimes.
No, nobody is tire ironing.
You can go to Joe Manchin and threaten his ass.
No, you can't do that.
Like, hey, you do like
what you're speaking out of frustration.
Look how quickly Joe Manchin folded, dude. Look how.
Take the mouse icon out of DJ's face, by the way. It's annoying. It's annoying me. It's triggering me.
How quickly he folded the minute a Republican challenger rose up. Joe Manchin's like, I'm not going to bother seeking re-election. And then we're
He's overcomplicating because he doesn't say bad person bad. He isn't watching politics as a Hollywood movie. I mean, the bad person is bad. It's just that there's a far worse person. So, you know.
we're told like, oh, he was such
Jim
a valuable
Justice, yeah.
Democrat.
Because no
Who else is
Democrat
going to get
could have.
elected with a D next to their name there? It's like, well, it doesn't matter if he's got a D next to his name if when he's needed the most, he just says, well, sayonara, motherfuckers, see ya.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Joe Manchin is a great ally, but what you're suggesting, I assume, is to literally like threaten him into being a better Democrat. It doesn't.
Can I give you two historical
no, just threaten
examples?
him to vote our way out.
Historical examples. I want to hear the historical examples.
Not
wanna
go-
give you
issue.
two-
I
Do
wanna
not
give
go
you
back
two
100. If you no. If you genuinely believe that the solution to like a gridlock in the Senate would have been the actual literal threatening of someone there,
I want to hear the historical examples. Go on.
you would create impeachment and presidential scandals that would blanket the remainder of the presidency and lock
I
the
don't think if you went about it right. I don't think if you went about it right. Yeah.
Pretty
see,
sure a
here's-
lot of presidents have used their muscle in some
let
interesting
me-
ways.
let
So
me give
what
you
if he doesn't have any
hold on,
leverage?
Hold on. Let me give you two historical examples where this very
There
tactic
you go. 2 historical examples from Paul's ego.
has been used and worked.
Let's go. I want to hear the historical examples.
Lincoln used it. He had a whole bunch of operatives who were paying off people left and right, threatening people with investigation, promising promotions within his administration, and he managed to get slavery abolished.
what do you think? Okay, well, there was a civil war there as well. What do you think he could have offered Manchin?
Okay, so let me give you the second example because that's kind of the answer. LBJ. Now, I don't want anybody saying that I'm making excuses for the Johnson administration. He was a piece of shit. He's got the blood of Southeast Asia up to his elbows on his hands. You can't rehabilitate his image. But one thing you can say about LBJ
Oh boy.
was he knew how to strong arm a motherfucker. He got on the phone with the FBI and said, hey, I want you to look into, and I want you to just imagine a world where Joe Biden did this. Hey, I want you to look into Joe Manchin's business practices. I want you to take a nice hard look at what he's done. I want you to find some tax evasion. I want you to find some unfair hiring practices. I want you to find some illegal offshoring. I want you to find the dirt on Manchin.
Okay, do you
And
think
then
there's-
then hold on. Imagine that it's
Hold on. I'm not done.
not a weak, feckless dementia patient sitting in the chair, but a actual politician.
do you
And he looks Joe Manchin in the eye and he says, hey, motherfucker, I'm about to bring you up on 5 federal tax charges. Guess how you're going to vote? What is Joe Manchin going to do? Is he going to run to the the media and say like, oh, I've been dodging taxes for 20 years and Biden threatened me?
there's so many things wrong with what you're suggesting here that I don't even want to go into all of them. I'm
Okay,
not
give it to
arguing
me.
against the strong arming of people when necessary, but first of all, what you're describing, if found out, and it would be found out because it's pretty difficult to keep secrets these days, would be one of the largest presidential scandals in history. It would also give the Republicans legitimate ammunition to attack Biden, not only on impeachment grounds, but also on the idea that he doesn't actually believe in the diversity of thought within his own party because he's willing to go after people who are supposedly moderate like Joe Manchin. This would potentially...
Didn't
doesn't
Trump's administration kind of demonstrate that you can get away with a lot if you're just brazen and ballsy about it?
Yes, but the difference is the kinds of people who vote for Trump are Trump voters, and the kinds of people who vote for Biden aren't Trump voters. You can
Yeah, well, I bet you a
you
lot
can
of
get
those
away with
non-voters that show
fascist
up
shit
to
when
vote
you're a
for
fascist.
Democrats does borderline illegal and corrupt stuff. Republicans, well, if they can do it, true.
President that does stuff like that.
No, no. You can get away with doing fascist shit when you're a fascist with voters who will vote for you for being a fascist. When you're a milquetoast liberal moderate like Joe Biden, your room
That's
of
what I'm saying.
permissible.
I'm saying I don't want that.
and that's tough. So fight for 50 more years, and maybe we die having seen something better.
No, thanks. I'd rather have it sooner than 50.
Right.
years.
That's because you're impetuous, like a child. You don't understand.
True and real, actually. You to work and not expect results.
And how
like during the Polish People's Republic, when the underground opposition to the quote-unquote communist government formed, nobody expected the Polish People's Republic government to fall in their lifetime. Nobody expected that. Everybody expected it to, like, I don't know, the future generations to pick up the fight or something. It's documented that it's well documented that none of them expected to win within their lifetime. The fact that they did sort of win within their lifetime was just like a little miracle. But usually when people invest their lives in certain types of work, certain types of activism, certain types of political action, they don't expect to get quick results. They don't expect to just win. They expect to sort of work towards a long-term goal. Because if you think about it, it's very telling, right? If your attitude is, well, if I can't win, then there is no point. Like that's not a good attitude to have. That if you can't get what you want within your lifetime, then suddenly in your eyes, the act of fighting for it is what, not worth it anymore? That's not how that should work.
Yes.
listen,
all
everything
true.
good, the
True.
air you breathe
True.
and the water you drink, everything, the regulations that allow us to drink clean water, unleaded gasoline, none of this happens as quickly as anyone wants it to. People have died seeing their dreams gone unachieved and then had other people of the next generation take up the cause
Yeah.
and also fail and then continue from that point.
I
The
mean, that is the expectations of the people that fight for it. That the next generation will take up the thing and they will fight for it.
very first abolitionists were in the 1600s. There were people who died in the Revolutionary War on the assumption the slaves would be freed after the British were
Yeah, and I'm
kicked
sure
out.
here's the thing. I'm sure a lot of those abolitionists were impetuous assholes that wanted slavery done now.
You're arguing
So
that
maybe it
your
takes that kind of
argument would be
motherfucker.
for them to
Maybe you
give
gotta
up.
shoot for the f***ing moon to even just like get a f***ing, like, you know, a 10-pointer, you know?
Your argument is
Or
that they
2-point,
should have
3-pointer.
divested
Shouldn't
themselves
use
from the
Hello, Arkael. That's right, we're giggling.
political
terms. I don't know fucking
process.
sports.
Like, they fought legislatively for the abolition of slavery for decades and decades without success. Through your argument, it would be like, oh, I've been at this for, I don't know, 10 years and it hasn't worked out. I should just give up. But it was only because of the...
I'm not saying give up at all. I'm saying
Yeah,
push as
I'm
hard
not-
as you
I keep-
fucking
I keep-
possibly can.
keep-
It's the
I
exact
keep-
opposite of give up. I think your position is more akin to give up.
You are
and just
literally
accept things
letting
the way they are.
the fascist win, even though his victory will make it more difficult for the actual advocates to do what they need to do to make the world a better place.
How am I letting the fascist win?
If you don't vote for Biden, that's one less
I
vote
live
for
in
Biden.
California. I could vote for Mickey Mouse. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I live in a deep red
unless you're
state where
in-
my vote also really
Unless
doesn't
you're
matter.
in
in the
about
grand
unless
scheme
you're
of
in
things.
about 8 states and certain districts within those states are quote unquote fragile, flawed democracy, your vote doesn't count
Florida
anyway.
used to be a swing state, and people giving up because they're already majority in the state is how you lose solid blue states. And we'll never get how can you complain about the Democrats being bad in Louisiana when you're saying, oh, it doesn't matter if I vote for Dems here, I'm in a far red state. That's what they think. They think, oh, I'll give up on it because they're far right. You're saying, oh,
Just give up. Just don't. I don't know. I think Vosh said it best in that intro into the debate. Vote, and between the elections, do the work, right?
who cares
not in
because it's far
Louisiana
right.
anymore.
Well, yeah, that's
Oh,
on
well,
him.
okay.
And
I'm still in a red state.
I did vote, by the way.
Okay,
So just so you know.
so yeah, so the logic is the same. This isn't about, like, we're talking about one day of work, not even work, every
Work, going to a place, showing your ID or whatever it is that you do in the US, taking a piece of paper, putting an X on it, and throwing it into a box. Hard work, sweating work.
every 4 years.
Of course, there are problems with this. Like, I'm not sure if there's a designated free day for voting in the US, which makes it actually pretty difficult for some people to vote because they have to have a free day at work, and that's not always possible. But that's a whole different discussion, isn't it? A lot of anti-voting people are just accelerationists who don't want to admit it. True. There's no solution in our lifetime, and that's it. I mean, we have to accept that in a lot of cases there won't be solutions in our lifetime. Like we need to be able to accept that some fights are worth fighting, even if we won't see results in our lifetimes. My donut idea will work though. I think so. I do love donuts, so I do love your idea as well.
You show up. It doesn't matter whether or not you think it does anything. It's a very simple civic process.
Let me just. I want to just clarify this really quick. I have every intention to vote in the election. I just don't know if I'm going to vote for Biden.
Who would you vote for if not Biden?
I don't know. I'm undecided.
Well, it's either Trump or throwing the vote.
What the fuck? I'm undecided. I don't know. I don't know. My idea, free holiday for voting, $50 if you vote, free donut. True.
Vote away. So I guess between those two
I guess
options,
I might choose to quote unquote throw my vote away then.
which is like not voting as far as I'm concerned. Third party votes are not voting as far as I'm
Your
concerned.
voting isn't voting, TJ. No true
Cool.
voting.
I mean, yeah, literally. Yes. Correct. If you vote for someone who will 1,000,000,000% not win, then you're basically not. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna back vouch here, even though technically speaking people are voting when doing it. It's for all intents and purposes not voting. Yeah.
Yeah, that, dude.
I mean, it's a two-party system. I didn't make it that way. It is that way. We have to acknowledge
you kind
that.
of
It's that
are
way because of the
perpetuating that though.
Yeah,
You're perpetuating that. What's the alternative? Is Vosh supposed to unironically register a party? The Vosh party? It's a three-party system now. It's the Democrats, the Republicans, and the Vosh party. Let's go. Let's make this a reality. Join the Vosh party.
it's that way because
Vote for the Voshites.
of the complicity of people like you.
No, it is that way because
for
mathematically,
generations, yeah.
the system we have incentivizes that
There's
outcome.
actually other countries that don't use first past the post that still have robust third and fourth parties.
And fifth and sixth.
You mean
and
they
seventh
do
and
use
eighth.
first past
Yeah,
the post?
coalition. You're talking about coalition.
Yeah, there are different rules for voting.
Wait, what did he?
Coalition. You're talking about coalition.
Yeah, there are different
Okay.
rules for voting in different countries that procure different outcomes when it comes to what you actually.
I mean, okay, there are different things in different countries, but the problem is the US is not a different country. The US is the US, and the US has a situation that it has. You cannot wish away the current situation in the US by just saying that it's different in different countries. Yes, it's different in different countries because those are different countries and there's, their systems sort of formed a different way. But you cannot just overnight somehow magically produce X different parties that will form magical coalitions and you cannot do it. You just can't. If it would have been that easy, then why just form a party, Vosh? Let's see. You're blaming Vosh for the existence of first past the post and the Verger's Law. So childish. Well, they are not only want to have us political superhero. That's what I meant by the Hollywood politics watching mentality.
They have to deal with. Mind you, the absence of a two-party system has not made things any less fucked in England. Like,
I agree with that.
yeah, it's like, so there,
Sure.
the problems that we're facing here, like
I mean,
the,
they are a little
two-party
less fucking
duopoly.
England, right? They've got a national
No,
health
they're pretty
plan.
fucked right now.
They're pretty screwed
Yeah,
up.
I mean, not if they
They're
get
trying
cancer.
they're trying to privatize healthcare.
If I get a cancer diagnosis, I'd rather be over
Yeah, but
there than over here.
Sure.
That's in the process of being rolled back.
In the
so.
process, but let's not
Like,
be
they
let's
have
not
some
lie
good
about our
stuff
level
that's
here.
like a holdover from a bygone era. Like the current political climate of the UK is horrible.
Incidentally, the reason the NHS is getting privatized is because people let the Tories win too many times. So as a consequence, even though
Yeah, they've won a lot of elections over there.
yeah, even though the Labour Party is not the glorious socialist vanguard party that might have once been 120 years ago, there's still a meaningful difference between allowing conservatives to tear apart
True. They've walked into that England example.
your systems and allowing liberals to preside over them competently.
See, I mean, but the problem is that if conservatives are running better campaigns and getting more people to vote for them, then that's how it is. Like, why is the onus always on like the non-voter or the third party voter to fix the problems for the Democratic? Like, bail us out again. It's like, do something for me then. Do anything for me and I will. If Joe Biden did one thing that I actually was impressed by,
NLRB rulings, was that
I'd
not
vote for him.
the NLRB rulings? Was that not the Inflation
I
Reduction
got him a
Act?
little bit of the way there.
The Inflation
We
Reduction
gave him
Act?
props. We were on our show saying, yeah, good job.
Him going
You know,
to
this
the
is like-
UAW.
That's why my chances of voting for Biden currently sit at 2%
Okay.
because of that.
So the reason they need money is because so either they take money from citizens or they take money from corporate donors. I mean, you can decide which one you think is less concerning with regards to where the money's coming from to the Dems. Upholding or withholding civilian donations and having them rely more on corporate donations will not make the Dems more amicable to proletarian interests, for one. But for two, like, the only thing they need to do to be a better candidate for voting than the Republicans is to be better than the Republicans. You don't have to donate. I don't think I've ever donated to the Dems broadly. I've donated to a few candidates specifically.
I've donated to Bernie Sanders. I know a lot of his coffers were emptied out into the DNC.
Yeah, even I gave money to Bernie.
Yeah.
So my money that I gave to Bernie, I think some of it did end up going to the Democratic Party.
Money in politics. Citizens United was a disastrous decision.
Oh, a good chunk of what people like us donated to Bernie ended up in Joe Biden's pocket and Hillary Clinton's pocket, respectively.
Of course,
so,
yeah, it did.
Gotta love that DN.
Do something for me first. Is this the mantra of a progressive? True. Do something for me. Do something for me and donate. True. Arkyle is right. I'm a progressive, and I ask you, do something for me.
We can't withhold because things aren't.
See how smooth that was. See how seamless that transition to me begging for money was.
As nice as we want them to be. Bernie winning still would have been a significant.
Isn't that the whole
improvement.
point, though? Like,
I mean, here's the thing. You think I'm not fundamental? I don't know about Paul's position on this. I don't want to be conflated every time.
Yeah, watch yourself.
And I'm sure he doesn't want to either because our positions are unique from each other's. But as far as I'm concerned, like I don't think vote lesser of two evils is fundamentally faulty. But I just want there to be a little bit, like, I guess for me it's a matter of degrees. Like, if it's Hitler and 99% Hitler, I honestly don't give a fuck. If it's Hitler and 60% Hitler, okay, maybe we're getting somewhere.
Do you really not think that compared to Donald Trump, Joe Biden is at least 60% Hitler? Or less?
I mean, yes. Like, I don't think it's comparable, personally, from my outsider Polish perspective. I think Trump is much worse. Like, even if you look at the Ukraine war, like the topic of Ukraine war, there's no contest.
what would a
I don't know.
Palestinian say?
You know, I'd have to go I'd have to really sit down and put it.
Would Trump be that better on Israel than Biden? Are they saying that? Are they actually saying that Trump would have been far better on Israel than Biden?
put it down issue by issue. Look at the
The Mexican Trump is 1000% more Hitler than Biden. Right. Trump most likely wouldn't send more aid than Biden. Would have sent more aid than Biden. I don't know.
cultural impact both ways. Look at the long, like the far-reaching effects of both outcomes. Because I mean, here's the thing, and I've always said this, and I've said this for every president throughout my lifetime. And I know that to a degree it's ignorant and sort of like self-absorbed and stuff like that. So, you know, I'll head that criticism off of the past. I realize it, and I'm not putting 100% stock in this. But like, if you somehow were to cast an enchantment on me where I was incapable of knowing who the president was.
You're not capable of knowing who the president will be. What?
And I could only judge it based on like what's going on in the rest of the country. I don't think I'd ever have realized we were under new management.
Really? That tells me a lot. That actually that statement tells me a lot. Okay, now I get it. That doesn't tell me that the administrations are the same. That just tells me that you're unaffected by many people, but you're just unaffected by the things that were far worse under Trump than under Biden. It doesn't mean that the presidencies are the same. That was bad. That was bad.
A personal level.
I genuinely
maybe that's
think
like white privilege or some shit, but
maybe
I mean, you said it. You said it, not me. Isn't Trump openly saying about banning trans rights? If I were a US citizen, I'm pretty sure I would have felt the difference. Even blind without knowing who is the president currently sitting. I'm pretty sure I would have felt the difference.
I think a lot of that is also because you engage with things, as a lot of people do, I think much to their detriment, from a very high level day-to-day news on a federal level like perspective. And a lot of the stuff that you concern yourself with is also like inseparable from broader economic trends that would have happened under any president. So as a product of that, like the very real, like if you want to know about the differences, don't listen to the news. The news will always sound the way that it does right now, no matter whether or not something good or bad is happening. Listen to somebody on the local level. Listen to somebody who works with administration, somebody who works with local schools, somebody who does legal work, somebody who's like engages directly with like the activists, NLRB, unions, anything. To them, the differences are massive. Right now, the culture of hope for unions in America, for like what's happened with SAG-AFTRA and the UAW, massive surge of hope. What's been happening with Starbucks, like the in terms of like worker advocacy, this is the best that we've been at. This is the best we've been doing in over a half century. Like you say you can't tell the difference. You talk to people whose job it is to pay attention to the differences, and it's clear as day. Now, to people like, say, the Palestinians, yeah, no, I wouldn't go and ask them to vote for Biden right now. Not just because, you know, they're getting bombed, not an American. But
Trump proposed a little Muslim ban. That's true. That is true from certain countries.
But also because I acknowledge that there are going to be kind of common trends of suffering under Biden or Trump or whatever else. I do think Trump would have made it worse, but still, very bad as it is now. But we can't toss that out. I mean, what we have got, what we have done is still worth fighting for and preserving.
I applauded Biden's NLRB ruling, but
don't groom yourself while doing a talk, Vosh. It's rude to just start grooming yourself. Okay.
Let's not overvoice the positivity here. There's still a gigantic gaping loophole that hasn't been addressed by the NLRB. I haven't heard much talk about it being addressed by the NLRB. I'm certain Biden has been mum on it, which is the fact that companies can still indefinitely refuse to agree to a contract. There's no
proof Vosh is a cat girl. I mean, true.
There's no like weight over their head to agree to a reasonable contract. There's no litigation process that a union can engage in order to do that. And so there's still a giant loophole for corporations to be able to just dig their heels in, which they will use. And it hasn't been addressed by
I will
Biden.
dig my heel in. I'm like 99% sure Biden has talked about that before, not that he's done anything about it.
And it probably won't be addressed by Biden. So
I mean, they can strike.
yeah, well, they can strike, but we've seen that Biden is willing to step in and end those strikes too, right?
He ended one strike because it was
Yes, he
right before the
did.
midterms, and then he quietly went behind the scenes and tried to get those workers he ended the strike for.
So he f***ed them and then gave them a reach around. Sweet.
Essentially,
At least they got a nut. You know what I mean? Out of the deal.
yes. Well, yeah. Considering the fact that no other president, to my knowledge, has ever done that, at least not since I don't know, like the Roosevelt days, I guess.
By the way, the contract that Biden forced on them was pretty paltry in comparison to what they were asking during the strike, by the way.
Yes, because it was not. Yes, I agree. It was not everything that they wanted. But in terms of like, if we're taking a look at like overall good or bad for unions, he has been better for unions than any president in our lifetime by far. The rail strike thing is unfortunate. I'm not defending it, though I do think that he's done more to amend for that than any other president would in his stead. And all the NLRB decisions, the general advocacy for striking, the fact that the NLRB is like more actively involving itself in defending the rights of striking workers. These things are huge. But again, like I feel like right now I'm arguing about like the particular arrangement of confectionaries on a cake when my opponent has served me a slice of shit. Like Donald Trump wouldn't do, you know, some of this stuff a little better and some of it a little worse. He would do none of it. And the stuff he would do would be anti-worker.
Aren't you kind of arguing that you would rather eat a turd that has a dollop of Cool Whip and some little icing rosettes on it than a raw turd? Isn't that kind of like the essence of your position here?
I mean, I'm getting forced to eat one of them is the thing. There can only be one of those. Like I don't have the choice to not do that, and I guess I would.
I mean, you do have the choice to not do it. You've just chosen not to do it.
No, I don't. There will be one president. One
right, but you don't have to actively grab one of the turds and eat it.
No,
you can.
No, I don't grab.
Why is this about turds now? Oh my god, that's so disgusting.
President, the president's voted in by the country. There will be a turd in my mouth.
Stop talking about turds in your mouth.
Also,
yeah,
I think the difference.
Definitely going to be a turd in your mouth.
I think the difference.
They treat voting like an extension of their personality, or like a turd in their mouth. I don't know. That's so weird. Ugh. Thank you for this image.
Difference between the two turds is a lot more significant than what you painted out to be. We're talking about the most pro-union president in our lifetime versus Donald Trump.
It's chocolate dipped. It's chocolate.
No, I entertain these analogies because I'm not exactly like really that much of a Biden fan. But in reality, if you can't see the significant difference between the two, it's because you're ignorant politically. There is a degree of, oh well, aren't they all bourgeois parties anyway? That comes across as woke when in reality, what you're doing is just waving your hands at 1,000 complexities that people whose job it is to pay attention to this would be able to immediately identify and care about. We're talking life or death differences. This whole shit versus shit with some frosting, reserve that for like the party era back during which Dems and Republicans were basically indistinguishable.
I mean, you invoked the shit with the frosting analogy. That wasn't mine.
You were the first one. No, I said a cake with confectionaries.
And you're served a piece of shit.
We need a replay.
I said cake with confectionaries.
Rearranging the confectionaries on a piece of shit.
No.
I took it.
The confectionaries were on a cake versus the shit. I think that Biden, when it comes to union rights, I think he's the cake.
I mean, I don't know if I'd go there. If the NLRB secures the right for a litigation process for unions to force these companies to come to the table and actually gives teeth to the union movement again,
Well,
then
they have been.
I've done the GBGC thing, armed and standing between pro-LGBT counter-protesters and armed drag show in a state that's tried repeatedly to illegalize trans identity, with only the courts stalling that down. People who ostensibly are on my side, refusing to vote for a lesser evil, are sheltered and don't realize how they shit on actual activists. True. True, Nerodia.
It's better than anything that we've seen before
They only talk about turds in mouths, which makes me really uncomfortable.
in our life.
When a company can just cross its arms in front of its chest and go, "Nuh-uh," labor unions cannot flourish in this country.
Well, that's when the strike happens. But again, this is still better than anything we've seen before.
That's not true. In my lifetime, we've seen better.
Which president in your lifetime has been better on unions?
In my lifetime, Jimmy Carter.
I strong disagree.
We got a dissenter here, a fact checker. For $5, Parker says, fact check, Biden into the railroad strike after the 2022 midterms, not before.
Wait, is that you, fake Alec Kyle Parker? Is that you? Did you give them $5 to fact check them? Was that you, fake Alec Kyle Parker?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
When's he on the strike?
I don't know if that's. I don't know if that's true.
Google this shit.
Not that was a
chatter
particularly. Not that that was a particularly
Was that fake Alec Kyle Parker?
strong excuse to ask an entire rail union, but you know.
Non-voters really give SCAT a bad name. True.
Jimmy Carter destroyed the trucking union.
Wait, why can I not find this? Oh, late November.
You're bad with Google, Vouch.
It looks like, yeah, okay, that would have been after the midterms.
I don't really think in my lifetime matters much. When I was a kid, both of my parents were blue collar union laborers,
I
and
used to be a kid as well. That's what a coincidence. I used to be a kid as well.
we lived like rich people.
If only they had the privilege of being pro-union today, they could see a lot of hope.
They were vote blue no matter who, Democrat unionists their whole lives. Voted the party line, campaigned, walked the line with other unions.
Based.
And you know what it got them? My parents were lucky to retire. They were lucky to retire.
So
when
you
they
understand how you're like making spurious correlations, right? Whether
How?
because them voting for Democrats did not make the economy worse.
He was 0 years old during Carter's admin. Center wasn't great on unions either. Carter wasn't great on unions either. Hello, vodka.
Like,
Yes,
do
it
you
did.
think they? No. Okay, wait. I'm sorry. So which Republicans could they have voted for that would have made the economy better by their retirement date?
Which president destroyed Glass-Steagall again?
No, I'm asking which
Republicans
should have won. I specifically
16
want to.
viewers. Very nice. Welcome, everybody. 17. Welcome, one and all. We will do a lot of interesting things today. I can promise you that. It's a promise from me to you.
To know if you think that they had a worse economic outlook, because you are saying that their bad economic outcomes were a product of them voting Democrat, and I want to know.
That's right. We have 1,000 subs. I am thinking of doing a 1,000 sub special.
Okay, so I want to know which Republicans winning would have made the economy better.
I didn't say that. You're trying to force me into a conclusion I didn't make. I didn't say the Republicans would have made the economy better. I said the act of voting cyclically for nothing.
I would have made the economy better. Vote me in.
But Democrats, because they're the ones
can follow his own logic
that show up to a labor rally now and again, oversaw the same jobs that my mom.
So I have to say, I'm happy for you that your channel is growing. Thank you. We have been experiencing a big growth thing, which makes me happy.
The same job that my
2024. True.
My mom worked and retired on, and bought houses on. The people that work that same.
My mom used to work as well, so that's another thing we have in common.
Job at that same factory in my hometown.
If Chen can run, then Lucy can run too. True. You just have to donate more so that I can go to the US and run. There you go. Please donate for my US campaign. Donate so that I have enough money to, first of all, go to the US. Second of all, finance my presidential campaign. And third of all, for rent or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Did that pitch work? Are you feeling like donating now?
Can barely afford the rent on a 2-bedroom apartment.
This
now.
is happening everywhere right now.
Yes.
Yes. How
Yeah.
is this the Democrats?
Because the Democrats have done nothing to shore it up.
Okay, so what would Republicans have done better?
I'm not saying they would have done it better. I'm
Then-
saying that the people that are supposedly the best choice for me
They are the best choice. for you.
presided during their time that they had, which was substantial.
Yeah, it's not supposedly, they are. If a bad thing would have happened in both cases, you can't blame the better option for the bad thing that happened if it would have happened anyway. I mean, at that point, you might as well be blaming them for what,
I mean, it
the
just
wind?
doesn't. It just
They
like seems like
provided
there's a
no
lot of
pushback.
issues where there's not really much of a choice. Like
There isn't a
Israel,
choice.
On Israel, where's our choice?
You don't get it.
On
I also tend to get mad. So yes, LMAO says nomadic.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's so many issues where there is no choice whatsoever, and we're just supposed to accept that.
Well-
election cycle after election cycle, and if we try to change
Don't.
it,
I know. I'm not
No,
saying don't
the moment
accept
we
it.
try to change it, it's like no. You gotta just go along with it.
I'm not
it's the
saying
best you
don't-
can fucking possibly do.
I'm not
It's the
saying you
best we
have
can
to
do.
accept it. There are plenty of things you can do with
And
regards to advocacy
want-
and political pressure.
I wanna
I'm
ask you a
saying
question
no.
about-
Again, no. Please, again,
I wanna
this is-
change. the
this is
subject.
this
Please.
tired of
this
it.
is political engagement. Okay, there are
Okay.
plenty of things that you can do to change the duopoly and change what is politically
All right,
acceptable.
lay it out for me.
It's-
Lay out the change. How
It's
do I change
called
the duopoly?
everything other than who you vote for on election
Specifically,
day.
what is it?
Advocacy, pushing funding, arguing with media
I already do
organizations. Go to-
advocacy.
no, hold on. Go to local town hall meetings. Write letters to your local congresspeople. Write letters to local people, like mayors, town commissioners, even like local city planning boards. That can do a surprising amount of good. Hey, in the past decade or so, we've seen a recent rise in legitimately
That is what I do when I live in the US. I write to my local mayors and stuff. That's true. Vosh is correct. And I could do it again if you donate some money.
progressive politicians. Right now, yes,
I swear I'm so gonna turn on super chats. I'm gonna turn on monetization today. I can do it now. Why have I not turned monetization on yet? I'm not very smart, am I?
our government may be broadly pro-Israeli, but America is more pro-Palestine than ever before. And why? Did that just happen out of nowhere? Did that just happen out of the ether? No, it's because
Do it.
people
I will.
worked, and they've been
If I do it, will you super chat?
working for longer than any of us have been alive. There have been Palestinian advocates who for decades have had their cries for justice met with deaf ears. For decades, and only now will people listen. And yesterday, just yesterday, John Oliver,
It
a
doesn't really-
generally
Oh no, we've waited. We're partners now. I've got I'm gonna show you actually. We've reached partner. It's done. We've reached partner already. I'm gonna send you the screenshot. Yeah. And we just have to do a few more. Now I have, now I have to do a few more things, and it's, yeah. We've done it. The waiting period's over.
presentable
I like that
media
segment.
personality presented a fully pro-Palestinian take to an audience of millions of people. You can do stuff. And you know what? the consequence of you doing good stuff is that people vote smarter in future primaries and you get better presidential candidates to pick from. Without changing the first past the post system or the way we currently do things on a structural level, it's still always going to be a lesser of two evils deal.
Don't you
but
think
that doesn't mean you
that
don't
we
do
could-
anything.
We could save those Palestinians a lot faster if all of those people who say, hey, I want a choice on Israel, were like, I don't know if I'm voting for a Democrat this year. Earn my vote.
Again, stop with the fairy time bullshit. If all of these people
True. Stop.
somehow
You
magically
yourself said- wait,
magically
you yourself have
coordinated,
said
if
that
some
if
if some
Trump gets
listen
in,
listen
democracy's
over
over.
here in reality, if
wouldn't
some of
that
these
be a
people
huge
all
incentive for
I love Vaush.
magically
Democrat-
Over in reality.
coordinated,
desperately
if
want
some of these
re-election
people
before
all
democracy is
magically
destroyed?
if some of these people all magically coordinated and they all decided
Magically?
on
Why
a
is magic
single
being brought
on a
into it? Did I fucking
single
invoke
wedge
Merlin waving
issue,
a magic wand over
if
this
they
shit?
all decided
I mean, sort of, you have. You didn't literally do it, but you sort of figuratively did it.
on a single wedge issue to shift their
What?
vote on
Yeah.
one wedge issue to another candidate who would have
Or
to be
several.
developed and organized and funded and promoted entirely on this wedge issue, they would then have to have more people voting for them than the entire unified Republican Party. Ergo, what you're talking about has never happened, cannot happen. You are talking about fantasy
it
bullshit.
can't
You're
hap-
not
wait.
happy with how tedious
Wait,
reality
it
is.
happens
You-
nearly every
you
election
are
cycle.
not
Political
you are
promises
not
are made.
brave
Why do you think
for
politicians
throwing
make political
up your arms
promises
in the
the
air.
hopes of getting people to
You
vote for
are
them?
not brave for throwing your arms up in the air, ignoring reality, and only saying you'll lift a finger off or lift your ass off the seat if some implausibly, impractical, historically like unprecedented shit happens
It would not-
that
how
no
would it be
political
unprecedented?
analyst would ever say would happen. But you're like, only for this will I, politics king, get out of my seat and do shit. You're not special. And no, you are. You're special in a class sense. You're more privileged than the people liable to suffer. If
True. I mean, true. He said that he would not feel the difference between the presidents if they were like, I don't know, if he wouldn't know who that is. What a ridiculous statement. Yeah, true. Preach, Vaush, preach. I like the mental gymnastic to defend the Vaush position. What are the mental gymnastics? I think I'm gonna debate. Dexmex today. Give me the mental gymnastics to defend the Vaush position. Give me them, Dexmex. I will debate you. I will defeat you forever. At least today, forever. I'm not sure about after today, but today I will defeat you forever.
If this country goes under, I can leave. I'm rich. But there are millions of people in this country who not only don't have that privilege, but they work tirelessly to put the effort in where you think there's no point. Your day for work is not
I'd watch that.
at the election booth.
Unprecedented.
Your day for
How
work is 4
unprecedented
years
for a
before.
politician to have to earn the vote of a voter. That's
You-
not unprecedented. That's
Quit
literally politics
whining that you're
101.
not being catered to. You have it better than 90% of the people on this
I'm not
planet.
talking about
It's true. What are the deep fat fried boys positions that you shouldn't, I don't know, that you shouldn't vote for Biden, or that you should make that Biden should earn the vote? I think something like that.
me personally being catered to. We're talking about the huge block of people who oppose the genocide
Yeah.
going on in the Gaza Strip
And-
to be heard.
And
by
they're
saying,
doing,
"We will
yes,
not
and
vote
they're
for
doing work.
politicians
And
that
their
support the
lives,
genocide."
their lives will not get any easier if they just
They
don't
will
participate.
if
How?
those politicians have to spin on that issue to change on that issue in order to secure those votes.
You're just
Which-
speaking
why
for
would
them.
they not
You're
do that,
you're
Vosh, if-
privileged. You're
Why would they
privileged and
not do that,
arrogant.
Vosh,
And you're
if
angry and you're
we're
using them as a
talking about
shield.
Trump
You're using them as a
instituting fascism?
shield.
So of course these people would have a huger incentive than ever to
You're
want
hiding
to win.
behind them. The math doesn't change. The math doesn't change
Math
for you
doesn't change.
or
That's
for
right.
me,
Democrats
for nobody.
can't win
If
unless
you
people who are against
want-
the genocide.
if
Speak one at a time, please. That's not. I don't even know what they're saying at this point. Just one at a time, please. Please. I beg. One at a time.
still vote for them.
Want the world to get better, you do the work between the elections, and during the election, you make the best choice, and then you get your ass back to work. You,
True.
like
And real.
me, spend a lot of our time whining online. That's our jobs. But the difference between
I whine. That's my job as well.
you and me is that I don't think I'm special for my abstemiousness from the process that other people have lived and died and bled for, trying to build a world comfortable enough that we could be dipshits in a computer chair. You can do the work. You have to do the work. You do not have a right to complain and pretend that you are smarter for keeping your hands off the work.
Well, why are
There's
you
people
assuming?
who are
Why are
bleeding
you?
and dying right now, and we want to vote for the party that's allowing
The
it to happen.
people who are bleeding and dying right now, the most likely people to bleed and die, the poorest people in this country, those people vote Democrat. The poorer you are in this country, the more likely you are to vote Democrat, because in spite of the fact that your average American poor or rich is a hard, a significant proportion of people
Censored swearing.
understand, if you are poor in this country, there is a difference between living under a Democrat and living under a Republican, and you are trampling over that and the work that other people have made, the sacrifices. Do you think that winning is the hard part of politics? Losing is the name of the game. It always has been for every group all the time ever. Most of life is
I mean, that's true. That has been the true in Poland as well. Like this election, this parliamentary election has been all about not letting law and justice win. So that's definitely true. It was about not losing. Yeah. It's true. It's sort of undeniable.
learning to deal with compromise.
That's why we got a coalition with the Third Way, which is a right-wing party in its own right. And now the coalition, the newly formed coalition, will also have to navigate some compromises. But it's still far better than what we would have gotten. Thank you, Jess, for the tier 1 subscription. Also, I will have to set the O'Berry. Or we can just do this. Let's go. We can just do this. We'll just do this.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Because I think that this is pertinent. You seem very agitated at the idea that publicly, vociferously withholding your vote from a politician can have a profound effect on their policy.
That's true. You're not special.
Like you do understand that Biden is less likely to move if Democratic voters act like you than if he acts like us, and then if Democratic voters act like us, right?
Hydrate.
Well, I advocate for the ruthless harassment of Democratic politicians to get them to demand a ceasefire. And
You announced your intent to vote for Joe Biden before the election was even over the last time.
They don't, yeah, and I will continue to. They don't care if you threaten to withhold your vote. If voter retention, or sorry, if voter abstemiousness was something that motivated them to change.
Also, even if they're coming from a privileged position, doesn't mean the most unfortunate are right by voting Democrat. They were just fooled into doing so. I mean, DexMex, what's the alternative? What is the alternative, DexMex? And you haven't said what the mental gymnastics are, so I need you to answer so that I can debate you or something in the billboard of ideas. All the deep fat fried guys sound like the same voice with only minor differences. True, Susie. Right. The thing that really upsets me about these conversations, I think, is that the anti-voting person is trying to sugarcoat the act of throwing out a materially better future. That's what they want, but they rarely admit it.
Their behavior. The fact that this country is like 60% participatory in our federal elections would have been enough to make a difference at this point. That what matters to them is which political bloc is most likely to respond to positive messaging when it comes to voting to us. So when leftists continuously signal that we are the pickiest motherfuckers in the world and we will act against our own interests to throw our hands up to not vote, they're going to shift more with the moderates. The reason why the Democratic platform shifted to the left after Bernie Sanders normalized that shift left was because Bernie Sanders...
There isn't an alternative, just acting like a child. I don't understand why people are averse to a real third party. Okay, even as a foreigner, as a Polish person, I can answer this question for you, DexMex. Literally, as a foreigner, I can answer this. People in the US are averse to a real third party because no real third party exists. There you go. You got my answer. That's my answer. Feel free to register and create a real third party. And then we can talk about not being averse to it. Then we can talk about not being averse to it. But I'm afraid you'll have to create it from scratch first and make it successful. I'm not averse to the third party. The system is structured such that it's statistically non-viable of a national level. The Verge's law is statistically demonstrable phenomenon. The third party won't win given how our system works.
Prove that there was an active, mobilized, young, left-leaning contingent of voters in this country. He proved the existence of a voting bloc that the senile in Washington didn't know about before. They didn't care about them. We need to prove that bloc still exists. We can be rowdy, we can argue, we can threaten.
Like I said, acting like a child because they don't understand how American politics work. It's pathetic.
A wide variety of things. But my job isn't to posture, and I'm not good at theater. So the math stays the same with me. Now, I don't have an issue with people who want to reserve the vote right now. What I have an issue with is the idea that abstemiousness from this process, a lack of participation, or willful, like, disregarding of reality with regards to who we're going to get at the end of election day, these things bother me because there is hope. I'm not pitching hopelessness. I hope constantly for the work of the people who do stuff in between the elections. I just don't like the idea that the day to take a stand from work to complacency, whether you're doing something or not, is at that voting booth. Because I don't think that. I think that it's a marginal part of political activism.
What the hell was that? Who burped? They definitely exist, but people think that the established society will collapse if we stop voting for the same parties. I mean, that's cope. I'm sorry, DexMex. That's just cope.
So you don't think that? So you think that Democrats don't care about losing, but you also think that fascism is inevitable if Trump wins. So how does that track? How does it track that Democrats wouldn't care about losing when our democracy hangs in the balance?
I think that
isn't this the best time possible to extract concessions from the Democratic Party?
Well,
when they're so under threat,
because the incentives and motivations the Dems face are a lot more complicated than we give them credit for. One of the reasons why they're so tepid,
and like that's going around, the complications.
One of the reasons they're so tepid on the Israel thing, one of the reasons why their messaging has been inconsistent and shifting is because, for example, Israel has a heavy degree of corporate and political coordination, both with local police departments and with our military defense contractors, meaning that no matter how powerful the Dems are, it actually is pretty politically risky as a president to call for a ceasefire. Still think he should, mind you, but they're not being abstinent on this issue because they're like, willfully negligent or evil. Now, there are people who are drinking the Kool-Aid pretty hard, Fetterman being a good example of them, and there were the Democrats who voted to censure Rashida Tlaib. So, like, I'm not arguing that they're all, like, unwillful participants with their hands bound. What I'm saying is we have to acknowledge that there's more at stake here than just whether or not, like, the voters, or sorry, the Dems hate their voters, you know? We
even the majority of Republicans support a ceasefire as of the last polling I saw.
Yeah, no, it's a huge wedge, and we have to be we can be really good about this wedge too. We can be really, really effective in trying to drive the Dems left. And at the moment, we're winning. We are more pro-Palestinian than we ever have been in all of human history. Well, I say human history. It's only 100 years.
What the? We've been more Palestinian than we've been in all of human history. That's a quote for the day. I love it. I love this quote.
Since the conflict began, American voters
So all of human history.
have never been this pro-Palestinian. The fact that half of Republican voters are going for that, insane.
Do you think that a vote for Joe Biden is a pro-Palestinian vote?
I mean, compared to Donald Trump, I think it's a less anti-Palestinian
You think so?
vote. Yeah, Trump has said stuff that leads me to believe he would be much more hawkish.
I mean,
the-
isn't the action?
Yeah, I don't think Trump's
really-
gonna have any good policies on that.
I don't think he is
Personally.
either. But I don't see how you could possibly call a vote for Joe Biden.
I mean,
a
I don't think there is a.
pro-Palestinian vote.
I don't think there's a pro-Palestinian vote here. I
There
mean, I
isn't,
don't-
and
No,
that's
I-
and that's
I
part of the
don't see one.
problem.
There are two anti-Palestinian candidates, though I do think one of them is meaningfully worse than the other. I just think it's the Palestinian thing. Like I said, this is a tough
I
time.
mean, I don't know how meaningful it is, but I'll agree there is maybe some difference.
I agree that it's not super meaningful. Like, this is an issue where there seems to be a pretty strong bipartisan consensus to be like ghoulish on this specific matter. I just I think
Against
that,
the will of the American people, by the way.
yeah, no, for sure. And that's, I think that's largely a corporate thing. I think that's because for decades politicians have
Here we see anti-intellectualism in practice. Any differentiation beyond I don't like it is portrayed as cowardice and complication as stupid. It shows how people are not willing to think through their decisions. True.
weaponized disingenuous accusations of anti-Semitism as a way of shutting up political opponents, not because they care about Jews, but rather because in the legacy of the Holocaust, people still understand fundamentally that anti-Semitism is a big no-no in a way that we haven't really done with other kinds of racial or ethnic bigotry, because we tend to codify those, and anti-Semitism gets called out for what it is, or sometimes what it isn't. So there's a lot of like
True.
social
Like, for example, all forms of anti-Zionism is branded as anti-Semitism.
there, but the left is leading the charge on the right end of this issue, right? And there are meaningful consequences to that. The White House is buckling under pressure. We know that. Staffers have admitted to it anonymously when talking to the news. Like, there are
Doesn't
people
that support
quitting.
our position of withholding your boisterous immediate support for candidates and and extracting concessions by being loud and unapologetic about your opposition to their genocide?
I'm
Isn't
totally
that
okay with you guys, with everyone.
why don't
being
you
loud.
then why don't you do it? Because you have been openly just not only saying that you plan to vote for Biden no matter what, but encouraging your fan base to do it too, which kind of doesn't give you a whole lot of leverage when it comes to it. Definitely dumbs down the leverage, don't you think?
I think that the opposite doesn't give any leverage either, because as I said before, that would just incentivize Democrats to go after a moderate voting base.
I mean,
I-
your voice is reaching the halls of power. Where you were just at the White House,
I-
weren't you?
advocate for
What? You've got the power, Vaush. Just create a party.
harsh criticism and pushback. But at the end of the day, I think the best way to advocate for that, in my particular position, is to refer to the voting interests of others as a
I
general
just
block.
don't. I just don't see what the incentive to give a shit about the harsh. I mean, like,
If we just
What's happening?
And his molasses-like lack of mobility on this issue.
if
That he looks at popular creators like yourself that are basically saying what TJ just said.
I mean, let's
Oh,
be
yeah,
honest.
Biden-
Joe
Biden's a
Biden's not watching Vosh. So.
No, I'm saying
sure
like,
he is,
the
I've seen a
people-
picture of it.
the people that handle Biden, the advisors and the
watching me.
speechwriters and the policy wonks, they are watching Vosh.
Look.
They're not only watching Vosh, they're watching Hassan, they're watching Destiny, they're watching social media trends where this type of shit.
They're not watching me. They should be watching me. More people should be watching me and donating and subscribing. That should be a thing. Do it. Do it, cowards. Wait. No. Sorry.
It is rampant. Biden 2024, baby, before the presidency is 2 days old, that doesn't really engender you a whole lot of leverage when times like this pop up.
The impression that I've gotten from the data that I've looked at and the tendencies in the halls of power seem to be that
democracy is a spectrum, and we must always fight effectively for our place on that spectrum. True, democracy is, as I've read somewhere today, always in peril, unironically.
threatening to withhold votes does basically nothing.
It's true. Democracy is basically always in peril. And you have to understand this. I also really would like to see those people deal with the German political public. Like, all the German parties have been so much less differentiated than Biden or Blinken on this, and we are six-party democracy. Duopoly is not a catch-all explanation.
It does not encourage the Dems to go further left.
You just said
so. So it just helps them write us off. However, there are good reasons to pressure them, and there are things that they can be incentivized with that aren't us directly threatening.
What are you pressuring them with?
What do you think Democrats are threatened by, like, people withholding votes from them? Like, that doesn't make sense. Politicians
hold on. I want you to explain.
Almost more than anything else is people to vote for them.
Vosh, please explain to me how you're pressuring them.
Specifically, people on the left withholding votes. The Democrats.
Well, I'm not talking about just the left. I'm talking about a broader movement of America.
I know, but I am on the left. And the tendency to reject the bipartisan framework can be justified differently depending on where you are in the political spectrum. If there are moderates who are withholding from the electoral process because they feel like there's no real difference no matter who wins, that's a different issue than this specific dynamic, this engagement. I think ultimately there are two main things to threaten with, okay? One is, as a progressive issue becomes more popular, the more legitimate the threat becomes that Democrats being bad in it will lose moderate voters. This has been how we've won most of the positive shifts in the Dems over the past few decades. Not by arguing people on the left want it. Who cares what the left wants? A bunch of college students, degenerates, and sodomites? No. What
I wonder which one I am.
They care about is, does the median voter care? And the median voter, by default, this person doesn't exist, but we can extrapolate. If that person doesn't care at all, whatever. But if they can be made to care, like, for example, with gay or trans rights being made a majority issue rather than a marginal issue, then suddenly it becomes politically popular. Notice how Hillary Clinton went from thinking marriage is between a man and a woman to thinking that gay marriage is acceptable, and Obama as well. Like, that marker, that was the 50% marker. As soon as the median voter cares, that's what the Dems care about. That's what I threaten with. Your position on this,
well, by that standard, they should have already flipped on Israel.
It's only been a month. I genuinely think something's going to happen soon.
Because it's only been a month of the most brutal bombing campaign in modern history.
Keep in mind, we're talking about a paradigm.
More bombs dropped in the first day of this war than we dropped in the first year on Afghanistan.
I know that. We're
talking about like a 10-mile wide strip of land. The devastation is utterly unreal.
And therefore, don't vote. That's so stupid. Are you in college? No.
Only been a month?
No, I'm not.
I know that, yes.
It's not even something that you can say, dude.
About an unprecedented paradigm shift on one of the most, like, untouchable geopolitical issues in the past half century of American politics. For, in the space of a single month, to go from that being like an untouched issue to there being mass protests and popularity for Democrats plummeting even with moderates, that can take some time. I could be wrong. It's possible they don't respond well to this pressure, and that also wouldn't surprise me because, again, there's a lot of, like, corpo shit involved here. But I do think there's still a possibility that there is a move here. And also, the other big thing we threaten them with is the popularity of the issues they push for. I do agree that, on average, like, politicians want to get voted in. Like, you know, that's kind of their thing, even if they don't necessarily seek the far left as a stable voting base. And as a consequence,
probably not a great one to go for.
Yeah, they're looking to edge in things that are popular. The more popular certain things are, the more comfortable they'll be supporting them, even if there's opposition. A good example of this would be climate change issues. Climate change has been a known issue for well over half a century, but only in the past few decades has the popular understanding of climate change gotten to a point where Democrats, who have always, not always, but for a while now, known about the issue and kind of, teeter-tattered at the edge of it, but not really committed to it. Now, Joe Biden, he's not perfect at it, but the shift in rhetoric from now to even like early Obama or hell, late Clinton, massive. And a lot of that is just because they know it's popular enough that they can get away with it in spite of the potential corporate harm. So that's
Let's cancel the big pipeline and then make a bunch of little pipelines, Jack.
That's
That isn't the win that you're selling here to me.
Can you engage with what I've said and not with
I'm engaging with what
potential
you said.
counterexamples?
I don't care what the rhetoric from Biden is. The rhetoric in the lead up to this, when he was trying to convince people to vote for his old decrepit warmongering racist ass, was I'm going to get you $15 minimum wage. I'm going to get you a $15 minimum wage.
You're
I'm getting you.
One right-wing president will threaten democracy because his entire party and voter base are behind him, regardless if it's in their best interest in the long run. So this is one of the few topics that destiny actually gets right. It can never happen here is what they all say before it happens there. True. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Like it's the most naive position that could never happen here. Of course it could. And if you're just gonna be ignorant and close your eyes, plug your ears, it is gonna happen sooner or later. And you're gonna wake up in a reality that will be quite unpleasant and that you will have no control over. And by then it's basically game over. I sincerely hope that's not what you want.
Trail at him not fulfilling every campaign promise like every other politician ever means nothing to me. His rhetoric and his policies have been better on climate than were in the past.
I don't know what's worse, my indignant betrayal or your placid acceptance.
So no, listen. This is you. This is the child tossing their dinner off the table.
Yeah,
I am not.
Child tossing dinner. Wah. I'm not eating this, mommy. I've got other things to eat.
I am not accepting. No, I am not accepting
I'm
anything.
not a fucking child,
when
kid.
I state the fact
Beverly Hills
that Biden's
piece of shit
rhetoric and policies.
Child,
So mad. Oh my god. Don't call me a child, you kid. You Beverly Hills bitch. Oh. That's funny. Now that's funny. He got so angry over being called a child.
bitch.
Wait, be less emotional, okay?
I've done more stand-up labor than your lily white Beverly Hills ass has ever done. Don't call me a child on my show.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this is the funniest thing ever. It's not Vosh's fault that Paul doesn't understand anything about politics. Paul has Benjamin Button disease. He mulls over that for the rest of the debate. Really? I bet I've done more than Paul. Most of my work life has been in factories. Oh, interesting. Let's continue. Let's just continue, okay?
Then, like
Go
an
fuck
adult,
yourself.
listen to what I have to say.
I will
All right?
as soon as you
It is
agree to
not-
stop being a shit.
Can you show me then? Listen, okay? Like a child myself, I lack object permanence, so I need to witness you not act like one for 5 seconds while I talk. All right? You can say it's acceptance, it's reality.
I
The
love
rhetoric
this.
and the policy have gotten better, and it's a product of public acceptance. You providing examples of Biden doing bad things or saying that rhetoric itself isn't enough, these are not meaningful counterarguments, okay? Things have gotten better. I'm arguing for hope. I'm arguing for a process that makes
You got a
things
weird
happen.
way of arguing for hope. Life is suffering, and you just got to accept it and suck it up because that's just the way it is.
If that's their takeaway, then they're really stupid. I'm sorry. No offense. No offense, Paul. No offense, TJ. No offense, Scotty. If that's the takeaway from what's being said here, then you're just not very smart. I'll translate. Life is, in fact, full of suffering. Suffering is happening all around us every day. Every second, suffering is happening right now. And we need to be able to first find joy in this world that is full of suffering. You cannot tell me that it's not. And you need to work hard for a better world that has less suffering, even if you don't get your results within your lifetime. There you go. I've translated this mystifying thing that Vosh was trying to tell them. This horrible doomer thing. There you go. There you go. Just because you at the moment don't experience much suffering, it does not mean that the world at large is not full of suffering.
It is, Jack, man.
And now we have
that's some real thin gruel hope you've got there that you're selling.
And now we have weekends. Now we get to enjoy.
Yeah, for how? No, do we really though?
Yes.
See, you haven't held a 9 to 5 before. I don't know what a weekend was. Saturday was just a day of the week to me when I worked my jobs.
Yeah, and that's
So why
rough.
don't you, like,
It's a shame
you
you've
just
turned
assume
your
everybody's
back
got
on the
weekends.
proletarian interest now. We have
Turn my
weekends.
back on it because I started my own business. Go yourself,
Okay.
bitch.
Do you believe that there is value in pushing and suffering for a good political outcome, even if it takes a lot of time, as every bit of progress we've ever enjoyed has
Absolutely.
happened before?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Okay, so all I'm saying is most of the good things that we enjoy today were not born of some big, decisive, sweeping rejection of the status quo. They were usually, but this is like revolutionary fantasizing. It's something that a lot of people fall into when they feel doomer. What actually tends to happen is that a bunch of cynical people drop out, get injured, become alcoholics, and die at home, whereas the people delusional enough to cling on to hope in spite of all contrary evidence actually make the change. People who go in every day, no matter how bad it seems, and work and work and work, and they fight, and the cops show up and they bust their union. And
Speaking of working, I'm working super hard to bring you the best content possible. So consider donating or something. Yes.
they shoot their union lead, but they keep coming back for more. And then eventually, one
And
day,
the thing is, even if there is some disagreement on that level, that has nothing to do with politics, metaphysics. Metaphysical differences don't allow you to say this isn't perfect, so I don't vote. True.
there's enough public pressure that something happens. But that
You're like
process
Mother
is
Teresa.
suffering.
You know that? You essentialize suffering. Oh my God. It's the people that grind their lives away while the boot is on their neck constantly with little to no
That's not what's being said. That is not what's being said.
relief ever. That are the you know, lionize that a little more without ever having experienced it.
We all suffer. Some of us suffer for a reason.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Jesus.
I think we all
Is
suffer
that
for a
is that
reason.
too messianic? The idea that we have to work for good political outcomes, is that too like optimistic and hopeful? Is that
When have we
naive?
advocated for not working for political outcomes? We're just we're talking about
Jesus Christ. I don't think those three should speak on politics like at all. Like
tactics here, bro. Are you seem like
I mean, Dex makes what you seem to be advocating for will change something, but for far worse. Okay? I mean, what you're advocating for will bring about change. It's just not really the change that you want to see. Hippos got some of the blue-collar labor bigotry working to death in retail, and office job doesn't count as much as many work that gives you rough skin.
Really invested in this idea that me and TJ are advocating for, like, oh, let's just sit around on our asses because nothing matters anyway. I know that's the easier thing to argue against, but the fact that you've spent such a profound amount of this appearance on our show tonight misrepresenting our position and
Jesus Christ.
tilting against windmills. I don't know how to tell it. Let me put it explicitly for you. I am not advocating for people to do nothing political. I am not advocating for people to sit around on their hands and do nothing. I'm not even advocating for people
You sort of are.
not to vote. I know, must be shocking, right? What I'm advocating for is for people like you and I and everybody else to stop focusing so much on re-electing Democrats and to maybe think about the tactics and the power, the little bit of power that we do have within that system. Maybe start using that in a smart way and maybe start
Can you give any examples?
building something else. Now, if that's childlike,
It is a bit, yeah. I mean, to just say, hey, let's just do something better. Like, okay, what? How?
my apologies. If that's fantasy like, my apologies. If that's too hopeful, my apologies. That's who I am. That's what I hope for. That's what I advocate for. So
I don't know what you advocate for. You just say we have to do things better. I honestly have no clue what you advocate for at this point. I have no clue. Like what?
I cleared up your confusion on my position.
Look,
Oh my god. Vosh is trying so hard not to lose it. It's like these guys like the KPD and the 30s with even less bases behind them, incapable of distinguishing bourgeoisie liberals from fascists. It's I do like Vosh's reactions here.
Confusion on my position.
This needs to be an animated emote, I swear. This needs to be made into an animated emote. Or this face needs to be an emote. This face. A close-up of this face needs to be an emote. I swear. It's just... a picture is worth 1,000 words.
look. In 1920, Lenin
Jesus Christ.
wrote a letter addressing and regarding British workers and their relationship to the British Labour Party. He thought the Labour Party
I thought they liked historical examples.
was a bourgeois institution full of social democratic cowards that weren't capable of getting the work needed done. But he advocated that people vote for them and engage in their political processes nonetheless. He did this because despite being as much of a hardline revolutionary as anyone could reasonably be called, given the fact that he led one, he believed that there was value in sheltering under legitimate political organizations that were meaningfully better than the alternatives and doing good work within them. I disagree with Lenin on basically everything he's ever said or done, with the exception perhaps of this. This is how work is done. Lenin knew to work with liberals in Russia when fighting against the Tsar. Mao knew to work with the government when fighting against Japanese colonizers when they invaded. In all points...
What about Marx?
Marx said that communism could be achieved in America non-violently through voting. I'm not joking.
Yeah, Marx also said that you were only to work with the corporatist parties when the outcome for workers was assured, and you could use them basically as puppets.
Yes, and as we've seen time and time again,
that's not what you're advocating for. You're advocating for voting for our oppressors.
The difference between Republicans and Democrats.
Apologies, I'm sorry.
With regards to workers' rights is assured. I'm not arguing for complicity or for acceptance. I'm arguing for the strategic use of the platform and the power available to us to get stuff done. Every bit of good change that we have ever seen in this country has been a product of this strategy. I'm not arguing for complacency. I'm arguing for its opposite. I'm arguing for intelligent engagement with and deconstruction of these systems. One of these requires that fascists not win. That is a prerequisite.
True, it's the most important one.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you, Ness Wonder, for the tier 1 subscription. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're gonna help me put my big plans into fruition.
Fascism, we will be killed. Not we in the broad general sense. I mean me and you. We will not live through that, assuming that we don't just flee, which I would, because I have the money to. There are lots of people watching this who would be killed and couldn't flee. I think that maintaining...
Yeah, for the record, I'm not one of those people. I wish I was rich. I can't. I'm stuck here. I'm stuck here. So
then we have to not shit where we eat. Then it is very important, at the very least, to maintain the baseline platform upon which...
True. Don't shit where you eat. That's a smart advice. I like this advice. Don't shit where you eat, please. If there's anything you will take away from
good
this
advocacy
debate/talk, it's don't shit where you eat. It's not healthy.
can be built. If nothing else,
he's not rich, and yet he lives a way more of privileged lifestyle than me, who works paycheck and to pay the paycheck now.
Liberal democracy. Liberal democracy. This is the battlefield socialists most flourishing.
For single-handedly solving the turd and mouse. Stop talking about turds and mouths, please. I beg.
This is where we make our difference. If we are trying to fight within a fascist system, the secret police come for us. If we're trying to fight within a monarchy, the secret police come for us. It is only under a liberal democracy that we are given the space necessary to even argue our positions. These positions take time to flourish. I'm not asking you guys be happy with the Dems, and I can't force you to vote for anyone. I'm only saying that there is value and meaningful difference in a presidency under Biden versus under Trump. And that's the main thing I want to stress. Not who you vote for, but when you compare, oh, he's a shit versus he's a shit with like frosted cupcakes or whatever.
If this were an election that was just like, hey, I'm just looking at this in isolation. I'm looking only at this one election, then I would have to agree with you. I'd have to. I think it's completely rational when there are two candidates and one is a little bit better than the other to vote for the one that's a little bit better. If that's all you're looking at in isolation. But my problem is down the line. My problem is every election that follows. Because I'm just scared that, like, right now, we're not willing to hold the Democrats any standard. I'm not just talking the left here. I'm talking about Democratic voters across the board. Anybody who's ever voted for a Democrat. And I voted for Joe Biden in 2020.
Oh, sorry, I thought you could do. No, I understand. I just don't think if it means threatening that the Republicans win, then it's a non-starter. What we're essentially doing is we're arguing
But my problem is this. My problem. I'm sorry, I was just hearing some audio piping in from somewhere. I wasn't sure where it's coming from.
Okay.
The thing is this. I mean, I'm just kind of scared that somewhere down the line,
I thought that was from me for some reason. I was looking for the source of the sound, but it's not from me. I'm so weirdly paranoid about these things. This debate was so frustrating. Made this money easier, suffering a little. Thank you. Thank you. I have big plans and I need big money for the plans. So you're helping me by giving me the big money. Thank you. Lucy's super chat went back in time. Listen, I will get the super chats going. I swear. I'll do it today. I'll do it tonight. Please help fund my big plans, please.
The Republican Party is going to win. It's going to be, I mean, look how divided the country is now in terms of this vote. So I'm just scared that if it's not this election cycle, it's the next election cycle or the one after that, and they're going to be just as far right as they are right now because no one's ever showed that they need to be anything other than that. And if we can all agree, I think that the Republican Party has moved right. You agree it was a neocon party, an election cycle or two ago.
Yes.
So what my big fear is just like, we've seen that the Republican Party is moving right. And, the criteria being put forth is that we're just going to vote for Democrats as long as they're to the left of Republicans. So let's say this trend continues. Republican Party moves further and further right. The Democrat Party is free to move further and further right itself because as the baseline moves right, so can they. They're free. It's like the ratchet effect. They're free to move in one direction and there's no pressure to pull them in the other direction. So,
but that's not happening. They've been moving left like considerably.
I guess you could maybe argue on a few fronts.
I mean,
this is an issue where I will invoke complicatedness and say like whether the Democrat Party is
invoke complicatedness. What does that mean? Lucy will have to hire a legal team so that she can win the Supreme Court case to overturn the law stopping her from being president. That's gonna take big money. True. So please donate for this to happen. They will move further and further to the right if left-wing people don't vote for him and hold him accountable.
Moved left or right is kind of a complicated issue because
there's a lot of people watching today. Welcome.
I think they've moved left on
depends
some
on the
things,
issue.
They've moved right on others.
Well, it depends on the issue. Like gay marriage, I mean, overall America's...
And then it depends on where you're starting from. Because if you're starting from Clinton, you could say, well, maybe they've moved left.
I need as much money as possible now because I'm going to be talking with an accountant on Monday. And it's possible that I'm going to need some money to pay tax. Okay.
Left considerably on a few things. If you're starting from pre-Clinton Democrats, you'd have to say they've moved right on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, they're a frame of reference.
Economically, of course, like Roosevelt is to their left. I'm not denying that, but the current shift is towards the left. I don't think that there's like a broad, like people are more polarized now than they have been before. For me, it's like it's like you're on a very narrow cliff edge. You're like shimmying along with your back to the wall and you're trying not to fall in front of you. And falling forward is the Republicans and continuing to shimmy is the Dems. And you would do anything to get out of that situation, but the only thing that works right now is continuing to shimmy. Maybe down the line, the cliff abruptly slopes out and there's not a big drop. Maybe if you go far enough, the ledge that you're shimmying on is wide.
This has to just be privilege talking, right? Possibly. I think I'll be able to scrape up $50. Thank you, hey Carl Parker. Thank you, as always. Thank you.
And you can walk normally. There's maybe things can happen in the future. Maybe circumstances change, like you see like a rock embedding that you can climb on.
In the meantime, I'm gonna try to make the content better and better.
And you can like escape the situation altogether. Right now, there's only the ledge and a very long drop. I don't think that nothing can be done while operating within this duopoly. I think that even if we just accept the idea that Democrats have to win because Republicans' victory is unthinkable, you can still get a lot of good work done. And I think that we should all be wary that in the future, there might be like a wedge that can be used. There might be a point. But right now, like, every trend is pointing towards the strength of the duopoly. We can rage against that all we want. We can.
True. You cannot just complain reality away. You have to work within the situation that you're in. You cannot just throw your hands out in the air and say, I don't like how things work, therefore I'm not going to participate. That's just ridiculous. It's really silly. You know what I mean? It's just silly. There's no other way to put it.
can say, oh, if only people would do this, but they're not. Like we operate in, like, if only everyone would just be communist. Like we operate in probabilistic trends. We have to understand what people are likely to do and operate within that, because if we do the opposite,
Like,
you
we
know,
cannot just operate in a fantasy land. We have to operate in reality. Like, oh my gosh, if only Ukraine got like this gigantic influx of weapons tomorrow that would just allow them to crush Russia. Why can't this just happen? Like, okay, great, but it's not happening. So we have to, you know, we have to work within reality. Otherwise, we're just daydreaming. We're not really doing anything. It's just silly business.
we're throwing ourselves off the ledge
If
prematurely.
we're consigned to a duopoly, then shouldn't we advocate for the strongest the Democratic Party that's the most in line with our values as possible? I mean, and embracing some
Certainly,
really
there's lots of
popular ideas that most Americans agree with. Now, obviously, there are some ideas on the left that most Americans don't agree with, but there's plenty that they do. So why not try to get the Democratic Party to embrace those ideas specifically?
Yep, primary
And why
them.
not try to do that by saying, hey, if you want my vote, you have to earn it because that's the thing you want the most from me.
Well, for sure, you got to primary them.
So the time to do that is just in the primaries. And then when the general election comes along, no threat there. I'm just
literally, yes. That's the point of the primaries. Yeah, that's the time.
Okay.
But there will be no primaries this year, sorry. Yeah, I don't think that the presidential vote is very uncomplicated and very important. It's like choosing to keep the lights flipped on, basically. You can do all the electrical work in your garage that you want. You can build whatever you want. You have all the time in the world. But every 4 years,
you have to, if you want to have lights for the Shabbat, you have to leave the lights on the day before. A little tip for those who do the Shabbat, like I did this Friday.
you have to keep the light switch on. And right now, like, the darkness, if we ever allow it to overtake us, might not be fixable. I mean, given enough time, anything is fixable. You know, the Third Reich only lasted, 15 years? But I really, really don't think that would be, like, an effective vehicle for positive change.
True, everything is fixable. Right.
Yeah. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit more alarmist, but I feel like the woods are burning and we need to immediately intercede in every way.
And how would you do that? Like, I hate this sort of vague, meaningless jargon of we need to do things now. We need to just not accept the duopoly. We need to turn it into a quadrupoly. I don't know, hexanocoly. How will you do it?
That we possibly can, and that doesn't preclude not voting.
That would be hexanopoly.
For Democrats. That doesn't preclude not trying third-party options. I think everything's on the table because I think that now more than ever,
he say "Oof revolution," but he doesn't want to put the work in his LARPing.
The substantive, like the most substantive issues in my mind that we face are not being addressed. Climate change.
Okay, how will you get them to be addressed? What are we covering after this debate? We might be covering world organizations calling out Israel for basically committing genocidal action. We might read about that. And then we might watch something. This is a light-hearted stream today. We're just gonna go through. I have a list of topics here. One moment. I have a list of topics. Israel is one of them. Oh, I've got a nice video to react to. Poland, the biggest threat to Russia. A really stupid tweet that I want to react to. Something like that. So that's the plan for today, because as I've said, this is still not the we're still not doing the 1K special. That's what you're wondering.
Change is, you kind of tried to backpack
Today's stream is not the 1K special, just so you know.
Biden on that, but I don't think he's been great on the environment, despite what overtures he might have made.
Only said he's been better.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think better matters right now.
It
I think we
does,
need a
'cause
paradigm shift. No, it doesn't.
Every climate activist in the world would disagree with you. Like, you can check their statements.
every f***ing biologist and geologist and climatologist in the world would disagree with you.
No, they wouldn't.
Band-aids aren't.
Wait, no, they would. Wait, why
helping.
would you say that? They would absolutely advocate Trump over or Biden over Trump, like 100%, like with almost no exceptions.
They might advocate for Biden over Trump with no exceptions. I'm saying they wouldn't agree on like little bit better being meaningful at this point.
First of all, I didn't say that. Second of all, it's not a little bit better. Trump flat out denies the existence of climate change. And third of all, I think they would argue that even if things don't go perfectly, it's better for things to be a bit better than it is for them to be not better at all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see it from that perspective.
Then don't invoke theirs, because they do care.
Maybe my understanding of the seriousness of climate change is incorrect.
It is serious, which is why we shouldn't accept worse people being the president on it.
The main thing I've heard with them is advocating for change now. That's the main thing I've heard when I've read articles and they've interviewed people who are really into this issue of climate change. That's mainly what I hear.
Dramatic change now.
Yes,
like
and limiting emissions and trying to stop it from raising 2 degrees Celsius or the catastrophic.
The only reason revolution happened in the past were because of grand instability, because they were, yeah, you're correct, Fake Alcal Parker.
Consequences that the planet's going to bear, or well, I guess humanity. I mean, the planet itself will probably be.
I agree, and they also
True, Warka.
Want Biden to win. Many climate advocates and organizations advocates and organizations are like almost militantly pro-Democrat, because the difference between
that wouldn't surprise me.
And no, like really, you can look between it, like the Republicans don't even believe in science. Like, the official perspective from Republicans isn't just that climate change isn't real. They just flat out do not believe in any federal engagement with science.
I've talked to plenty of them. I know they say climate change is like so-called climate change, and you're like, it's not so-called. It's far from it.
Yeah, I mean, Democrats are still a pro-corporate party, but at the very least, a conversation can be had with them. Like, there are interviews that have been done with like climate scientists or like EPA administrative experts who are basically like, yeah, the Dems don't do enough. But when I worked under the Trump White House, like, if you went to talk to them, they would just flat out like not listen. Like, you would talk to them and they go
awful.
Like, yeah, they go like, and then you just get turned away. And your job was just to sit there collecting a paycheck and desperately trying to keep data as the world ends.
Wow.
Biden's a huge step up from that. I know the bar is low, but again, like, that's why we can't hit that low bar. Like
I don't
the
think
bar
we
is
can
low. Let's not hit it.
I don't think we can afford how low the bar has dropped. We're in the midst of a
we need James Cameron.
Yeah, it needs to there needs to be cataclysmic change, and it needs to happen like.
Why do we want catastrophic change? Wouldn't that catastrophic change be bad?
20 years ago.
Well, we
We're fucked.
We can't time travel, and there's only going to be 2 presidential candidates in 2024. So we do what we can with what we have.
I mean, there's going to be more than 2 presidential candidates. In
Sorry, the final,
two
viable presidential, yeah.
But I mean, let me just ask you this:
only 2 in all of America. Only 2 people.
Let me
put up
ask
for
you
it.
this, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Let's
quackers
say-
that think they're going to be president. Of course.
It's heated. It has not gotten heated yet. Oh my God, it's still gonna get heated. I can't wait. I cannot wait. Oh boy, I'm excited.
Just ask you another question here. You might understand. I mean, you definitely have a better understanding of civics.
Catastrophic change would be a revolution, but these people don't do anything to allow a revolution to happen. There are a bunch of privileged white people who make nonsense videos to enrich themselves.
Stuff like that. So I just want to ask. So let's say all of America lost its mind, right? Everybody in America lost their mind, and we all
May Spitfire. Some people are just fine with pointing their noses to the sky with their arms crossed in perceived righteous indignation. That's true. And a bit sad.
All just decided like we're all gonna go vote for Jill Stein, and she wins in a landslide, right? At that point, yes or no, does Jill Stein become president?
You mean if she legitimately won the popular vote?
Yeah. If she won the electoral college.
Electoral college, yeah.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah, they all,
I think so. I don't think she'd get very much done, but I think that the corporate superstructures that that keep the lights on in this country, I think they can operate mostly without the president. Like even if the president just flat out doesn't play
my only
ball.
question is like, how
They
is
would
it
need Congress
the case that
as well.
only Democrats and Republicans are viable then if the voters could choose something else?
Because that's who people vote for. They're popular because they're popular. It's tautology.
So it's all like you admit it's just like an Ouroboros of shit forever eating. It's like a turd forever eating itself.
Yeah, it's historical inertia. I mean, that's the case with
Okay.
pretty much all political parties. I don't think there's
Gotcha.
Most
like
of human history.
yeah, they root themselves in like they have like specific like corporate relationships and like their name recognition's a big one. Like
Well, maybe
like,
that's something we could try to change though.
well
Maybe
that
do
see,
a little differently. I don't
that I agree with. I think that like this is one of the reasons why
Need more than wishes to abolish that. True.
I'm a big fan of independents running Democrat in main elections, because I think that in that way you benefit from the soapbox, but at the same time you can be like, yeah, and if you want more like out there populist takes, take a look. I think you can legitimize it a lot that way. Like that's why Bernie ran as a Dem, of course. If he ran as an independent back in 2016, he wouldn't have come even close, because he wouldn't have gone to the debates. He wouldn't have thrown Hillary Clinton to the left
It was clearly a deliberate choice. I mean, he's an independent and he caucuses with the Democrats. It was clearly a deliberate choice.
Yeah, I think it's like being a leech to the power, really. I mean, that's what Lenin advocated for, like he distrusted the Labor Party, which I guess he should have, considering what it turned out to be. But like in the meantime, you can go to their meetings, show up at their debates, change people's minds, and that doesn't
That
put
is
you
a thing that's done internationally. Independents running through a specific big party. Yeah, that is a thing. It's a viable strategy for sure.
on top immediately, but it makes you a lot healthier than you used to be. It was only 20 years ago that the socialist movement in America was dead and silent. I mean, properly. Like, the closest thing we had to populist left-leaning activism back in the early 2000s was like the anti-Iraq war protests, and that wasn't leftist. That was just left of center, really. In terms of leftist engagement, it was dead quiet. And now, like, you go into any downtown city street and you are tripping over flyers and pamphlets from local like Antifa or socialist organizers. Like, it's crazy. And it's happened not just in your lifetime, but like in like modern teenagers' lifetimes. Like it's happening so quickly. I just think we've got some momentum going. We got to keep at it. And a lot of that is like extra electoral engagement, and a lot of that is also the fact that the squad in the Dems, you know, by operating under their wing, taking shelter a little, they can get a lot of messaging out that wouldn't otherwise be heard by so many people. Like AOC and her little Insta stories, or Rashida Tlaib censoring probably will open her up in the long run to a lot more positive press than the negative press she's getting now, I think.
It's entirely possible. I mean, it raises your profile. I mean, for sure. I mean, having that action. I mean, AOC's profile has been nothing but raised by Republicans attacking her constantly, invoking her constantly.
Yeah.
It's a shame she hasn't done jack shit with that profile. Same, she hasn't spent that political capital in a meaningful way.
I mean, she's one of the most popular politicians in the country, and she has been popularizing left-leaning perspectives on basically every political issue she talks about.
But when the chips are down, she gets told how to vote.
Yeah, she does get bullied. Yeah. We all saw that vote with the Iron Dome and Pelosi, which is at this point.
I mean, that was devastating. I mean, and that just goes to show you that this hope of getting
I think she's a great advocate, but I don't think she's really all that great of a...
Yeah, I mean, we don't, unfortunately, we don't need great advocates. We need great actors. We need people in
we do need great advocates,
power.
But we don't need them when they act. You don't need them in the halls of power. You know, it's if she wants to be a cheerleader, that's one thing. But
she's just one congresswoman midst about 400. I mean, you know, but
there have been times. I mean, you know, there was a time when the margin was razor thin, and their little enclave could have affected more change.
Well, I'm not a force voter. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know. Which you were against, by the way. Yeah, the
I
one
was not
time
against the tactic. I was against the
no,
issue.
no,
They
no.
decided
I'm
to
talking
do it
about.
on.
I was talking about Vosh.
I know.
Vosh
I was
was
just clarifying
vociferous.
where I
Yeah.
stand on it.
Vosh was
Okay.
vociferously anti-force the vote, basically the squad doing what we were told they were going to do.
I think it's more
Which is-
anti-force the voters, the Jimmy Dore crowd. People weaponize that issue pretty maliciously. The fact of the matter is, no matter how good a politician is or may seem, they will make mistakes. Bernie's made mistakes. He's not even calling for a
Apologies,
ceasefire right
I
now.
have to take
If
that.
we
Someone's calling. Okay, my mom called me. My mom called me. Sorry. I have to take that.
lowered our margins, if we narrowed them only to people with whom we will never take issue, we will never find.
Even FDR had the internment camps and shit. So.
Yeah, I tend to be pretty permissive of mistakes made by advocates and allies in positions of power because they're bound by so many invisible chains that we can't see as audience members. Like, who the knows what conversation Pelosi had with AOC. Obviously, I would like AOC to have like puffed out her chest and gone like, "No, Pelosi," and then like slammed the no vote down, which wouldn't have done anything because it was like 5 million to 1 yes in favor of the Iron Dome funding.
I don't know for an absolute fact, but I'm pretty sure I can give you a fairly succinct summation of what that conversation was.
Probably that we would malign you for being anti-Semitic.
Where's the vote? Seriously, I haven't seen this before, and this right here just justifies their childlike understanding of how this works.
Yeah, it was basically this: you're a bit of a rising star in the Democratic Party, and that star will fade if you don't vote with us. You think you're getting any kind of support? You think your profile is just because of your charisma? Your profile is at my behest. You will bow to my desires and my whims, and you'll vote how I tell you if you care about your career. And she does.
I don't think that was exactly what was said to her, but I'll admit that I or neither of us know.
Who knows? So we can make sure.
I have no idea.
This is one of the big reasons why Bernie Sanders was so careful when he ran, both in 2016 and 2020. He knows the standards set for him are higher, so he has to be more careful.
Right.
It's not fair that he has to be more careful, but he was smart.
I'm also more careful. I'm a small streamer. Paul's gonna... What? I'm sorry, what? What did you say? I also have to be more careful. I have to be more, oomph. And I have to be more boom, boom, boom. So in order to succeed in this space as a small little Lucy Haza. You understand what I'm saying here? You understand my perspective on this?
And he navigated that environment pretty effectively, to the extent that while he was shit on by a lot of people unfairly, he's also generally accepted to be likable. Like, there was a lot of browbeating from the DNC and a lot of unfair play, but they never succeeded in making him a reviled figure. Not even close. He did too well. He's too likable. He's too much of a crotchety grandpa. So he smartly leveraged that image and was able to push his message to so many people. And now there are literally millions of Americans who've been inspired to left-leaning politics based on like their access, their exposure to what he said. I just
literally
we have to be like the little fish that eat the plankton off the big fish, except in this example, one day we become the big fish and then we eat the other big fish.
Yeah, well, I don't think that day is coming under the current auspices.
It's getting better.
Homo sapiens, no one has said that, dude. Literally not once.
I mean, as we've pointed out several times, it's getting better and it's getting worse.
In terms of populist left advocacy in
When's
mainstream.
next stream? Monday, I think. I have to plan the 1K special. Paul is a typical liberal. He wants change but doesn't want to put in any work to actually change the system and make things better. He just wants things to magically be better overnight. True.
media, it's getting massively better very quickly.
And in terms of economics, it's getting massively worse
True,
very
but
quickly.
that's not a product of the Democrats shifting right in economics.
And see that you're giving them a huge pass for saying that.
No, but it's not. I'm not
They
giving them a
provided
pass.
no meaningful pushback and oversaw the undoing of some of the most important legislation.
I agree, but that's not them shifting massively right. That's a continuation of the party duopoly's bourgeois.
Them deciding to allow conglomerates and robber barons to come back and like completely and utterly obliterating the legal protections that prevented that isn't a shift to the right in terms of
I thought
politics?
we're mostly talking Biden's administration, but even if we go back,
no, we're talking about the whole output of your very, very well-known and very, very well-worn tactic of vote blue no matter who.
I don't know.
Lesser of two evils.
I don't know what these things have to do with one another. It's a fact
because
of the
you
matter.
were just talking about how much
I like the fact of the matter.
better everything was, but
So-
a whole generation of people can't buy a house.
So again, this is spurious.
Free
This
job?
is spurious conflation. You would fail out of a college stats course. The economy is getting worse.
I'm sorry for giggling. Sorry for giggling, but you know.
Not only between decisions made in Republican and Democrat administrations, but globally. As a matter of fact, America's weathering it better than most. Basically, every Western European country and most other countries that are even developed.
You know
enough
why,
to have,
right? You know why?
There are a lot. Okay, if you're about to boil down why the global economy is faltering to Democrat policy, you're not, right?
I'm going to boil it down to the absolute inability of Democrats and Republicans to steward the economy.
Yes, I agree. Because
2008 was allowed to happen because regulators were asleep at the wheel in both parties, and that's what caused the current global economic downturn that's never recovered from.
That's a huge part of it. Yes, absolutely.
No, that's the part of it.
Yes,
that's it.
Yeah, it's a huge part of it. And as you said, it was a product of a shared bourgeois tendency in both parties. Therefore, it's not really relevant to the conversation when talking about Democrats versus Republicans, or whether or not Democrats have shifted.
Well, it is relevant when the position is, shouldn't we expect more from our Democrats?
We should always expect more. What I'm talking about
I don't know if you're expecting more if you're going to give them your vote no matter what they do.
We're cycling. We've talked about this.
Yeah, it's going in circles.
I don't think that attitude
Round and round we
accomplishes
go.
anything. I think there's a lot of evidence that my attitude does accomplish things. I think that we've seen recently, especially, but broadly over the past few decades, a rise in the prominence of left-leaning voices, both in America broadly and in the Democrats specifically. And I think a lot of that is because of institutional savviness that some of those actors have engaged in specifically. I think that savviness requires compromise and sacrifice, because there's no way to be some kind of hard-lined, principled, super zealous advocate while also being politically effective. You kind of need to draw lines somewhere. And as a consequence of that, sometimes they do stuff that disappoints us. I get disappointed too. By Bernie, now with the ceasefire, by AOC, then with the Iron Dome stuff. But I'm still heartened.
Look, don't get me wrong. I'm not expecting perfect politicians here. They're politicians. Promises will be broken. Deals will be made behind closed
no
doors.
one could swear any politician.
I'm
if
not
that
advocating for some
that was
like
what you
perfect,
expected.
ultimate, wonderful Democrat that's like, oh my God, they're glorious in every way and they shit gold, because that's never been a thing. That's never going to be a thing.
I don't think anybody's advocating for that.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting the perfect Democrat to come
What are you advocating? I just
along and just be like this wonderful, magically good candidate. And anyone who falls short of that, I'm not going to vote for.
So
what I do expect is a little bit better than this. This isn't good enough.
What does that mean?
The Democratic Party as it stands right now, not good enough.
Okay.
Needs to be better.
The Democratic
And
Party
I don't think
or
that's
Biden?
a reasonable standard, because it's been.
I love this sort of advocacy for do better. Do better. Okay.
Better in the past.
Biden
It
is
should
the
be better
Democratic
yet.
Party. He's the head of the Democratic Party.
Well, sure, but there's hundreds
Yeah.
of federal members of the Democratic Party with regards to just elected officials. There are different
Sure.
people, and the
I really think this is a very typical American Christian perspective. They don't talk about what is good in practical sense. They want to religiously condemn people that dislike and think that would do something. which is pretty stupid without a god substitute superhero magically enacting a revolution.
I mean, I think there's value in distinction here. For example, we know that there are probably a lot of left-leaning people in the Dems who keep kind of quiet because, like most politicians, they see an incentive in sort of holding the cards close to their chest.
Just playing the game.
Yeah, which is fine. The more popular left-leaning perspectives get, the more likely they are to get louder. It's just a matter of process. We don't disagree that the Biden's not enough. We don't disagree that the Dems need to do better. I just think that this strategy for making them better and for providing better outcomes, in addition to the existential threat the Republicans pose, is different. Like, we differ on that, but I think it's a meaningful difference. And I feel like you've consistently tried to equate the Dems and the Republicans in a way that I find very irresponsible now. I think that the two parties are very similar in geopolitics and in their bourgeois tendencies. So economically and foreign policy wise, I still think there's a difference. I still think Biden's better, practically ended the drone war, so that's cool at least. But again, genocide in Gaza.
Now he just sells those drones to other countries or lends them to other countries to do it. I don't know if he ended the drone war. I think he just abdicated responsibility by giving it to somebody else. Right?
Well, we sold weapons previously, but whatever the case is, like I agree certainly that there's a closer parallel there. When it comes to preserving the stability of democracy in this country, there's no comparison. And we need that democracy because, again, they will kill us if we lose. We won't get a chance.
Economics is social justice. People that are LGBTQ are vastly overrepresented in poverty statistics. The same is true for minorities, immigrants, and migrants. These are all the people that desperately need.
True. That's why you should donate, because I'm trans.
Need our help right now, and by allowing these feckless Democrats to sell our fucking. What do you mean I keep not engaging? What do you want me to engage with?
You keep saying in response to me, I literally just said, I don't think Democrats are enough, but now you're saying, well, Democrats aren't enough. I know that. I agree with you. I am proposing a strategy that I think not only works, but has worked, visibly worked in recent times with regards to making things better. I think there are meaningful differences we can push for. All I'm advocating for is the right way of doing this. And I also don't think the Republicans can win. Again, they will kill us. They will end democracy. We will not even get another chance. It is like proposing any solution to our problems that encourages
how likely do you
Republicans.
Really believe that is?
No, I fully believe it. I think there's a real chance.
So you think Trump wins, it's done. Democracy's over. Full stop. There's no
camps. The camps fire up.
It's very possible that he doesn't fully succeed.
From where I'm sitting, where I'm looking at it,
oh boy.
I mean, like, am I denying that Trump has those ambitions?
Exactly, Paul. You get it. As queer people actually need help, and guess what? Allowing Republicans to win, which is what you do when you vote third party, doesn't help us. So at the end of the day, you are hurting us. You don't actually give a quack about us. It's all virtue signal to you.
See, this is what I mean.
About to get heated, by the way.
By the death of the revolutionary practicality.
I don't know. I feel like it's pretty unlikely.
Lenin knew to ally with liberals against the fascists in Tsarist Russia. Mao knew to ally with the government against the Japanese. We have to know which the greater evil is. You need to know both which the lesser and greater evil is. In your case specifically, yes. I don't think it's guaranteed. Like, it's not 100%. Nothing is, but I think there's a very reason.
Like gut feeling or analytical feeling or whatever you want to call it. Trump wins. Chances that there's not enough chances that we're not getting a 2028 election if Trump wins. What's the Bosch forecast there?
Total random guess, but I'd say like maybe 30%.
30% chance there's no 2028 election.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's a very unqualified guess. Of course, that's the best I can do.
I asked for that. I'm not going to.
It's a ballpark
fire on it. I understand. I asked for.
Obviously, there's aspirational in the Republican Party to make that happen.
That's also a far cry from the constant fear mongering of like the camps will open on day one and democracy is over.
In fairness, 30% is a pretty scary number.
30% is a scary number, but you know, you want to know what I think? You want to know what my prediction is? More of the fucking same.
Okay.
More of the
What? So
More
again, this
transfer
is
of wealth from
this
the
is
fucking
this is
lower
what I
class to
mean.
the upper
This is what I
class.
mean by reactionary politics through abstemiousness. You think you're being elevated, smart enough to see the bullshit, like a South Park character. You are failing to identify the broad side of a barn. Like every success.
South Park character. Why are you adding fake Kyle Parker? Maya Mayar. Wait, why are you adding fake Kyle Parker? What?
Successful socialist movement ever has been able to tell the difference, and everyone that ended up dead couldn't. The Stalinists in Germany back during the 1930s couldn't tell the difference between the Nazis and the Social Democrats, the social fascists. Which mass graves do you think they were buried in? We can't afford to make these mistakes. It's pivotal. The Republicans are screaming from the top of their lungs what they want to
It's almost becoming heated.
do. There is no equivacy. They have been calling for the removal of the FBI as an institution.
They have been since I was born. What's your point?
No, you are not paying attention if you think that. You're vaguely gesturing, you're waving, I vaguely remember them being that. No, you have no idea.
I don't vaguely remember
no,
it.
then you remember nothing.
Remember
then your mind on this subject is a void. This is incomparable. This is like you think
Oh snap. Oh snap. No, that's oh my goodness. So ay. That's oh ay oh Whoop. Yep.
The Patriot Act being passed compares in any way to the protracted multi-year-long campaign on every level of the GOP coordinated to delegitimize the election. They did an insurrectionary attempt.
The creation of unitary executive theory and its application by both parties since George W. Bush is another thing. I mean, the fact that the president can declare war without congressional approval is a modern
construct. Just again for clarity's sake here, okay? Right now we have a democracy where you can vote and the person you vote for can win. The world that he wants to build is one in which every single member of government that is either elected or appointed fundamentally cannot accept a victory from a Democrat. They were pushing to rewrite state laws on election counting that would allow them to throw out opponents' votes.
They don't even need to do that.
Gerrymander. A question.
I understand gerrymandering.
You can't keep a quick. You're describing the difference between like stubbing your toe and getting bricked with a hammer as like, well, they both hit me. You have no idea what you're talking.
They both okay. I'm waiting for it to get heated.
About what you're engaging in right now is not enlightened leftist perspective. You're engaging in bottom of the barrel South Park Cartman-ass tier, zero IQ, centrist, moderate, hasn't learned a thing about politics in their their entire life, bullshit equivacy. How dare you? You claim to care about the legacy of your Union parents. You would literally preside over a death camp and go, well, you know, Biden probably would have done this too. Like, it's like disgusting. What? It's
Biden would have done this too. Biden would have done this too. Okay, now it's getting
If you genuinely believe that there is a comparison to be made, I beg you to educate yourself because there is none. It is not comparable.
I think that there's an obvious comparison to be made, and I've brought up the reasons why over and over tonight, and you seem to get more and more frustrated every time I do, but I don't hear an answer
I mean, I can see why Bosch is getting frustrated, to be quite honest. I can sort of see it. I can
do it. You keep saying things are getting so much better. I'm saying while things got better on one hand, they got far worse on another. And you seem to want to divorce again. You seem to want to divorce your tactic from that problem. When the truth, Vosh,
you don't need to divorce two things.
The truth, Vosh. The truth, Vosh.
The truth is, I don't have a hazy memory when it comes to what it was like to live under George W. Bush or Barack Obama. I'm not 12, bro. All All right. I was a tax-paying
only
9 to 5
mentally.
worker during both of those presidencies. So let's be
I mean, it doesn't just because you were. It doesn't mean that you were educated politically. It doesn't mean whatever. Why am I even? You know what I mean? Oh, come on.
real about
Oh,
this
calm now.
shit.
You're
okay?
literally doing the bit too right now. You're like, well, I wore my blue jeans to work.
Yeah, well,
You don't know
I've
shit,
actually
dude.
lived through some
You're
of this
Oh, now it's getting heated. I mean, I personally like black jeans more than blue jeans. Just saying, that's my preference. If I'm allowed to express my preference, I like black jeans more than blue.
shit. Well, maybe I'll remember how it went. Yeah, I know that.
Oh, now he's mad. Look at the body language. We're gonna analyze the body language. The irony of Paul talking about somebody else being annoyed, like, brother, you literally cried about him calling you a child. Oh, okay, let's watch the body language.
You, dude. Well,
maybe I'll remember how.
Barely. Look, let's analyze. He's barely holding it together.
Dude,
maybe I'll remember how it went.
Barely keeping it together. Like, I'd be frustrated too if I argued with someone who fundamentally does not understand how the world works and just goes off of pure idealism when non-compete argued against Vosh about idealism. Paul is that person.
Went. Yeah, I know
you,
that. Triggers
you
young
think
people.
is wise cynicism. Like, you think you're like, what are you, Rick Sanchez? You just don't know shit. You
Rick Sanchez. Oh my god. Rick Sanchez. I understood that reference.
do not know.
Got
This is
it.
why you keep running back to the same, well, Biden's bad.
I understand this reference.
I know. Great. Tune into my streams. Find out more reasons he's bad. You think you're brave or evocative for pointing out that things have gotten bad, that the
You need to
economy's
write a
gotten
book
worse?
like
Everyone knows this.
How Biden is the worst thing to ever exist, and why you should still vote for him. That would be
99%
be a
Hitler,
hot
buddy.
take stellar.
Look,
Yeah, I know.
it's fundamentally disqualifying in a conversation about politics for you to pretend that there's an equivacy between previous and current Republican attitudes towards the dissolution of democracy. This is not this would be like you saying, well, they're both equally bad on climate change when one of them doesn't believe in it, except you did do this, of course. I'm making fun of you. One of them doesn't believe in it, and the other person is just not good enough on it. There's no point in making comparisons. You clearly have a very strong emotional attachment to being a disillusioned, doomer, like cynic for whom nothing will ever be good enough. And
True. Just like me, I'm also the disillusioned doomer, and nothing will be ever good enough for me. So I guess I understand the perspective. But that's why you tune in to my streams, right? To see me doomer and be disillusioned and whatever he said. It's true. It's true. This is why you tune in, as two people left after hearing this. Oh boy.
that's
As you
fine,
are,
but don't
so I
pretend it's
was.
politics.
As I am, so you shall be, my friend.
I'll
I'll be
whipping
here with
around.
What? Oh no. Oh no. We're getting the argument. We're getting the oh no. We're getting the you're just still young, Vosh. When you're my age, you're gonna be identical to me. When you live to be my age, Vosh, you're gonna be identical to me. You're gonna you watch, Vosh, just you wait for the years to take by. You're gonna be like me. You're wholesome? I'm wholesome? Am I wholesome? No, I don't think so. Religious thinking. The Grandpa Destiny argument's true. That's how Paul is acting. I don't think I'm that wholesome. You embody awesome, unlike some people. Wait, no, I don't. No, I don't. I don't think so, at least.
To like
arms
fake
when you
calm
get-
Also, I want to hear that again. You're gonna be me.
after freaking out when I called you.
Shall be, my friend.
But don't
So I
pretend it's
was-
politics.
As I am, so you shall be, my friend.
I'm
be here
whipping
with
around to
open
like
arms
fake
when you
calm
get-
after freaking out when I called you a
when you
kid
get-
isn't
when
going
you-
to
hey,
make people forget about the earlier part.
I know.
You'll be just like me. I'll be here with open arms when the number in your age is gonna become bigger and you're gonna be identical to me. We're not so much different, you and
I know that relegating
Boomer, when you get to my age, you'll see. You'll see. You'll see.
lived experience to
Oh.
some dude with no teeth sitting on his porch going, back in my day, the blacks weren't so
Where did that come from? Wait. Hold
uppity or
on.
whatever is the teeth sitting on his porch. Relegating lived experience to some dude with no teeth sitting on his porch going, back in my day, the blacks weren't so uppity or whatever is the easy way to do this. And I also understand that it's the easy way to do this to just go like, oh, you're fucking retarded, bro. Like I could do that too, Vosh.
haven't
I could
called
sit
you
here and
retarded
call you
yet.
yeah, you did. You said I was stupid and simplistic and
Where did that come from? How did we get here? What? Oops. How did we get here? What Paul is saying that when you become older, you'll be a fascist enabled just like me. Oh my god. Oh. Mm. Here we are at a crossroad.
didn't learn anything
Yeah, I
from
didn't
my
say
life.
the word
And
retarded.
by the way, by my
Called civility
years,
politics.
my decade,
My decades, my centuries, my millennia. Whatever. Jesus Christ.
of political advocacy. I didn't
True. My millennia of political advocacy. Come on. Come on. Pretty sure he's here for 43. Wow. So wise. So. Boo boo boo. Boo 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 boo. Paul is making shit up because his own trauma. That's literally what's happening right now. I've been watching Paul enough and long enough to know what's going on. It's honestly pathetic.
learn anything. I got no idea how nothing works. You just think because you lived through a bunch of shit, you got a fuzzy memory about Obama.
Out of
The
curiosity,
fuck
do you
off.
genuinely think that being like, I don't know, what, 45, 40, whatever, means that you have like some hidden insight into politics that isn't possessed by people who are merely 30? Like, is that...
It does feel that way, doesn't it? Vosh is actually asking a pretty good question here. Like, that's so... I don't know.
Is that like the bar you fall into where you're legitimately doing the like, well, no matter how wrong I am, at least I have slightly worse knees? Like, what are you getting at?
I'm making
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. No matter how wrong I am, at least I get slightly worse knees. My goodness. Oh my goodness.
taking the position that people, when you live through something, you might have something to speak to that a person that didn't live through something wouldn't. And I think you'd agree with me on pretty much any other
Wait,
subject.
what?
That didn't live through something wouldn't. Through something, you might have. I'm making the position that people, when you live through something, you might have something to speak to that a person that didn't live through something wouldn't. And I think you'd agree with me on pretty much any other subject, except like if I was a Hiroshima survivor, you wouldn't be here going like, "Oh, you think you know more about getting a nuke dropped on you just because you had a nuke dropped?"
Okay, I'm gonna counter this argument a bit by saying, if you survived the bombing of Hiroshima, it does not mean you will have some secret insight into the inner workings of why the US dropped the bomb on Japan, right? It doesn't give you special it gives you special insight on surviving the bomb, but it doesn't really give you any special insight on the politics of it, if that makes sense. In fact, you wouldn't have known how a nuke worked at all. The camera transfer lives for a lot of and Paul saying they're against this thing. I just, maybe Vosh will say it now or something.
You know what I mean?
Do you think
you disagree.
having a nuke dropped on you gives you like a degree
I don't
in
think
physics?
you would disagree. I don't think you would disagree in that instance. But for some reason,
no, I would
the fact
happily
that
tell a
I've lived
Hiroshima
through
survivor to their face if they were wrong.
Hold on. I understand that the fact that
Well, that'd be foolish.
I've lived through your stated goals and your vaunted bullshit my whole life.
I mean, I would be polite about it, but I wouldn't, I would be polite about telling the Hiroshima survivor that they were incorrect about physics or something, but I mean, you know what I mean? Like, right?
You think vote blue no matter?
I love how we should elect Biden to stop fashion, but if he's elected, people try to advocate for policies of the rise of human wage all of a sudden. What?
Matter who, some kind of like edgelord bread tube thing that you came up with.
What? Bread? What?
I lived it. I was you 20 years ago.
Oh my god. I knew it. It's the, oh my god. We're not so, I don't know. We're not so unlike, you and me. You are just me from the past, and you will become the me from the present. Paul has left a lot of, he's never lived through anything that actually affects him because he's white. Male, he doesn't understand real suffering. He understands being a person in the workforce, and that's it.
I canvassed for John Kerry. I canvassed for Al Gore. I was out there going like, look, dude, I know these guys suck, but we can't handle another George W. Bush presidency. You know what else isn't new? This argument that you're making that the world's about to end if Trump gets elected. Democracy has been over every election if we don't vote Democrat since God was a boy, bro. This is not a new
since God was a boy.
This is not a new edge that you're slinging.
You're
slinging old hash.
I don't
you're
like you're arguing
hash.
against the concept of math. You're basically saying, bro, you've been telling me to breathe air my entire life, and you and it hasn't even fixed my debt. I'm still in debt. Like, what do you like? My student loans haven't gotten paid yet.
No. I'm not saying I'm still in debt. I'm saying
You'll be just as doomer as me in a few decades. True.
I'm in worse.
You'll be just as doomer as Lucy Hazes.
Debt than my parents were.
Yeah, then manage your finances better. Look, I don't know what to tell you, okay?
We've gotten
around to this.
Dick. Manage your That's why people are working 3 jobs, right? Manage your finances better. You
Jesus, another Joker laugh from a debate.
Posh, rich, 3 jobs, right? fuck.
We've got the
I'm saying
manager
I have-
finances.
I'm not saying I'm still in debt. I'm saying I'm in worse debt than my parents were.
Yeah, the
I'm saying
manager
I have
finance is better. Look, I don't know
We're about to get the Joker laugh from this.
what to tell you, okay?
You
We've
rich
gotten
fuck.
Why do people do this weird Joker laugh and think they look good? Why do people think that, oh, I'm just gonna laugh hysterically, that's gonna make me look good in this debate or whatever? I never know where they're just putting on a show or not. That's actually a good point. That's actually a good point. You never know where the personality ends and the person begins. That's actually a good.
We've gotten
Go
around
eat
to
a
this.
Dick. Manage your That's why people
There
are
we go, we
working
got
3
him.
jobs, right? Manage your
There we go. We got him.
finances better. You posh, rich Beverly Hills, lily white, milk toast piece of shit. How do you even open your bourgeois mouth to talk to workers? How do you even bring yourself to do it?
Well, considering the fact that basically all unions in America, except for the police unions, advocate voting for Biden over Trump, it's actually pretty easy for me to talk to workers. They agree with me. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
You
the one that's
have a
The reason why they do this laugh is nervous tick, because they know they're making a dumb argument, but at the end of the day, they also understand that what they say isn't real. It's just a rhetorical trick, and they also understand that at the end of the day, especially someone like Paul is a cis white male, so nothing that happens is gonna truly affect him. He's the privileged white person.
equivocation.
You've
fallacies,
a very strong emotional attachment to being like contrarian on this specific subject. It's not something of which I can cure you. I'm not a magician or a wizard.
A magician? Magicians don't cure people. Doctors do. Vosh, don't you know the basics? You don't need to be a magician to cure someone. You need to be, I don't know, a doctor of some sort.
I don't know. Look, the best case scenario, the best outcome here possible is that this just ends up being another like tepid, meaningless whatever. You can continue complaining after Biden wins in 2024. I don't want to be proven right on this.
What a
okay?
total dick, dude.
In the
Manage your finance. Yeah, why don't you go talk to the exploding homeless population
in
here
the
in
grand
California? Oh, dude,
march of history.
You realize
Yeah,
you're basically Patrick Bateman when he bent over to talk to that homeless guy. You should get a job, Hal. What are you gonna pull the knife out and slit me in my dog's throat? You total corporate zombie.
Okay,
So like,
Jesus.
manage your finances better.
So-
Go and your rich ass self.
So as
that?
is being increasingly evidenced, I think you have a very strong emotional attachment to this particular subject.
Yes,
Look,
I do, because I was raised in a labor leftist household where we didn't namby-pamby around and pussyfoot around in politics and make doomerous
Pussyfoot around politics?
bullshit.
Didn't you just say your
judgment.
parents voted blue consistently?
They did, yeah.
Then there we go. That's your pussy politics. What do you want?
Yeah. My parents also hit the line.
Nice, good.
Yeah, nice.
I don't
Nice.
understand. If you think that I'm offended by the concept of your parents being harder workers than you, I'm not. I think it's cool.
Oh, damn. Oh, snap. Oh, snap.
You know, people used to work pretty hard for their livings. Nowadays, they still do,
My
but in
parents
different
are
ways.
harder workers than me now. What do you know about my work history, Vosh?
About
You
as much
fucking-
as you've yelled
you
at me during
little-
the course of this conversation.
Me and Tita's dad was a famous scammer, so we don't know shit about work. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, but I mean, like you.
He's posturing as the tough guy, but he still uncrying about an obvious joke.
You can talk to them about that, but if you're going to talk to me about my chops as a laborer,
Me.
I've been employed since I was
My chops. I've been employed since I was 4.
16 years old.
You know which party tends to aggressively push for lower minimum working laws at a state level?
Which party? Go
it's-
ahead and tell me.
It's the Republicans. They tend to be the
Is
ones to
it?
push for that.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, thankfully, we got the Democrats to push back. Oops. Child labor's back.
Wait, I don't know why you're saying oops. The child labor stuff is largely happening under Republicans. When Dems are in charge of their state houses, that doesn't tend to happen. Like, wait, what? Yeah, there is a difference between the parties. I don't like you tend to assume there isn't on a state level. Never mind. Look, like it's like with I keep forgetting if it's Michigan or Wisconsin or Montana because my brain.
Oh my gosh. Paul, I have literally worked longer and harder than you. You can talk about a labor intensive household when I started doing this.
Brain is small. But there was recently in the Midwest a state that just barely managed to eke out a Democrat majority, and as a consequence, they've done communism over there. Michigan, sorry, it's chat's saying it's Michigan, and then now also chat's saying it's Minnesota. It's Minnesota actually. They're doing like communism over there. They have like a 1-person lead in the state house, and they've been doing a bunch of insanely good shit. Like I think that the difference between Democrats and Republicans tends to be more pronounced on the local level because on a local level it's easier to win without being a big corporate stooge, whereas you need to be one if you're going to win presidency. There are too many connections to pull into there. So I think that on a local level the difference is more pronounced because like there are local Republicans that are saying insane shit with basically no pushback, and local Democrats that are doing really cool stuff. So I don't know, you can see stuff like that, and I feel a lot of hope when I see it personally, because a lot of those Democrats who are running in like Minnesota or whatever, those are like really left-leaning people. They're just running with the Dems because they have the name recognition, you know, but they are like pushing.
I know this is something that you don't know, you know, and I don't hold you to that. I've always advocated for people to vote down ticket and shit. Like I've always said, your local elections, great. Yeah, go down and vote in your local elections. Involve yourself civically to the, you know, I've never advocated against that.
I'm glad. Well, then we should have a Democratic president because Trump has openly threatened to attack Democrat state governments to prevent them from being able to get done what they need to get done, both with laws at a federal level that would restrict the ability for states to sort of engage in their own jurisdiction, or by outright, like, for instance, Trump threatened to withhold COVID aid money to a blue state. I forget which one, though, because their governor had been making like some Trump critical statements. So wouldn't it be a good idea then to have a president who's not actively antagonistic towards those down ticket results?
Can I ask a question? I want to ask a question.
Hold on.
Yeah,
because he says I never engage.
Okay, go ahead.
Like that being a more localized election, I don't necessarily disagree with, you know, what you've said. They would be better off. My argumentation is not against voting in your local.
Oh, stop grooming yourself, Vosh. Again, that's not what you're supposed to do in a stream.
Elections,
but like getting Biden
but I think that you're downplaying, or maybe
get over yourself, Vosh.
Just neglecting to mention the absolute magnification power that federal politics has over state.
True, which is why we should have better presidents, I imagine.
Absolutely. Well, we don't disagree on that. I don't think Biden's it.
Well, it's Biden.
I just want to ask, you know, we talk a lot in here about the preservation of democracy.
Right.
And I'm kind of curious.
Scotty's not really speaking at all, so I don't know why it's called a 3v1 debate. Scotty's not saying anything.
Why that's
Kyle, come on.
even being tossed out as a value when apparently there's only one party that you can vote for. Like
this absurd Christian work ethics is also really bad and against their supposed political positions. People should be working less and not by being forced. Why would they use they were forced to work at credentials? It's ridiculous. His mere presence is argument enough.
Functionally, I mean, according to you, Vosh, you can only functionally vote for Democrats or democracy is destroyed. So doesn't that mean democracy is kind of already destroyed because there's only one party you
there's
can
a strong
vote for?
possibility it could be. He didn't say.
I mean, like
at certain.
Right.
We do have like very institutionally cemented parties, but there is a very strong correlation for the most part between what people want and what actually happens in our government. Now, that's not a perfect relationship. Obviously, for one, like a
I mean, I've
majority
read
of people
studies that
want-
say the opposite, that we're functionally an oligarchy and that it basically
I'm familiar with the study you're referring to.
You know, you've heard this study, I'm
yes,
sure.
there are critiques of its methodology, but still, if you want to make that
Okay.
comparison to how, say, like China's relative like aspect ratio functions on that,
Sure.
it's not perfect. And a good example
Better
of
than
it,
China. Great. Good for us.
well, they're not a democracy, but
He's mere presence.
Sure, yeah.
a good example of like a problem with this, of course,
I mean, neither are we really, but
is manufactured consent, where even if people want something, they can be told to want something by being lied to or being sort of selectively given information. And as a consequence of that, like democracy there is sort of a sham. Now, the problem with that in America is that by all measures, we're actually like a pretty democratic country. We're not perfect. There are countries that do it better, like the Scandinavian countries. But by most standards that look at this, both in liberal and leftist sources, there is a pretty strong relationship between like voter will and what's going on, and that's not completely captured. And in this environment, we have rights. We have a right to a freedom of speech, more freedom of speech rights than almost any other country in the world, which we should absolutely not take for granted. We have political rights. I'm not saying it's a perfect or
I mean, there's
like,
a whole lot of issues where it seems like
We're
the will of the
described as a
people is
flawed
not done.
democracy. If you look at democracies, that's what we're called. We're called a
yeah,
flawed democracy.
and we are a flawed democracy. And if you compare that to like the total list
Okay.
of countries in the world, or like the total population of the world, like include
flawed
India,
guy.
China, Indonesia, like there's a lot to be thankful for here. Now, again, is it enough? No, we should fight for better. But what we are is a lot better than, again, like Turkmenistan or Sudan or Saudi Arabia.
Oh yeah,
Sudan-
Sudan's a horrible one.
Well, it's, you know, I personally would not want to live there. You can call that my a white Western bourgeois preference, but you know, it seems kind of dicey there.
Yeah, I don't think many people are gonna actually want to live in South Sudan.
Yeah,
I-
and anybody who would get upset at you for that should go do it themselves.
Yeah, like go
I
do
don't
it. Tell
think
me
they
how it works
would.
out for you.
Yeah, I again, like it's very worth preserving here. The difference here is very meaningful. Like for instance, a good example of this would be that General Attorney Barr under Trump's administration, with the Black Lives Matter protests, was pushing around the idea of using the Insurrection Act to arrest people at protests that turn violent. Now, this would be probably one of the most authoritarian things to have ever happened in this country. Like this would be up there with anything Nixon did, possibly quite a bit worse. It was like very, very bad.
I mean, Japanese internment camps bad.
Yeah, no, it'd be in that ballpark. Yeah, we're talking
Okay.
about the mass arrest of at the very least hundreds of thousands of people, overflowing detention centers, prison cells. Like it
We already have that.
okay, and then very quickly a bunch more for political reasons, as opposed to
Sure.
like the right. Yeah, so that was something that the last Trump administration was very close to doing, like very, very considering. That's just one thing. From the destruction of the administrative state to Trump like openly threatening to sue journalists or like bring charges against them for reporting accurately on what his administration is doing.
Well,
to
I mean, that's the goal of the incarceration industrial complex,
Okay.
which Biden is super cozy with.
you really can't identify that Trump's administration is openly flaunting their willingness to do the worst version of broad trends that have been problems in this country. You seem to be under the impression that there is a comparison between outright fascism and the fascistic tendencies of a bourgeois state. There is a line there, and that line is a bullet train called the Trump administration. The thing
Bullet
that brings you from bad tendency in a democracy to a fascist government is, in this case, the fascist strongman. That's what we have to be careful about. Yes, we have problems with our prison system right now. Yes, Joe Biden authored the crime bill. He's hardly bloodless here. But what he did not advocate for was the mass political arrest on insurrection charges, no less, not disorderly conduct, not rioting, not disruption of a public space, insurrection. Hundreds of thousands of people, potentially millions, depending on, I mean, they could have gotten millions if they wanted.
Well, that's
This-
what Trump's trying to tell to his supporters now with his trial is that it's a political prosecution.
Yeah, and as a product of that, the majority of Republican voters don't believe in democracy anymore. They believe that the deep state is always out to get Trump, and no matter what happens, he's always the one who would have legitimately won. And this is like an anti-democracy through line that has to be crushed. It has to be broken and snapped and ground into dust.
Well,
Country
so
can't survive this.
I think that in a lot of ways, and we can disagree on this, your kind of stated objectives here and your strategies going forward are what's responsible for us having so little choice when it comes to our
True. You
two
made
parties.
it. You made this.
Like
Vouch.
I cannot divorce your, because like I said before, a little angrier, your strategies are nothing new. This is not new or revolutionary thinking.
True. You're not innovative, Vouch. You bad boy.
You accused me of not being the revolutionary thinker, but I think that means you think that you are, and voting for Biden is your strategy.
I don't think
And this
not
is not
leaping
new.
off the cliff is a new strategy.
The lesser of two evils argument has been made over and over and over again.
I'm engaged. This is the radical politics of don't shoot yourself in the head to avoid another problem. I think that a Trump presidency is a bullet to the head. I think that threatening anything which increases the likelihood of that to solve any other issue is as sensible as threatening a bullet to the brain to solve any other issue.
There's a chain of events here that happened that led exactly to this. I went back and I rewatched our first conversation together. And one of the things that stuck out to me was I laid out for you in that first conversation. I said, here's what I'm concerned with, Vosh. We vote Biden. We basically get a holdover of Trump era policy. Maybe a little sprinkle of good here and there, but mostly just a pause on Trump era policy. And then we get Trump again. And you scoffed super hard at me for that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
I said I
Trump
remember.
was done.
I did. I would never have said that Trump is just flat out done. I might have said that there's a high likelihood he wouldn't be as powerful the next time around. I still believe that. Also, 4 years of not shooting yourself in the head, that's great. I think you should continue to do that.
Not if you're a migrant.
You think migrants should shoot themselves in the head?
What? No.
Why?
Not how I meant that.
What the hell? Okay, that sounded really bad.
Shooting.
You know,
think in the head? That wouldn't be as powerful the next time around. I still believe
Oh
that.
my
Also,
God.
4 years of not shooting yourself in the head, that's great. I think you should continue to do that.
Not if you're a migrant.
You think migrants should shoot themselves in the head?
What? No.
Why? No,
how I meant that.
It's
I just
shooting.
meant that the comparison doesn't hold water if you're a migrant. I don't think.
Sure, it does.
migrants
Trump was as bad or worse than Biden on this. There you go. Simple.
Trump. They're actually fundamentally the same on this.
They're not. The end
Trump
to the policy to
has
separate
quietly
children
been
from families.
re-implemented. I
I mean, understandable facial, Parker.
can't remember the Remain in Mexico policy was re-implemented.
Yeah, family separation wasn't there. Minor difference, big improvement.
There are still hundreds and hundreds of families separated.
Right, but Biden created a task force to reunite them and has for the vast majority. He's not magic. He can't like snap his fingers and reunite. He's not choosing to not reunite the missing families. That's on Trump. Again, like it's always like, oh, well, they're bad for this. They're bad for this. I know there are always things to improve. But I just like you don't seem to comprehend. There's a very
things here.
You don't seem to
I feel like
understand.
a lot of
well, no.
things that shouldn't be
You're
downplayed
advocating
are
for
being
making them
downplayed.
worse. Is the thing. Like right now, no matter how much you pretend
I'm
otherwise,
I personally think they should get better. I'm in
no
favor
matter
of
how
better,
much you
know.
close your eyes and put your fingers in your ears and go nah. The fact of the matter is, no one. There is not going to be
Wait,
some
hold on, let's
magical
test it.
hundred. There is not.
Yeah, I was. Okay.
Is it better? Is it better yet?
No, it's not.
Not better for a second.
Aren't
The
you
country
older
better
than me?
yet?
You wouldn't know it.
Legit, yeah. Jesus, like God, throwing
fuck
your
God, I agree
baby
with that.
toys out of the pram to fix politics. Look, I
Oh. Oh my God.
You don't seem to
Of
understand
crap.
that the consequence of your policy, of your idea here is
I don't
just
set policy.
there would
I'm
be
not a
fewer.
politician.
I know you don't commit to anything because that would require a spine. But
I'm
if you
pretty sure I
if you
have
True.
committed to several
if
things.
you
I
don't,
know.
the only thing you've committed to is a
I'm not the
lack
one
of
you're mad at,
understanding
remember.
of the
Paul's the one
differences
you're
between
arguing with.
Republicans and Democrats.
It's like arguing with a flat earther. True.
Your commitment
pretty
here is to
cordial.
ignorance.
I mean, didn't they have a discussion about Ukraine as well and was horrible as well? Like, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't the Amazing Atheist and Paul Zigo have like a horrible discussion about Ukraine as well? Wasn't that a thing? Am I wrong on this? Am I misremembering? Am I having an amnesia moment?
In this specific scenario, right now, things are more heated than they have been in the past, but the underlying
Nope, what? Nope, they didn't, or nope, I'm not misremembering. Don't make me look it up.
tendency remains the same. You vote for the best possible candidate. If you want to change things, you have to change the systems. Changing systems is hard and takes time. The best way to do that is to leech existing power and institutions and soapboxes. We do that through the Dems. We see good outcomes. We have
I could have sworn they had a pretty bad discussion about Ukraine.
seen good outcomes. The math is on my side. The
With
science
someone
on
around.
my side. History on my side. On your side, a
I
childish
could have sworn.
indignation and unwillingness to participate and a flagrant disregard for the threat fascists pose to this country.
I've not
Very leftist of
advocated
you.
non-participation. So.
Very leftist of you.
And neither one of us is advocating that. Here's that old crazy straw man again.
Yeah,
You might want to wait till we're not on
we'll-
here.
we'll
before
let
you
the
straw man
historians
us.
decide.
Yeah. This is definitely shit that I would reserve for the shit talk post show where we're not here to like call you on it
We're
over
not
and
gonna be
over.
like, that's not what we
And
said.
by the way, I would like to add to further the discussion. You're just a big old baby, Vosh, and I find it hard to explain to your monosyllabic child's mind the very idea of resisting your oppressors when the world is burning.
Oh yes, the resistance of Paul Zigo and the Amazing Atheist. They're resisting so hard and so bravely. So valiantly they are resisting.
Find it impossible to elucidate to your tiny little toddler of a mind what the broad scope and the based revolutionary nature of my position, Vosh.
It's almost over. It's just funny that Paul says that because the understanding of politics is nothing more than my 8 years old godson's understanding of politics.
Do you appreciate how I didn't talk over you, so you
how's
could really
that, how's
focus
that
on
f***ing
syllable?
feel, bitch? How do you like that? I'm not a child. There's no children present. Okay.
I'm not sure how to comment on this, but I'm stumped. I'm stumped. That's all I have to say. I'm stumped. I'm just
Okay, thank goodness.
Why
There's
would
no children present.
Why would
here.
you call me monosyllabic but then make fun of me for using vocab words? Shouldn't you have said polysyllabic?
Monosyllabic is the word that I used, and it means that you only use one syll because you dumb. That's what it means.
Is that what I'm known for? But then you said immediately. All right, whatever.
Yeah, I'm also not known for
bit you
being
want to go for.
I'm also not known for being a uninformed child, despite what some of the people in your chat and community might parrot.
Well, you've Shurfkins otherwise tonight. Look, I don't know.
true.
I just
Okay.
I don't want fascism to win. I am castigated. I am like Christ on the cross. They nail me to the cross because I believe that the fascists should not win the presidential election. In my corner, agreeing with me is everyone who does advocacy work for everything meaningful that gives us joy and light in our lives. And on your side, I guess there's, I don't know, habitual pot smokers. I feel like we've made
Habitual pots. Oh, shots were taken. Habitual pot smokers. I love it.
the arguments. I feel like we've made our cases. We can leave it to time, history, and in my case, the unerring laws of mathematics to determine who is correct.
True.
Got it. All right. Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Yeah. Well, you know what? One more thing before you leave, Vosh. One
What is
quick
it?
thing. It won't turn into a big thing. I just wanted to say from my heart,
Oh my gosh.
good day, sir.
Thanks for having me on, Lance. I hope you do well.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it coming on.
Take care.
Appreciate you. Have a good day.
Well, that happened. Well, I tried.
It did.
I feel like I could have been a little less mean at some points there, but also I really didn't want to. That's
I see.
that wasn't planned to be a voting debate. Debate was it? I kind of figured it would be. Yeah. I really do feel like it's emotional. I feel like there's like nothing I can say. There's like it feels like I'm taking crazy pills sometimes because like it legitimately seems like. So first of all, like the first mistake they always have to make, and by they I mean like people who are like this, I guess, is they always have to downplay the threat Republicans face. This is like big, like weird South Park centrist energy to me, where it's like, well, both sides are bad. Like if you don't understand the difference, and he tried to equivocate, and by he I mean Paul's ego, because Paul's ego is the one I was arguing with like most of the time there. Paul's ego tried to like equivocate the threats between Dems and Republicans so many times, and he was wrong on like every one. The point where he paused, because the point where I said like it's usually Republicans who are lowering like minimum work age laws, and he's like, and look how things have gone under Democrats, not realizing that it was a state thing, and that under Democrats that doesn't tend to happen like that. Like, yes, you know, and then he got silent for a bit. I think that he just emotionally like first principles or whatever has to believe
True.
that
This is my first principle. Paul is a perfect example of how acid and shrooms can ruin your mind and make you forget.
both sides are fundamentally the same, because he grew up hearing that they were different, and he's sick of it because he keeps hearing over and over, hey, why is the world not getting better? Even though I keep hearing, the one side so much better than the others. Why hasn't politics ended? Why hasn't good prevailed? And it's just like, it's a child's understanding of politics, fundamentally.
It's true. It's my understanding of politics because I'm childish.
No one prevails in politics, not in the long run. Certainly, you just fight and fight and fight. And if you fight good, things are a bit better, and sometimes a lot better if you're really lucky, you know. And if you lose, things can get a little worse, and sometimes a lot worse. And you keep doing that until you die, and that's life, and that's joyous. That's a joyous celebration. Okay, that's a wonderful thing. All right, life is lived for conflict, but not against your fellow man. Instead, against inequality and injustice. And that's the burden we're all born with, the burden of knowing we could make a difference if only we tried. And that is what we have to do, and that is how it works. And there are no cheap solutions or easy answers. It's always like that. And that's good. It's not fair, but it's good. So that's one with the Republicans. And for two, I don't like when I talk to people like this, they never acknowledge that their solution makes no sense at all. Because they literally, the argument is like, what if 100 million
Actually predicted that at some point the best outcome between the Ukrainian front would be a ceasefire, and fast forward a few months down the line, the news supporting that a ceasefire is end. Amazing. I don't know where you get your news from that the ceasefire is imminent, but I just don't know where you get your news from, Tex-Mex, about Ukraine. I I just have no clue what sort of poll predicted. What a prediction, by the way. Oh, a war? Stopping the war would be best. Prediction. Don't make me laugh. I'm sorry. Don't make me laugh.
People just broke off from the Democrats and voted for this hitherto unknown extra party. You know, like what do you?
Also, when did Paul make that prediction that you're saying fast forward a few months down the line? What did Paul predict a few months ago that the war... when did he predict that exactly? And what makes you think that the ceasefire is imminent?
That is never what are you talking about, you know?
What makes you think that, actually?
Emily did very well holding them to Trump's fascism. Nothing in Bush's rhetoric or explicit goals came close to him. Yeah, this is the thing. Fascism is usually like a negative extrapolation of the worst elements that were already present within a liberal democracy. Like Weimar Germany was already anti-Semitic. It was already reactionary. There was already a strong nationalistic sentiment from people who felt embittered by the results of the First World War. The United States already has a massive prison industrial complex, already has a massive and well-developed military industrial complex. We have our own issues. They're real. We have racism here. We have all these issues, okay? And fascism takes these things and uses them as wedges and like crucial issues to elevate their like hyper-nationalistic, you know, palingenetic bullshit, you know, their authoritarianism. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so like pointing out, like this would be like arguing that Hitler's really bad. It'd be like being in like 1932 and me pointing at Hitler and saying, hey,
in this conversation with Dylan Brins, and news sources in the States are reporting this. What news sources? Give me the sources, because I'm gonna tell you this is nonsense. What news sources are reporting this? And based on what? Oh yeah, that's the conversation I was talking about. That's the horrible conversation I was talking about. I wonder if Dylan Burns. Thank you, Dexmax. Thank you. That's the bad conversation. That's right. That's the horrible conversation about Ukraine by Paul Zigo and TJ Kirk. Correct.
That's really bad. And Paul Zigo is like, you know, under the Weimar Republic, there's still anti-Semitism. Like, oh, reminds me of the anti-Semitism in the Weimar Republic, which is happening right now. It's like, it's so brain dead. The complete destruction of any nuance or
yes, give me those sources. Give me those sources that report on ceasefire being imminent. Give me those sources. Give me those sources so I can gobble them up. Please.
Meaning, it's very frustrating for me because I feel like everything that I said there was correct, but sometimes it's grappling with the fundamental unfairness that being right doesn't necessarily
ridiculous.
Change.
I'm sorry.
I'm legit impressed by how calm and eloquent you were while he screamed and soy raged. I feel like I got in some really, really good digs there. I'm pretty happy. It's like, in terms of rhetoric, I'm like checking myself off and like, okay, what do we do? And like, it's like, okay, I made my arguments. I got some good zingers in though. Like, you know, that's what we're here for, boys. That's all you can do sometimes.
I've got the best zingers, just so you know. Yeah, I love the idea that we can just pull out whatever nonsense sources that say an imminent ceasefire is gonna happen without any real tangible evidence. It's just a source, right, brother? True. It's just a source. I don't know.
I do think it's kind of funny, like the idea of me being
ridiculous.
Castigated for being a privileged Beverly Hills white soy boy or whatever.
When boy.
The positions that I hold are very closely in line with advocates, activists, and union workers, where it's like, hey, go talk to workers. I'm like, yeah, you talk to workers, dude. You talk, go up to like a Starbucks union protest, ask them how they feel about labor rights under Biden versus Trump's presidency, you know? Just Saying he needs to manage his finances better might make you look bad, though. Did you like really mean that or just a joke? Well, it was two. For one, it was a joke because it sounded like a mean thing to say, so that was fun. But on the other hand, in the hypothetical that was being drawn there, I was saying, he was basically saying, I keep breathing air over and over, and it doesn't like take me out of debt. Basically, I'm saying like it's pretty stupid of you to blame the downfall of the economy on Democrats winning over Republicans because those aren't necessarily related. And then he's like, oh well, it's not. And then by saying you need to manage your finance better, what I'm essentially saying is you need to fix the problem where it actually stands. But obviously, the main point there was to be a dick. So it's fucking... His argument seems so suicidal. Why would you choose to live when you'll die anywhere? It's this is basically like the this is like the end game scenario of like what I recognized in the Chapo Trap House podcast, where it felt like they were more interested in demonstrating intellectual superiority and smugness over normies by being like too cool to get angry about Trump, you know? Like put sunglasses on. Like I guess it was mostly after 2020 and Bernie lost the second primary that things got really, really bad. After that point, it felt like they would, like, every opportunity they got, it would just be them demonstrating that they didn't give a and I don't respect that at all. I don't respect that. I am more likely to respect like a Trumper who authentically has bad opinions than a person who has arrived at this smarmy South Park ass attitude. Amazing accusation of you doing nothing between primaries. Meanwhile, they do nothing and you help build a canvassing group. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I tend to stay pretty distant from stuff like this. But at the same time, it does really frustrate me when people pretend that all I advocate for is like voting blue. When that is like, oh my God. The only reason this even comes up is because people want to argue with me and have their own hot take about how if we all voted for Cornel West, we could usher in a utopian socialist state or something. But like 99.999 whatever % of what I do is mostly like trying to empower the people who listen to my stuff to make better political decisions themselves and to push for good issues. The canvassing org with Progressive Victory, I was trying to build inroads in DC just a month ago, like going over there, meeting with DC staffers, like having a good time over there, getting drunk, very important. Like the connections I've made, the money that's been raised, the donations, the charities, the fundraisers, like I clearly care about politics.
So much bragging. Stop bragging about.
You could argue that I'm lazy.
Stop bragging.
And I am. I don't deny that. I do tend to be pretty work shite. But I think that when I put the effort in, I demonstrate an actual, sincere, authentic interest in producing good outcomes as I describe them.
I am interested in a good
with
outcome.
my political biases being what they are. I think good things are good. So it does bother me a little bit when people accuse me of just being like a sort of rally boy for Biden.
True, you're just a rally boy.
I agree that there is a meaningful difference between TJ and Paul. I disagree with TJ on a lot, but that was obviously like the vast majority of the disagreements there was with Paul's ego. Would you say it was a good debate? I think I did a good job making my arguments. I mean, there's always more that I could have done, I guess, but like past a point, it feels like arguments are less important than the zingers. But he brought up canvassing for Kerry and Gore's evidence that things don't get better with them, even though they both lost. Dude, I didn't even jump on that because the idea that things would have ended up the same if Gore had been president in 2001 is insane. Do you have any? That's like the canon event. Do you have any idea how different the world would be if Gore had won that election? Do you have any idea? We wouldn't be in Iraq or Afghanistan. We would have responded to 9/11 differently. The Patriot Act probably would. Everything. It's like he's like, yeah, I learned my lesson about caring about electoral politics when super mega double Hitler did 20 Holocausts after my guy.
Jesus. What's Paul's perspective taken the debate? Was it anti-aid? Something like that, yeah. Something like that. That is just a proxy. I don't know. I think it was something proxy war, something. The U.S. should not get involved. Something. It's a forever war. Something. It's like Afghanistan and Iraq. Something. There was something along those lines, And of course, there was a ton of, look, you are young, we are old and experienced, and actually, which is interesting to say to someone that has actual experience and not just an experience of getting high and sitting on their asses. But, you know, I guess the main theme is that the passive passage of time makes you somehow wiser, more knowledgeable, and more experienced than someone that has a lower digit in their age, but actually goes out and gains experience. Sort of, Arcar, sort of. I think I've covered that discussion on stream. I'm pretty sure I've covered that discussion on stream while playing Final Fantasy Tactics. Ah, yes, because Ukraine under the thumb of Russia is an amazing thing. Get out of here. I'm sorry, get out of here, Daxmax. Get out of here with this. Yes, because Ukraine under the thumb of a genocidal regime is a good thing. Don't.
I lost. It's like, if the good people are going to lose anyway by a tiny margin in a single state.
It's not even funny. It's not even a comparison.
Where the governor is the brother of the other guy, and also
if you're making this comparison, then you just have no clue. You're lost. You're lost in the sauce. You have no idea what you're talking about.
There was the butterfly ballots, and the Supreme Court didn't allow for a recount because it would have like. Do you think 9/11 would have happened if Gore had won? Very likely, yes, but very slight possibility, no. The Bush administration had some limited knowledge that something was afoot, but the intel agencies did not.
And by saying you don't know what you're talking about, I'm talking about comparing Ukraine being under the thumb of the US to Ukraine being under the thumb, aka conquered by Russia. It's
very much info because they were competing with each other, and they also were kind of like dick waving and didn't want to give half complete information because they didn't want to be shown up by each other. I mean, like the CIA, the NSA. So it's possible that Gore might have been more like proactive on the bits of knowledge that he was given, or that the security agencies would have privileged him with more information, but I doubt that. In all likelihood, 9/11 would have happened. I do not think he would have invaded Afghanistan, but he might have. I know he wouldn't have invaded Iraq afterwards. No shot. No way. He never directly answered any of your questions. Basically, everything that I said was responded to by him with, like, did you know that the Democrats are also bad? Which, like, come on. I know. Couldn't Congress have overruled Gore and voted for war considering the circumstances at the time? Maybe for Afghanistan. I just don't think under Gore, Iraq would have happened. Afghanistan was like, and it kind of went out there. Iraq was like a big controversy. The Bush administration spent months lying and manufacturing evidence, lying to the United Nations, lying to the American people, misrepresenting like intel report.
Well, unfortunately, we do not live in a dream world, Dexmex, so that's not in the cards. Hello, Palm Dan.
Afghanistan was like, we hit the ground running in there. Iraq was like, they had to build an argument, and it was a very bad argument, and they went for it anyway. Is TJ spineless? Man, I've had good engagement with TJ in the past, but I do feel like, yeah, this feels pretty spineless to me. Vosh's responses reminded me when I was 13 and first experienced my political awakening. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I remember. The strain of fake cynicism and contrarianism present in arguments like this remind me of how I was when I was young. This was the time period during which I was a libertarian. Now, at the time, 15, I was 15, I didn't know what libertarianism was really. Yeah. All I knew was that the big government lied to you. They did Iraq, 9/11, libertarians seeking the truth. I didn't know anything. I didn't know anything about Ron Paul, reactionary politics. Like, I had a vague emotional attachment to the aesthetic of being different and being like a challenger to the mainstream political hegemony. And as a consequence of that, my political arguments at that time were really, really bad. I don't think I've ever told this on stream before, but I actually had an argument with my father over this once. My dad, of course, has always been like a progressive lib. You know, Blue Dog Dems aren't a thing anymore, and they tend to be reactionary. But I guess, you know, he's always been like a big advocate for workers' rights and stuff. And there was this unironic, it was
by
like a
that logic, the
blog
entire
that I
globe
stumbled
is
upon.
proxy
This was back in
convert,
the days
covered conflict
when
by big
the internet
superpowers.
was a lot more
If
split up
that's
than
your
it is today.
takeaway.
There was a blog from some
If
guy
that's
in,
your
I don't know, I think
takeaway.
he was in the Midwest. He wore a fedora in his pictures. Again, it was a different time. And he was an anarcho-capitalist. And for a while, I thought this dude was like the smartest guy in the world.
It's literally said, but it's literally like saying after World War I, when Poland was able to be established as a country, hey, why didn't Poland just gain its independence on its own without any influence of outside countries? Why couldn't Poland just get its own independence without any outside influence, huh? What's up with that? What's up, Poland? What are you doing? What up, Poland? Ridiculous. Oh, hey, allies. Why don't you just win World War II without any outside influence of the US? Why don't you just defeat the Nazis on your own? Why do you need outside influence to influence you? Have I got news for you?
Because he approached every topic. He wrote very smart. Like the way he wrote was smart guy writing. You know exactly what I mean. And additionally, he would approach everything with this very detached, very cynical.
True,
like,
you don't want
they
the allies
don't
to
want
be
you
under
to know the
American
answers
thumb.
to these
True.
questions, kind of thing.
True
And
real.
I read a couple of these about like welfare and stuff, and like I was thinking in my head, like, you know, like, oh yeah, I guess welfare does kind of incentivize poverty because you get reliant on the government. Blah. Like these are like very easy answers to sell to young dipshits who don't know how things work yet and are just looking to like be smarter, you know. Anyway, things eventually came to a head because he, unsurprisingly for an anarcho-capitalist, had an argument about racial science. Which was essentially about like black culture versus black brains, why crime rate, blah, blah, or something to that effect. And I read it, and at the time, I think I was young enough that I didn't really get it. I don't think I realized that it was racist. I thought it was just weird science that I didn't get. Kind of like if I read an article about like how different shades of skin are better at blocking light. I would read all this stuff and like people of like Jamaican descent are better in the sunlight because they don't burn like you do, white boy. And I would go like, oh, okay, I guess that makes sense. And I sort of approached it from that perspective. And I was watching this or reading this, sorry, on the family computer because again, I was like 15, like, and it was 15 years ago. Yeah, like 2008. No. Yeah, like 2008, 2009, something like that. Anyway, and my dad walked by, and he saw what I was looking at. He was like, "Hey, what's that?" And I talked with him for a bit, and it ended up escalating to an argument where he basically tore into me, very deservedly so. I would have had better arguments, of course, being the debate lord that I am, but essentially, sort of like fundamentally uncompassionate behavior on my part, which stemming from, you know, the sort of like trying to feel smarter than others. Which he was totally right to do. I'm not like embittered by this in any way, shape, or form. The only reason I'm saying this is because when I have arguments like this is what it reminds me of. I'm reminded of what I was like then, where I wasn't really thinking things through, but it was very emotionally important to me that I have a viewpoint that was that was out there and was challenging and stuff like that. Sorry, I rambled there for a.
Here comes a new challenger.
While. This is one of the reasons why young men are so vulnerable to that type of rhetoric. Yeah, thank you, my dad, for diverting me from the dark Vosh timeline, or the very white Vosh timeline, one might say. Having those viewpoints also means you're not accountable to anything that's going on. That's true, and that's why I mentioned spinelessness. Because to participate in the process is to accept some degree of responsibility for what's going on, even if it's a minimal degree of responsibility. Whereas doing this whole like everyone's shit, you know, throwing your arms up, whatever, gives you kind of like a rhetorical out. You know, it allows you to sort of you know, go, well, I didn't vote for the guy, which is, yeah, he can blame you for Biden, but refuses to take blame if Trump wins. Yeah, essentially. QTP, I think I tried to. I just don't think. Is it all cynicism and delusional, or is it a big picture misunderstanding? I think it's delusional. The problem that I get is that whenever I have these conversations, I never get the answers to my questions. They always delusionally downplay the threat Republicans face because they have to, because otherwise they would understand what they're advocating for is suicide.
True.
They always equivocate between the two parties, even when it doesn't make any sense to. They always pretend that there's some kind of magical switch you could flip to just suddenly move. Like they'll basically argue, no, Republicans aren't going to win. What if just like every Democrat just voted for someone else somehow? Ridiculous, insane. But like that's the level of their answers are on. I don't think it's just a big picture thing, you know. I think
our reaction to this debate has been like 5 hours. I've been reacting to this for 5 hours. Oh boy. Wait. Huh?
Just accelerationism? No, because
it's not surprising that it's 5 hours because Polish just kind of makes true.
Because accelerationists are honest enough to admit that they're trying to bring about a bad outcome in order to.
Also, we had a little bit of a detour for Ukraine, so that's
change the material circumstances. A lot of people who call themselves accelerationists are just reactionaries. They don't call themselves accelerationists, I don't think. They're inadvertently doing it. I don't think they're like covert Republicans or whatever. Well, no, you can be cynical, but cynicism isn't the same as being politically savvy. In fact, in many cases, they're kind of opposite. There's a reason why, if you want to know how politics works on like a institutional level, like a systemic level, if you want to read, I recommend going for Marx. If you want to talk to a human being, you talk to a liberal. You talk to like a liberal staffer. Those people know way the more than your average Twitter leftist or college radical or whatever else. And that's not because their opinions might be great. It's just because they tend to have a respect for the institution and the systems. The ideal leftist is somebody who can balance revolutionary theory and revolutionary perspective with that like grounded systemic analysis, which of course Marx did. He did. That's why he's cool. Can you talk more about him wanting Biden to use the FBI to blackmail senators? Yeah, this is what I mean. Ooh, man, wasn't it TJ who said that? I didn't want to turn to TJ, but like, dude, fuck. Like, I agree that Biden and the Dems generally should, like, behind the scenes, try to pressure people into voting a given way. They do that, by the way. That happens when they all banded together to oust McCarthy, not McConnell, McCarthy.
People keep donating to Vouch, but not to me. Donate to me some, not just to Vouch.
When they oust McCarthy, that's because they were doing like rigorous behind the scenes work to try to convince everyone what a piece of shit McCarthy was and why nobody should like, for the sake of like civility, keep him on board. But the insinuation that like Biden should use his intelligence agencies to open up investigations and personally threaten and harass a senator for disagreeing with him. Dude, do you know what that would do? Like, first of all, I don't know if this would work, for one, because any kind of evidence they brought against him would turn into a protracted, multi-years long trial where, Joe Manchin would have like the best lawyers in the world defending him in his coal mining, whatever. He might not have even committed any major crimes. That's possible. You can be a crook just by following the law. That's why laws are what they are. The crooks made them for themselves, right? That's one. For two, like, he would probably get a massive popularity boost with Republicans if it was publicly known that Biden was going after him when he's already like the most right-leaning senator who's with the Dems. So that would probably what's the term? That would probably negatively polarize him into being more Republican-leaning, right? Because Democrats already don't really like him, you know. And
Thank you,
Republicans
Maya
would
Mayor,
love
for $27.
him if he
Thank
ended up
you.
being the face of like a
Thank you
giant
so much.
presidential scandal like that.
5-hour react segment. Yes.
And even if it does work, like that's one vote, maybe. Okay, hope this never gets out for the entire remaining life.
Okay, maybe I'll just cut out the Ukraine thing and make it a mini separate thing. I don't know. We'll see. I will work on it.
The president and Joe Manchin, and if it might not even work. Like, yeah, unironically advocating for using the intelligence apparatus to blackmail your political opponents. Yeah, does anyone else feel like if Biden did do that, they wouldn't like it? Like, I mean,
True.
TJ Kirk specifically, like, he said he should have done that, but I feel like if Biden had done that, that would have been...
So I have 5 more hours to go. Get an even 10. Will you donate if I do?
Like, oh, Donald Trump tried to use his FBI director to go after political opponents. Well, so did Joe Biden. You know what I mean? Manchin isn't running again, by the way. Yeah, I know.
So if you've enjoyed this long segment, press like, subscribe, bell, and do the thing, do the dance. Dance. Saying that implies you were closing your eyes when Vosh listed the actual ways in which the GOP represent an threat. Ears even. Wait, me? What did I say? I'm sorry, wait, what did I say? Am I being scolded by RKL right now? I'm being scolded by RKL, aren't I? Oh no, it's Dexmex. Okay, we've got a video that I want to look at now that we have a new segment, and also I've been promised a donation if I keep going for 10 hours. Where is it? Oh my god. Oh, there you go. It's a Polish video, so either I have to find subtitles or whatever, or there are no subtitles, of course. But it's a funny video, so we're gonna watch it anyway. I'm just gonna translate it. It's a funny video. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it and we're gonna analyze it together.
Rosja uważa Polskę za największe zagrożenie.
Russia sees Poland as its biggest threat. Poland is Russia's biggest threat. Okay? Okay. Zoom.
Польша всегда нам вредит.
Poland has always been a hindrance. This is like the Russian state media or whatever. This is the Russian propaganda. Which is why I like this video, because it showcases a lot of crazy Russian propaganda. If there's one reason why I really wanted to watch this on stream, it's basically because it showcases all that propaganda. Poland has always hindered us. It always had a bad attitude towards us. It was always hostile towards us. Rather, I should translate.
Всегда враждебно настроен.
We will destroy all Polish cities. Holy moly. We will destroy all Polish cities.
Мы вам хотели помочь стать
We wanted to help you become an independent Poland.
независимой Польшей. Польша всегда воспринимает
Poland has always seen the fact of any country to the east existing.
сам факт государственности на Востоке.
Putin threatens Poland with all of his available resources.
Как помеху для построения большой империи.
Poland cannot rival Russia, and it will never do so. Or rather, Poland cannot be equal to Russia, and it will never will be.
Poland is extremely
Poland is an extremely important for the region and has global implications.
important for region with global implications.
Były prezydent i premier Rosji Dmitrij Medvedev w
So the ex-president of Russia,
artykule
let me see,
zamieszczonym były prezydent
the ex-president of Russia, Dmitry Medvedev.
i premier Rosji Dmitrij Medvedev w artykule
No, not the
Implications.
president.
były prezydent i premier Rosji
The ex-president and prime minister of Russia, correct, yeah.
Dmitrij Medvedev w artykule zamieszczonym na łamach
Wrote in an article
rządowej rosyjskiej gazety pod
in the Russian newspaper, the national Russian newspaper.
tytułem Jeszcze Polska znowu zginie ostrzegł
The article is called Poland Will Yet Die. We will treat Poland as a historical enemy.
Polskę, że jest obecnie uważana za niebezpiecznego wroga i może utracić państwowość, jeśli będzie kontynuować
And that Poland will lose its statehood if it's not careful about its course. As there is no hope for peace with an enemy, Russia should present to that enemy only one very hard attitude. History has often given a very merciless verdict to the arrogant Polish people. And no matter how ambitious the revenge plans of Poland are, their failure may bring about the death of the whole Polish statehood. So there we are. I hope I translated this adequately.
kontynuować obecny kurs. To nie jest jedyny taki głos w Rosji. Jeśli przyjrzymy się innym rosyjskim
It's not the only such voice within Russia. If we look at other experts,
ekspertom wojskowym oraz
army experts, military
kremlowskiej
experts,
propagandzie, to
and if we observe the Kremlin propaganda.
Okaże się, że obecnie Ukraina nie jest dla Rosjan zagrożeniem.
Then it will turn out that Ukraine is not a threat to Russia right now, which is, I don't know, that sounds like bullshit to me, but
Natomiast Polska już jak najbardziej tak.
Poland is.
Ze względu na barierę
Because of the anti-Russian barrier, Polish people has decided to do a demonstration by doing the biggest his army sort of showing sort of parade in history.
antyrosyjską. Polacy zdecydowali się na demonstrację przy pomocy największej defilady wojskowej w historii.
2,000 soldiers took part in it, and also from foreign contingents. And nearly 90 planes flew over Warsaw, and choppers as well.
Wzięło w niej udział około 2000 żołnierzy, w tym z zagranicznych kontyngentów. Nad Warszawą przeleciało ponad 90 samolotów i helikopterów.
The active militarization of Poland is dictated by two main sort of factors. One is the internal factor. The electorate has maximum support
Aktywna militaryzacja Polski wiąże się przede
for the attitude.
wszystkim z dwoma czynnikami. Jeden z nich ma charakter wewnętrzny. Elektorat ma maksymalne
I would say that it is close to nationalism, which it didn't help much because Law and Justice lost. There is also one other extra factor. The strengthening of confrontation with Russia.
poparcie dla nastrojów. Powiedziałbym, że są one bliskie nacjonalizmu. Jest jeszcze jeden
Poland is gearing up to invade Russia, I guess.
dodatkowy czynnik. Wzmocnienie konfrontacji z Rosją. I znowu
And once again, we have to show our neighbors in Europe, in Eastern Europe, that Poland is rising.
trzeba pokazać naszym sąsiadom w Europie Wschodniej, że Polska się podnosi.
Coraz częściej w rosyjskich programach
More and more often in Russia propagandistic sort of outlets.
propagandowych zwraca się uwagę na siłę polskiej armii.
More and more Russian propaganda is pointing to the strength of the Polish military.
Niemniej ma być to plan Stanów Zjednoczonych, które chcą otoczyć Rosję,
And the strengthening of the Polish army is supposed to be a plan by the United States in order to surround Russia. Because of course, just as Dexmex said, it's all about countries being under the thumb of the United States. Isn't that right, Dexmex? Isn't that right? So Poland strengthening its army is of course planned by the United States to encircle Russia.
Polska stanowi główny filar tej strategii.
And Poland is the main pillar of that strategy of enclosing the Russia by the US.
Według szacunków PKB Polski, czyli cała jej gospodarka w 2023 roku ma sięgnąć wartości $730 miliardów. Dla
The GDP is growing.
porównania w Rosji będzie to nieco ponad $1,5 miliarda.
The GDP of Poland is growing. There was a comparison of Poland to Russia.
Przy niemal 4-krotnie mniejszej populacji niż Rosja, Polska jest od niej tylko 2-krotnie mniejszą gospodarką.
So, with a much lower population, Poland's GDP is just half of Russia, which is embarrassing for Russia.
Ze znacznie lepszymi perspektywami wzrostu. Rozpychanie
And
się
with much better perspectives for growth.
Warszawy w Europie Środkowo-Wschodniej jest dla Rosji coraz bardziej realnym wyzwaniem.
And the growth of Warsaw within the region is more and more of a challenge for Russia, as the video says.
Ponieważ jak twierdzi kremlowska propaganda,
Because as the Kremlin propaganda says,
Polska może Rosję na zawsze odciąć od jej naturalnej strefy wpływów w Europie.
Poland might cut off Russia from its natural sphere of influence.
Właśnie dlatego w dzisiejszym materiale postanowiłem dla Was sprawdzić, czy Polska faktycznie stwarza dla Rosji zagrożenie.
So in this little video we're gonna dive in and actually analyze, is Poland actually any threat to Russia? Does Poland actually pose any threat to Russia? We're gonna dive in and see. We're gonna see.
Co mówią o tym na Kremlu i w mediach oraz co Putin zamierza z tym zrobić.
What is being said in Kremlin and by the Russian media, and what does Putin intend to do about it?
Zapraszam Was na dzisiejszy materiał.
And then the person just says, please watch this video. Which we will. We're watching this. We are reacting to this video.
Patrzcie, teraz do wbicia 1 000 000 subskrypcji i zdobycia złotego
Oh God.
przycisku brakuje mi już tylko 25% całości. Opowiadałem trochę o naszych sprawach kanałowych.
Whatever. This is just. Oh, we're so close to 1 million subscribers. Blah, 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 whatever.
Czas na film.
Okay, let's watch.
Dmitrij Miedwiediew przedstawił
Dmitry Medvedev
bardzo dogłębną analizę sytuacji,
has given a deep and in-depth analysis of the situation
kreśląc hipotetyczne scenariusze,
by drawing out hypothetical scenarios.
jak mogłaby przebiegać wojna Polski z Rosją.
How a war between Russia and Poland could go?
Ten artykuł ze strony byłego prezydenta Rosji
This article from the ex-president of Russia
pojawił się w mediach społecznościowych
has appeared in social media.
Na początku listopada 2023 roku.
At the start of this month. So at the start of this month, the ex-president of Russia has written a whole article writing about a hypothetical war between Russia and Poland and how that would go. Without the Russian army, Poland, I'm translating what's in yellow. Without Russian army, Poland would have been destroyed or turned into a slave country, and the Polish nation itself would have been wiped off the face of the earth.
W końcu w Rosji w sobotę 4 listopada obchodzony był Dzień Jedności Narodowej.
And on the 4th, a Nation Unity Day was celebrated.
Święto państwowe ustanowione w rocznicę zdobycia w 1612 roku Kremla Moskiewskiego zajętego wcześniej przez wojska Rzeczpospolitej.
Oh, it's like commemorates getting Kremlin, which was just before occupied by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
W wyniku wojny polsko-rosyjskiej. Rzecznik Kremla Dmitrij Pieskow skomentował
Dmitry Peskov, the spokesperson from Kremlin, has said
ten tekst, twierdząc, że jest to tylko wizja hipotetyczna,
it's just a hypothetical vision,
ale trzeba mieć plan na wypadek, gdyby aspiracje Polaków sięgnęły znacznie dalej.
but we need to have a plan in case the aspiration of Polish people go further.
Były rosyjski prezydent napisał m.in., że budowa potencjału militarnego Polski oraz polska obecność wojskowa na Ukrainie może w przyszłości zaowocować konfliktem Polski i Rosji, a
So basically the person said that the increase in the military of Poland and the increase of Polish presence in Ukraine may cause a conflict between Russia and Poland, according to Russian experts.
ten zapewne byłby wsparty przez NATO.
And if that happened, Poland would have been backed by NATO because, yeah.
Natomiast wobec zbrojącej się na potęgę Polski Moskwa musi ten scenariusz brać poważnie pod uwagę.
And because Poland is arming itself, Russia must take this scenario seriously.
Ponieważ ten będzie niebezpieczny nie tylko dla Rosji, lecz także dla całego świata.
Because that scenario is not just dangerous for Russia, but the whole world.
Polskie Ministerstwo Obrony wielokrotnie zaprzeczało, jakoby polscy żołnierze walczyli na Ukrainie.
The Polish Defense Ministry has rejected or has the Polish Defense Ministry has several times rejected the idea that any Polish soldiers are fighting in Ukraine.
Polacy faktycznie są, ale są to tylko ochotnicy.
There are Polish people in Ukraine, but they're only volunteers.
Niemniej rosyjska propaganda uważa inaczej.
And yet Russian propaganda sees things otherwise, or rather, the Russian propaganda paints a different picture. Screams and cries appeared from Polish people, and they kept screaming because, as Wagner says, because as they said, Wagner has appeared near their borders.
Pojawiły się jęki i krzyki ze strony Polaków, którzy
So Polish people keep whining because, as they say, Wagner has appeared at their borders.
ciągle krzyczeli, bo jak mówili, Wagner pojawił się w pobliżu ich granic. No cóż, chłopaki,
Well, boys, you have given to Ukraine military gear as well as military personnel.
dostarczyliście na Ukrainę zarówno sprzęt wojskowy, jak i swój personel wojskowy. Są zakamuflowani jako
They're camouflated as mercenaries. In Poland, there are a few new cemeteries for military personnel. Oh wow. So according to this Russian thing, to these Russian outlets, Poland has not only been sending equipment, it has been actively sending soldiers to the Ukrainian front, but those soldiers are camouflated as mercenaries, and Poland has built new cemeteries for military personnel to bury them in when they die. That's the line. So I guess Ukraine will not have as much problems with manpower if Poland is actively sending military there. Of course, disguised as mercenaries. Yeah, of course.
najemnicy. W Polsce
In secret, of course, those cemeteries are built.
pojawiło się kilka nowych cmentarzy dla personelu wojskowego, na których pochowano ludzi nie jako najemników, ale z honorami wojskowymi.
And on those cemeteries, people were not buried as mercenaries. They were buried as soldiers with full honors. Right?
Oznacza to, że jest to
Russian propaganda is something else. It's like, I told you Russia is a state of mind. I told you this before, and I repeat it now. Russia is a state of mind.
personel wojskowy, który pod przykrywką najemników walczył na Ukrainie.
That means that Polish military personnel has been fighting in Ukraine disguised as mercenaries. Amazing.
Polska nie pozostaje obojętna wobec rosyjskiej propagandy.
Poland does not remain indifferent to Russian propaganda. I was not even aware of this propaganda, to be quite honest. I'm learning about it here in real time with you, with all of you.
10 października zdecydowano się wycofać z traktu o zbrojeniach konwencjonalnych, który podpisaliśmy ponad 30 lat temu. Oznacza to otwarcie drogi do niemal nieograniczonych zbrojeń w broń ofensywną. Z pewnością nie spodoba się to Rosji, która podobne kroki podjęła chwilę wcześniej.
We've opened basically last month on the 10th. We've made steps to open up the door to unlimited militarization, which Russia is not happy about since it's done soon before us.
Wojskowi nie mają złudzeń, dlaczego podjęto tak ostrą decyzję.
And the military personnel has no doubts why Poland would make such a move.
Polska, przystępując do NATO, zdecydowała się o podpisaniu traktatu o konwencjonalnych siłach zbrojnych. To
So when joining NATO, Poland has decided to join the pact of conventional sort of armament.
porozumienie podpisane na początku lat 90.
It's a thing signed at the beginning of the 90s
między NATO a państwami
between NATO
Układu Warszawskiego
and the countries of the Warsaw Pact.
miało zapobiec niekontrolowanemu zbrojeniu się stron.
It was designed to prevent uncontrolled militarization of any of the sides.
Jednakże wspólna kontrola szybko zaczęła uwierać Rosjan, którzy w maju tego roku rozpoczęli proces wycofywania się z traktatu.
But this mutual control was not really liked by Russia, so it began a process of retreating sort of from this pact.
Obecnie niestety widzimy, że ideologia nazizmu w swoim współczesnym wydaniu, współczesnej formie, znowu stanowi bezpośrednie zagrożenie dla bezpieczeństwa naszego kraju.
We can see now that the ideology of Nazism in its modern sort of incarnation, in its modern formulation, once again is a direct threat for the safety of our country. Because, as we know, Russia is trying to denazify the world.
Stanowi bezpośrednie zagrożenie dla bezpieczeństwa naszego kraju.
And once again, we must oppose the aggression of the collective West.
Znów i znowu musimy dawać odpór agresji kolektywnego Zachodu.
See, it's not just about Ukraine. Putin has to denazify the entire West. It's incredible, it's unbelievable that they once again threaten us with the German tanks, Leopard tanks, which bear the cross.
To niewiarygodne, że znowu nam grożą niemieckimi czołgami Leopard, które są oznaczone krzyżami. I znowu chcą walczyć z Rosją na ziemi Ukrainy rękoma następców Hitlera.
And once again, they want to fight Russia on Ukrainian soil by using the hands of Hitler's successors, by the hands of Bandera. I just cannot believe this.
Rękoma
Yes, Russia is a very,
banderowców. 80 lat temu właśnie w Stalingradzie odparliśmy atak Zachodu na nasz kraj. Kto tylko nie przyłączył się do Niemców, gdy podeszli.
And then 80 years ago in Stalingrad, we have pushed back against an attack. Okay, 80 years ago in Stalingrad, we have pushed back an attack of the collective West on our country. The collective West. Not Nazi Germany, it was the collective West.
Szli do Wołgi.
Who was the only party that did not join the Germans when they approached the river Volga?
Po stronie faszystowskich Niemiec była cała Europa.
The entirety of Europe was on the Nazi Germany's side. Wrap your mind around this. The entirety of Europe was on Nazi Germany's side.
Dla wszystkich stało się jasne to, o czym naród radziecki wiedział od początku,
It became very clear what was obvious for the Soviet nations from the very beginning.
że plany nazistów dotyczące zniszczenia naszego kraju, wszystkie ich idee panowania nad
That the plans of the Nazis that were all about the destruction of our country, that all of their ideas about ruling the world are doomed to fail.
światem są skazane na porażkę.
Polacy nie pozostali dłużni i teraz także na ten ruch się zdecydowali, co
Polish people were not did not keep quiet and decided to respond.
na Kremlu także jest już komentowane. Według niektórych rosyjskich komentatorów, takich
According to some Russian commentators,
jak między innymi Dmitrij Miedwiediew,
such as Dmitry Medvedev,
wojna pomiędzy Polską a Rosją jest nieunikniona i
a war between Poland and Russia is inevitable
tylko odkładana w czasie.
and it's just being postponed.
Ma to wynikać
That's
przede wszystkim z niepohamowanych polskich ambicji, w których
and that's supposed to stem from unhindered Polish ambitions.
Rosja ma być podległa Polsce lub nawet stać się częścią jej terytoriów.
And that stems from Polish ambitions in which Russia either would become a subservient country to Poland or Russia would become part of Polish territory. So there are two scenarios that Poland actually is moving towards apparently right now. Just either make Russia a vassal state of Poland or annex Russia. Yes, Poland is trying to annex Russia. You heard it here. You've heard it from me. You heard it from me first, or rather from this Polish YouTuber. Amazing. Amazing what's happening here.
Wiele z tego, co tu powiedziano o Polsce, jest dość oczywiste, a właściwie na pytanie o ich ambicje.
Okay. There's a lot of the things that were being said here about Poland are pretty obvious. And for the question about Poland's ambitions,
Ambicje Polaków od wieków nie pozwalają im żyć w pokoju.
the ambitions of Polish people throughout the centuries did not allow them to live in peace. Because many times over, they became the provocateurs of conflict between Europe and Russia. So Poland was the primary provocateur of wars, of conflict between Europe and Russia. That's okay.
Gdyż wielokrotnie stali się prowokatorami konfliktu między Europą a Rosją.
There's a conflict between Europe and Russia. You can thank Poland for that. They're the provocateurs, or we, or whatever.
Potem sami cierpieli z powodu tego konfliktu, a potem dość długo płakali.
And then Poland would suffer from the conflict it would cause, and then they would for a long time cry about it, that the world is so cruel, and how Poland has suffered. Jesus.
Jaki okrutny jest ten świat, jakie straszne jest życie i jak cierpiała Polska.
Początkiem drogi do hegemonii według rosyjskiej propagandy ma być oczywiście zachodnia Ukraina oraz Białoruś.
So according to Russia, the beginning of Polish hegemony will start with Western Ukraine and Belarus.
Z tego powodu białoruskie wojsko musiało wzmocnić granicę z Polską, a dzielni Białorusini są obecnie najważniejszym miejscem do obrony Rosji przed mocarstwowymi ambicjami Polski.
So this is why Russia, the Belarusian border had to be strengthened with soldiers, and this is why the brave Belarusian soldiers are the only thin line that divides Russia from Polish imperial ambitions, I guess.
W mediach przewijają się filmy z ćwiczeń Białorusinów, gdzie ich myśliwce lądują na autostradach i
And of course there's a lot of footage of Belarusian soldiers training.
niemal co tydzień ćwiczą wariant potencjalnego ataku Polski na ich kraj.
And they keep training every week, they keep rehearsing a potential scenario of Poland attacking.
Ma to utrzymywać społeczeństwo w strachu, a jednocześnie tworzyć z Rzeczpospolitej wroga, który w świadomości przeciętnych Rosjan i Białorusinów wyrasta na prawdziwe zagrożenie dla ich bezpieczeństwa.
And this is to keep the society in fear and to create an image in the eyes of ordinary Belarusians and Russians of Poland as a big bad threat. This is incredible.
A przecież nic tak dobrze nie działa na emocje ludzi, jak jeden silny wróg, który im zagraża.
And nothing works for the imagination more than one strong enemy that threatens them.
Dziś po raz pierwszy na białoruskich autostradach wylądował myśliwiec wielozadaniowy Su-30.
Today, for the first time on the Belarusian highways, a multitask aircraft Su-30 has landed.
Stało się to częścią międzynarodowych ćwiczeń Combat Brotherhood, które
Became a part of the international combat training called Brotherhood, which currently are taking place in the Republic.
obecnie odbywają się w Republice. Jako pierwszy ląduje AN-26.
So the AN-26 plane lands as first.
Jak na samolot transportowy jest to
As the transport plane, it's pretty rare. For the first time this task has been sort of organized was just 8 years ago.
dość rzadkie. Po raz pierwszy zadanie zostało opracowane zaledwie
Anastasia. Sachowskaja.
8 lat temu. Masa własna samolotu wynosi 16 ton.
The mass of the plane is 16 tons. The wings are like 30 centimeters, you know. And it'll be wider than the street itself.
Rozpiętość skrzydeł wynosi około 30 metrów. Będzie szersza niż jezdnia. 4 pasy drogowe zamieniają się w jeden pas lądowania.
So 4 sort of lanes become one landing field for the plane.
Zgodnie z planem ćwiczenia transporter dostarcza amunicję bezpośrednio na drogę.
And according to the plan, the transport plane delivers ammunition directly
Jest to bardziej
to the road.
niezawodne niż transportowanie ich drogą lądową.
It's more efficient than transporting the ammo by land.
I oczyszczanie trasy dla grupy uderzeniowej samolotów.
And of course it clears the way for an attack for a attack formation of planes.
Ja sam, tworząc ten materiał, przeglądałem, jak obecnie rosyjskie media przedstawiają Polskę i jakie
When creating this video, I myself took a quick look at how Russian propaganda is showing Poland
artykuły tam dominują.
and what articles dominate in the Russian media.
Na przełomie sierpnia i września po paradzie wojskowej w Warszawie
So after the big military parade in Poland,
budowano atmosferę wzajemnego napięcia.
there was an atmosphere of mutual tension.
Łukaszenka miał przynosić Putinowi mapy na temat przemieszczania się polskich wojsk
Putin Lukashenko would bring to Putin maps which would depict the moving forces of Poland
Wzdłuż białoruskiej granicy
right next to the Belarusian border.
pojawiła się kwestia wzajemnych prowokacji, jakie miały obejmować przeloty helikopterów nad
And of course the topic of mutual sort of
granicą
I have to
polsko-białoruską. Wzajemnych prowokacji, jakie
So the topic of mutual provocations became a topic, and about choppers crossing the Polish-Belarusian border to the Polish territory.
miały obejmować przeloty helikopterów nad granicą polsko-białoruską.
Jeśli chodzi o białoruskie śmigłowce,
When it comes to the Belarusian choppers, as I understand, Polish people themselves have confirmed that their airspace has been violated, and it has been confirmed by radars.
jeśli dobrze rozumiem, sami Polacy potwierdzili, że fakt naruszenia nie został zarejestrowany
Oh, has not been registered by radars. Okay. So when it comes to the Russian choppers, I'm making a correction here. When it comes to the Russian choppers, as I understand, Polish people themselves have confirmed the fact that the airspace violation has not been picked up by radar. But there has been a lot of sort of people living by the border has sort of reported the choppers flying overhead to the border patrol.
na radarach. Dlatego tam dzieje się wiele dziwnych rzeczy.
That's why a lot of strange things are happening there.
Generalnie Polacy mają skłonność do prowokowania sytuacji,
In general, Polish people have a tendency of provoking the situation
podsycania napięcia.
and to raise tension.
To linia obrony, która dla nich nie jest nowa.
It's a line of defense that is not new to Polish people.
Polska już zaczyna agresywnie demonstrować swoje ambicje.
Poland is already starting to aggressively demonstrate its ambitions.
Ministerstwo Obrony Narodowej ogłosiło rozmieszczenie dodatkowych 10 000 żołnierzy na granicy z Białorusią.
The Defense Ministry of Poland has already announced placing an additional 10,000 soldiers at the Belarus border.
Media w Rosji stwierdziły, że Polacy kłamią w sprawie naruszania przez białoruskie helikoptery granic Polski.
The Russian media says that Poland is lying about Belarusian choppers violating Polish airspace,
Jednak uznały, że to Warszawa nie respektowała granic białoruskich,
but has concluded, the Russian media have concluded, that it was Warsaw that did not respect the Belarusian border. Thank you for the subscription, Taiki. Thank you. Thank you. So, according to the Russian media, it was actually the Polish side that has not respected Belarusian borders.
przelatując własnymi jednostkami. W październiku
And that it was actually Polish aircrafts that have been flying, violating Belarusian airspace.
skupiono się przede wszystkim na konflikcie ukraińsko-polskim w kwestii zboża.
And of course, there was a lot of focus on the Polish-Ukrainian grain tension, grain conflict.
I niepokojące jest to, jak niektórzy w Europie, niektórzy nasi przyjaciele
And it's very worrisome that some of our friends in Europe
w Europie odgrywają w teatrze politycznym Solidarność,
are in the political theater are creating a thriller with grain.
robiąc thriller ze zbożem. Może się wydawać, że odgrywają własną
You could say that they're playing their own
rolę, ale w rzeczywistości pomagają przygotowywać scenę dla moskiewskiego aktora.
but in reality they're helping to set the stage for a Moscow actor.
Oczywiście z każdego takiego artykułu wysuwa się teza, że Polska chce tylko i wyłącznie wykorzystać Ukrainę, a
Of course, from all of these articles, a thesis arises that Poland simply wants to use Ukraine.
W przyszłości tak naprawdę ubezwłasnowolnić ten kraj, przejmując zachodnie jej tereny.
And in reality, Poland in the future is planning to subjugate Ukraine and to annex its western territories.
Listopad i końcówka października medialnie prezentują się nieco inaczej niż dotychczas.
And so the latest months, when it comes to the Russian media, are shaping a little bit different than before.
Występuje w nich przede wszystkim ambasador Rosji komentujący wybory w Polsce.
First and foremost, the Russian ambassador comments on the election results in Poland.
Mają mieć one ogromne znaczenie dla pozycji Polski oraz dalszych relacji obu krajów.
They are supposed to election results are supposed to have big impact on the relations between the two countries and Europe.
Oczywiście ambasador Rosji w Polsce Siergiej Andrijew na tą chwilę nie widzi szans na poprawę wzajemnych stosunków.
Of course, the ambassador of Russia does not see any chances of Russia-Polish relations improving. I mean, no duh.
Z temu, jak już zdążyliście się dowiedzieć, dał Miedwiediew oraz Kreml, przyznając, że scenariusz konfliktu z Polską jest realnie braną pod uwagę opcją.
And it seems that within Russia, a Polish-Russian conflict is treated as a serious scenario.
Ruchy po stronie Rosji przypominają zabiegi niemieckiej propagandy przed II wojną światową,
And the Russian propaganda movement is resembling the Nazi Germany rhetoric before the start of World War II.
która skrupulatnie budowała w społeczeństwie przeświadczenie, jakoby to Polska była agresorem, niszcząc przy tym diasporę niemiecką żyjącą na tych terenach.
And as when Nazi Germany created a propaganda about Poland arming itself as the aggressor and at the same destroying the German diaspora living in Poland.
1 września 1939 roku w godzinach popołudniowych po ataku na Rzeczpospolitą niemieckie władze ogłosiły, że to Polska zaatakowała Niemcy.
And on the day when Nazi Germany invaded Poland in 1939, Germany has announced that it was Poland that has actually invaded Germany.
Niemniej w mediach już od dawna pojawiały się hasła, jakoby Wielka Brytania, Francja i Polska chciały Niemcy okrążyć.
And of course, the media kept circulating a theory that Great Britain, France, and Poland wanted to encircle Germany.
Dziś po stronie Rosji padają takie same hasła, że USA chce wykorzystać Polskę do okrążenia Rosji.
And just as Nazi Germany did before World War II, now Russia is saying that the US wants to encircle Russia by using Poland.
Choć Rosja twierdzi, że Polacy mają kompleksy i są zagrożeniem dla Europy, mogą
even though Russia says that Polish people have their insecurities and are a danger to Europe,
doprowadzić do III wojny światowej,
and that Poland wants to lead to World War III,
warto sprawdzić, jak jeszcze przed wojną na Ukrainie wypowiadali się Rosjanie w swoich geopolitycznych programach.
It's interesting to take a look at what Russian pundits spoke before the invasion of Ukraine in their geopolitical segments.
Oto kilka wypowiedzi.
This is an example of a couple of their statements.
Polska. Trzeba zapisać w podręcznikach do historii raz i na zawsze.
Poland. We have to write this into our history books for once and for all.
Polska, organizator II wojny światowej i główny winowajca.
Poland, the organizer of the Second World War and its main culprit.
Jeszcze Hitler tylko zdobył władzę, A już Piłsudski, polski lider,
Just as Hitler gained power, and already Piłsudski, the Polish leader,
prosił się o zawarcie sojuszu z Niemcami, żeby razem kroczyć w paradach wojskowych po Placu Czerwonym.
wanted to join hands with the Nazis in order to parade on the red to conquer the USSR, basically.
Plunęli na wszystkich. Polacy to wymęczony naród. Oni
They spit on everyone. Polish people are a people of martyrs. They always want to be talked about.
zawsze chcą, żeby o nich ktoś mówił. Ale oprócz polskich ziemniaków, oni nic więcej nie mogą i nie potrafią wyprodukować.
But besides of Polish tomatoes, Polish people are not able to produce anything more of value.
Polska zawsze nam szkodziła.
Poland has always hindered us.
Zawsze była wrogo nastawiona.
They were always hostile towards us
Dlatego, że ona chciała się rozwijać i kierowała się na wschód. Na
because they wanted to expand to the east,
zachodzie wszystko było już zajęte.
and everything to the west was already taken.
A na wschodzie była Rosja.
And to the east was Russia,
Z Litwinami, bez Litwinów, z Turkami,
with the Lithuanians, without the Lithuanians, with the Turks. But one way or the other, they were always our enemies.
tak czy inaczej oni z nami byli we wrogich stosunkach. Albo my musieliśmy wszczynać światowe konflikty i
Or we, wait,
armie Napoleonii byli we wrogich stosunkach. Albo my
or we had to start world conflicts,
musieliśmy wszczynać światowe konflikty i armię Napoleona,
and Napoleon armies that through Poland came to attack us.
czy czyjakolwiek, jaka przeprawiała się przez Polskę na nas. Dlatego oni od zawsze nas nienawidzą.
Which is why Polish people has always hated us.
Polska jest przedstawiana jako niewdzięczny sąsiad, a jej
Poland is sort of framed as an ungrateful neighbor,
mocarstwową pozycję miała zbudować oczywiście Rosja. Gdyby tak nie był, sąsiad, a jej mocarstwową pozycję miała zbudować oczywiście przedstawiana jako niewdzięczny
So
sąsiad.
Poland is framed as an ungrateful neighbor, and its position as a superpower was to be built by Russia, of course.
A jej mocarstwową pozycję miała zbudować oczywiście Rosja. Gdyby tak nie było, to w centrum Warszawy nie stałby przecież pomnik dobrego Stalina w postaci
Because if Russia didn't build the position of power of Poland, then you wouldn't have the statue of Joseph Stalin
Pałacu Kultury.
in the form of the Palace of Culture.
Oczywiście nie jest ważne to, że przy budowie tego wieżowca pracowali w większości Polacy, a 16 z nich
Of course, it's not important that mostly Polish people worked on the building of Palace of Culture,
zmarło. Przecież
and 16 have died while building it.
to, jak dzisiaj wygląda Warszawa, to według Rosji tylko i wyłącznie ich zasługa.
After all, the way Warsaw looks today is 100% due to Russia's help. It's only because of Russia that Warsaw looks the way it does today.
Takie hasła głoszone w telewizji działają nadzwyczaj dobrze.
And slogans such as this are especially effective in Russia.
Gdy zapytano Rosjan w ankiecie prowadzonej przez Radio Wolna Europa,
So in a survey created by Radio Free Europe,
jaki według nich jest stosunek poszczególnych narodów do nich samych,
they were asked what do they think is the attitude of different countries towards them.
jednogłośnie stwierdzili, że najbardziej wrogo do nich nastawionym narodem są właśnie Polacy.
They all said that the most negatively sort of that the country with the most negative attitude towards Russia is Poland out of all the countries. More than Ukraine, I guess. Wait. Yeah, according to... Goddamn. According to this survey, Russians think that Polish people hate Russia more than Ukrainian people, which is pretty wild, all things considered.
Natomiast Białorusini i Niemcy mają ich nawet lubić.
And Belarusians and Germans actually like Russians pretty much, according to this survey. Or so Russian people think.
Rosja już od lat stosuje taktykę straszenia narodu Polakami,
And Russia has been using the tactic of scaremongering, of scaring Russian people with Poland for years now.
dyskredytacji Warszawy, przede wszystkim kreując własną alternatywną wizję historii,
And of course they create their own alternative version of history,
według której to Polska i Niemcy odpowiedzialne są za wybuch II wojny światowej,
in which Germany and Poland together are responsible for the start of World War II.
wskazując
Okay, I have to take a pause from this reaction to please ask Arkael and Dexmex to stop discussing this right now. Oh my god, you have been discussing this in the chat for like, I don't know. Can you take this somewhere else? That topic is over right now. My goodness. Okay. I come back. I will cut this out of the segment thing.
na polsko-niemiecką deklarację o niestosowaniu przemocy z 1903, wskazując na której to Polska i Niemcy odpowiedzialne są za wybuch II wojny światowej.
So Poland and Germany are together responsible for the eruption of World War II.
Wskazując na polsko-niemiecką deklarację,
And to prove this, they have pointed to the declaration of not using violence against each other, the 124th declaration, which was signed in Berlin in 1934. Yes, a non-aggression pact signed in 1934 means that Poland and Germany started World War II together.
o niestosowaniu przemocy z 1934 roku. Warto wspomnieć, że 40% Rosjan uważa, że Polska może zaatakować Białoruś.
It is important to know that 40% of Belarusians think that Poland may invade Belarus.
Natomiast po ostatnich groźbach granicznych te statystyki miały wystrzelić ku górze.
Sorry, Gigglers, it's okay. Thank you for the $5, Arkael.
Natomiast po ostatnich groźbach granicznych te statystyki
And after the recent border tensions, those statistics only increased.
miały wystrzelić ku górze, sięgając nawet 55%.
And now even 55% of Russian people think that, I think Russian people.
Na początku miał zaatakować Białoruś. Warto wspomnieć, że 40% Rosjan uważa, że Polska może
Now over 50% of Russian people think that Poland may just invade Belarus. Which is okay.
zaatakować Białoruś. Natomiast po ostatnich groźbach granicznych te statystyki miały wystrzelić ku górze, sięgając nawet 55%.
There you go. Before it was 40% Russian people thinking that Poland may invade Belarus. Now it went up to 55% after the recent border tensions.
Na początku 2023 roku
At the beginning of 2023,
wyemitowany w mediach został nawet program pod tytułem Polska hiena Europy,
a program was emitted titled Poland, the hyena of Europe.
w której utrzymuje się, a nawet podgrzewa dotychczasowo polsko-rosyjski konflikt, przedstawiając nas Polaków jako sterowany przez zagraniczne mocarstwa naród, który chce spełnić tylko swoje chore imperialne ambicje.
So in this document, Poland is framed as a tool of outside influence that is just trying to fulfill its sick imperial ambitions through outside influence. When the war began, then on the side of the Nazis, the entire continental Europe sided with the Nazis. The entirety of Europe, all of its resources and its military complex, and the totality of European armies became Nazis to control.
Gdy wojna się zaczęła, to po stronie nazistów znalazła się cała kontynentalna Europa i wszystkie jej zasoby.
Holy moly.
Od kompleksu przemysłowo-zbrojeniowego do całych armii. Tak jak dziś, kluczowa rolę grała Polska na czele z marszałkiem Piłsudskim.
Just as today, the key role was played by Poland and its leader Piłsudski, which Poland has signed as the first place country a pact of non-aggression with Hitler, which became known in history as the Piłsudski-Hitler Pact.
Polska jako pierwsza podpisała z Hitlerem pakt o nieagresji.
Are you gonna add that Poland has also signed as basically an identical treaty with the USSR? Because Poland had the policy of equal distance from both countries. So if Poland signed that treaty of non-aggression with Germany, then it did an analogous treaty with the USSR, but they're not going to mention that, are they?
Do historii przeszedł on jako pakt
Wow.
Piłsudski-Hitler. Piłsudski marzył o sojuszniczych relacjach z Hitlerem i szybko podążył w tym kierunku.
Piłsudski dreamed of good relations with Nazi Germany, and so he quickly went in that direction. Who cares about the fact that Piłsudski actually proposed a preemptive strike on Nazi Germany? Who cares about that? I guess that's not important in today's story. So Piłsudski wanted great relations with Nazi Germany in order to sick Nazi Germany on Soviet Russia. They did not care about Europe at all. Polish people, that is.
Wszystko po to, by naszczuć Niemcy na sowiecką Rosję. Nie liczyli się z całą Europą. Polska z Niemcami u boku to siła. Będziemy
Poland with Nazi Germany at its sides is strong. Together we will divide Russia.
dzielić Rosję. Piłsudski nie dożył do realizacji swojego największego marzenia.
Piłsudski did not live to see the realization of his biggest dream. He died of cancer in 1935.
Umarł na raka wątroby w 1935 roku.
Liver cancer.
Pogrzeb w Krakowie był iście carski. Wiele
What?
na raka wątroby w 1935 roku. Pogrzeb w Krakowie był
His Krakow funeral was really on the scale that would befit a Tsar.
iście carski. Wiele o tym powiedziano w filmie dokumentalnym Hiena Europy.
It was spoken about a lot in the documentary movie called Poland, the Hyena of Europe. How Churchill used to call Poland.
Jak Churchill zwykł określać Polskę.
Prawdopodobne jest, że łącznie w tym roku polskie wydatki na obronność przekroczą 130 miliardów złotych.
It's probable that over 130 billion Polish zlotys are going to be spent for militarizing.
Czyli co najmniej 4% PKB.
So 4% GDP, give or take.
To ponad 30 miliardów dolarów, co pozwoli zająć około 14. pozycję na świecie,
Which meant Poland would take the 14th position in the world.
wyprzedzając Izrael oraz Kanadę.
outpacing Israel and Canada.
To wciąż niemal 2,5 raza więcej niż Rosja.
That's still 2.5 more than Russia.
Jednak ta pozostaje w stanie wojny, przez co wydatki na armię są naturalnie większe.
But Russia is waging a war right now, so naturally its expenses for war are bigger.
Przed nią samą oscylowały na poziomie około 60 miliardów dolarów.
Before the war it was
Można zatem przyjąć, nią samą oscylowały na poziomie około 60 miliardów dolarów.
Okay. Before the war expenses were the military expenses were $60 billion.
Można zatem przyjąć, że obecnie potencjał armii polskiej po modernizacji i zakupie najnowszego amerykańskiego
So you can assume that after the modernization and buying of the latest equipment,
sprzętu faktycznie może być dla Rosji nie lada wyzwaniem.
that Poland could be actually a challenge for Russia.
Stąd też zapewne długoterminowy plan, żeby budować w Rosjanach poczucie zagrożenia ze
Which is why Russia would try to select a strategy of creating long-term fear within Russian people when it comes to Poland.
strony Polski, ponieważ nigdy nie wiadomo, jak historia może się potoczyć w przyszłości.
Because you never know how history may take its course in the future.
Pewne jest, że Rosja oraz jej kremlowskie elity zaczynają traktować Polskę jako realne zagrożenie.
It is true, it is factual that Kremlin and Russia are starting to treat Poland as an actual threat.
Ale co z tym fantem postanowią zrobić w najbliższych latach?
But what will they decide to do with that fact?
Ciężko powiedzieć.
It is hard to say.
Na ten moment szansa na konflikt polsko-rosyjski jest nikła, ponieważ
At this moment, the chances of a Russian-Polish conflict are basically close to zero.
Rosjanie są zbyt obciążeni wojną na Ukrainie.
Since Russia is much too heavily taxed with its war in Ukraine.
Jednak co się już stanie za jakiś czas, to ocencie sami w komentarzach.
But what will happen in the future, you can judge that in the comments.
Z mojej strony to tyle na dziś.
So that's it. That's the video. The video is over. So what do you think? Was this interesting? Was this a nice dive into Russian propaganda? Was this a nice dive into what's happening? Was this an interesting dive into how Russia is basically creating an alternative history whole thing? What do you think? Did you enjoy? If you've enjoyed, press like, subscribe, bell, join the page, subscribe, do all these nice things, because that is how this channel, first of all, stays afloat, and second of all, it will help me to fulfill my imperial ambitions, which, I will not lie, to me personally is very important. As a hyena of Europe with super big imperial ambitions, I think it is important to, to get things into perspective. Isn't that right? So basically, Russia wants to denazify Poland too. I mean, they said it. They said that. Yeah. They actually did say that after the denazification of Ukraine, Poland's next for denazification. They did actually say that. Perfect. That segment's over. What did you think? Was it good? Was it good to get some glimpse into Polish-Russian relations? What did you think? All right. So let me see. What else? What else do we have for today? wanted to. How many hours? I promised to keep it till 10. What else do we have? What else? It's hilarious how much they have to stretch to get their message across. I mean, classic Russia in it. Classic Russia. This is the segment that I'm gonna edit first. I'm gonna edit first. And, you know, I'm gonna draw myself with a hyena like laugh or something. Oh, I've got an idea for a thumbnail. That's gonna be perfect. Perfect. I've got a perfect thumbnail for this. Okay, what else? There's a thing that I wanted to watch. But should I? That was very weird. Okay, let's check something. Let's check something first. I just had a plan, but I guess I'm gonna change it for now. I'm just gonna change it for now. How is everybody feeling right now? I'm gonna go on a walk. Oh, you've been here? How did you like the segment, fake Alec Kyle Parker? How did you like it? How did you like? Did you enjoy? Jesus. Oh, President Sunday is stealing my viewers, I see. Briefly revisiting Destiny's pro-genocide. We're gonna react to that or something at some point. Pro-genocide take. Let me
find you a map. Hang on.
How are we getting three-dimensional cross-sectional analysis maps? So I feel like I'm looking at a biology class.
Oh. It's the debate, isn't it? It's the debate. I get it. He's watching the debate. That's okay. I should maybe gather some of these. Maybe I should watch those things on Destiny and formulate some opinion of my own. Robotics. Terrorists think J.K. Rowling is trans. Interesting. I wonder what Sanderhall has been up to. Is there a short Sanderhall that we can react to? We've done a very nice... Oh yeah, there was a thing that I wanted to talk about as well. Okay, we're gonna briefly talk about that. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I had it somewhere. I had it somewhere in here. I was somewhere. Had it for... There we go. guess this is going to be a bit of an announcement because I might as well do it into an... I'm really thinking how to approach this. Before we continue with anything else, this here, liberals, it's very complicated to describe Ukraine in World War II. Ukraine in World War II. Donald Duck, hailing to Hitler. Readers added context they thought people might want to know. Over 7 million Ukrainians fought against the Nazis in World War II. An estimated 250,000 Ukrainians fought for the Nazis. I don't know. I'm so tired of people throwing uneducated takes like this into the ether and thinking they're smart. And even when you talk about the collaboration, even when you talk about those estimated 250,000 people fighting for the Nazis, it's a pretty complicated topic, and I don't think that people like this should be even talking about it. People should learn their history before speaking on issues that are about history. The general consensus is that a lot of Ukrainian people basically saw World War II stage as an analogous situation to World War I in Poland, when Ukraine was trying to sort of win its independence, its own country, through the machinations of war, just as it happened during World War I with Poland. But that's a whole long explanation that I will have to get onto some other time. But I guess you can treat this as like a... You could treat this as me announcing that I'm going to do it at some point. It's true. It's like, it's really frustrating when people flatten certain topics, simplify them, and just turn them into absurdity without knowing anything about the actual history of the region. You know? And this is why you need your resident history nerd to set the record straight, which is me, and I'm gonna do it. Not today, but I'm gonna do it. What's up, Sanderhal? What have you been up to? Why left is losing on gun control? I don't care. Osama bin Laden is not bait. That's true. Hassan lashes out at Dylan Burns. Oh. PragerU transphobia debunked. I'm gonna watch Xander Hall debunk transphobia.
We're going to be talking about a viral documentary that Elon Musk basically pushed to every single Twitter user as their top, recommended ad on their feed for an entire...
Oh, why am I not surprised that Elon Musk is like a horrible transphobe, even though Elon Musk has a trans daughter? But she hates him, so I guess... I think he said one time that he had to buy Twitter because Twitter transed his daughter. I remember that.
Entire day a couple days ago. #DTrans. The stories of detransitioners by PragerU. Now, a couple other lefty streamers have already watched good segments of this documentary, responded to it, and it's very laughably made. On a fundamental level, from what I've seen, you could honestly argue it's a
bad. It's a bad documentary.
Pro-trans documentary. So I'm not really going to tread already walked ground here.
Good that you won't.
Want to use this documentary as a bouncing.
Oh yeah, leave comments below my things.
Board, a bouncing board? Sure, fine. Bouncing board. To essentially talk about something related to it. Okay. A discourse that stemmed from Springboard. Thank you, Kiwi TP. I'm high. A springboard.
You always are.
Into a topic related to it that's become discourse post the release of this documentary. Now, if you've been on Twitter, here's the ad, by the way. This was the top of everybody's For You page for an entire day. Like, I mean, every single Twitter user's For You page. This was the top of it. PragerU bought out an ad space here so that every Twitter user on the entire platform for the entire day would have this as the top of their thing, right?
Oh my God.
So, with that in mind, tons of people no doubt saw this. Tons of people no doubt saw this. What the reaction was overall, I have no clue. I'm sure we'll find out over time. But what I want to talk about is the discourse that kind of came from it on Twitter.
Okay.
We started to see a lot of far-right accounts talking about what they claim to be
Twitter discourse, still my most favorite thing in the world. Or X discourse.
The invention of trans people.
Oh.
And they reference a story that has been referenced by transphobes over and over again for years and years and years and years to make different transphobic arguments without realizing said story itself is an argument that backs up the validity of trans people. So,
how do you know?
I'm gonna bring up the Wikipedia page for it.
Okay.
All right.
So,
they reference the John Money, David Raymer experience.
Of course, the experiment with the badly circumcised child that was turned into a... Was that the one? The badly circumcised child that was, or something that was sort of raised as a girl. That's the thing?
Experiment. Now, I'm not going to read the whole Wikipedia page because it's long and it's terrifying, so I'm going to summarize what happened. This is John Money. Okay. He was a massive piece of shit. A monster who I hope is burning in hell. You see, what he did was he had two twins, both twin boys, and one of them had a botched circumcision.
There you go. I knew it.
They were obviously infants. In response to this, he decided to perform a very, no doubt, thrown together bottom surgery procedure on this child, David Raymer, and raise this child as a girl his entire life. Tell him he's a girl, make him wear girls' clothes, give him no indication that he could ever recognize himself as a boy, because how would he know, right? What ended up happening with this experiment, though, is David Raymer didn't grow up thinking that he was a girl.
Right.
David Raymer, the whole time, deep down, knew he was a boy. He basically manifested gender dysphoria. Right. He just did. He literally manifested gender dysphoria. He became depressed. He knew fundamentally he was in the wrong body, that he was supposed to be a boy. He knew that this was not how he was supposed to be, despite there not being any memories or evidence that he could pull from. He just fundamentally knew it deep down because that's what his brain wanted. That's what his brain knew his identity to be, because no one knows their identity better than themselves.
True.
No one will ever know their identity better than themselves.
What amazing insight.
And so, while this was a horrific fucking experiment, this was a long time ago. Like, I think it was in the 1950s or 60s, and I'm pretty sure he was imprisoned for it, the scientist. At least I hope so. And thank God, David Raymer was able to get away from that and transition back to being a man, because that's what he truly was. But this also acts as the first and most well-known example of gender dysphoria happening in someone who isn't trans. Okay. Like, by the traditional sense. Like, they use this as an example of the start of transgenderism because it's an example of an adult forcing a kid to transition. This was just a mad scientist. This guy wasn't like left-wing or pro-trans by any means. He tortured these kids. He was just trying to satisfy his own creepy desires and curiosities. He was a fucking monster. But this wasn't some kind of like transing the kids thing.
No.
He was doing like unethical experimentation.
Yep.
Now, most of the people that you see shit-talking trans people are the same types of people who very mysteriously like to argue that, well, you see, the Nazis were bad, but they made a lot of really important scientific discoveries, and I don't think we should throw out any of their discoveries and developments in medicine or anything, just because they, you know, discovered them through very awful means. I've heard conservatives and transphobes make that argument tons of times in reference to Nazi medical and science research, that it should still be used and accepted regardless of its acquisition, because it exists. Meanwhile,
isn't there better research?
Use this story, which is basically an example of the same phenomena. Through this, we discovered that gender dysphoria is a fundamental thing that can happen to people.
Yeah.
If you take a cis person and force them to exist as the opposite gender, they will likely feel dysphoria akin to what trans people feel and seek to transition. What this proved is that, in most people at least, there is a fundamental understanding of your identity that deep inside of you that no amount of having been raised the wrong way will be able to change. You will always know that deep down, right? And that proves that. It proves that even a cis person will experience it, not like who wants to transition back to being cis, back to the gender they were assigned at birth. With that in mind, it's interesting to me that conservatives so desperately try to use this as an example of like transness being bad, or like some of them will try to say that this is the only science that trans rights is based on, which is ridiculous because most of everything is based on modern day science and studies, and they call them that as a way of discrediting them too. But hey, do you guys want to hear how most conservatives, when debunked on these positions, tend to respond? I've been thinking that one of these days I should make a video, like I should just like start screenshotting hate comments that are like the most—
You should make a video, Xanderhole. That's a wonderful idea.
Brain dead, worst responses to my videos and the arguments in my videos, and like just do a full—
See, I don't get awful. Okay, I did get a few recently, but that's a new phenomenon. That's not a reoccurring theme.
Segment where I just go over hate comments, because like you'll be able to see the depths of stupidity that the conservatives that comment on my stuff are willing to dip down to defend their positions.
Oh no.
The other day,
or
yesterday, sorry, I was reading my comments, and someone had commented on my video where
I didn't think that— isn't Xanderhole a bit big to be reading his own comments at this point? Why would you waste time reading hate comments? I don't know, maybe I'm just missing something.
I was debunking some like turfy talking points, and I'd shown the SciShow video, the Hank Green video, where he goes over like the entire scientific consensus on gender and sex, and we even went over the massive laundry list of studies, and a conservative replied— I forget what the first part of it was, but it was like discrediting, or not discrediting, but like dismissive and, you know, obviously saying, oh, you're wrong, yada yada. Did you ever take a biology class? I remember they said. And the final thing they ended it off with will astonish you.
Of course.
Quote, "You're just impressed by a laundry list of sources."
What?
That was their response to me pointing you guys towards a video that elaborates on my position with scientific citations and a massive list of medical and scientific institutions cited and sourced in the description for all the claims. Their response is, You're just impressed by a laundry list of sources. You need to understand that a lot of conservatives and transphobes fundamentally don't care about the truth. They are so deeply buried in their confirmation bias that they are insulted by the idea of somebody that disagrees with them daring to suggest that you would use citations or sources or medical consensus to inform your positions, that you would use reality or facts to inform what you believe. It's always been projection from these people. Every insult, every straw man of the left has always been projection. One of the right's most classic arguments has been that the left uses feelings and the right uses facts. It is the biggest example of projection the right engages in. The right is as emotional with the way they found their positions, the way they defend them, and the way they adhere to them.
Use citations,
the most
bro.
Emotional.
Exactly.
The left gets emotional when advocating for them. That's the big difference.
Cowards use citations. I use bravery. I use common sense.
And the right takes advantage of that and tries to claim that means that the positions themselves are founded on nothing but emotions rather than facts and logic. And so little scrawny nerds like Ben Shapiro were able to build quite significant media empires off of...
I'm a scrawny nerd. Why can't I build an empire? My goodness.
Guess what, lefties? Facts don't care about your feelings.
That's a really funny impression, I must admit.
So, here's my final position on this whole detrans thing. Trans people are valid, cope about it. There's really nothing else I can say. The scientific consensus is there.
I mean, there clearly is more that you can say. It's the 11th minute and the video has 17 minutes. So clearly you have more to say. Don't lie to us, Xander Hall. We have the timeline thing.
Wait, did we actually have that one funny Twitter video? The Soaked on Left one? Wait, Soaked on Left, you in chat? This is my favorite meme response to conservatives when I just don't... Like, I could go on listing, like, different arguments and then back each one up with, like, an example. Or
Soaked on Left is not in my chat. For surprisingly enough, shockingly enough.
You just play this video. One thing you have to remember, though, by the way, is conservatives, as I mentioned, are terrified of being exposed to the science and facts and logic that debunk their worldview.
Oh.
So if you send them, like, a study, they won't click it. They won't look at it. Like, you have to trick them into being exposed to that, like, inarguable data and that inarguable information and those inarguable studies, right? It's why when Ben Shapiro gets, like, ambushed by someone who knows, like, has those studies on hand at, like, a big live event or something, he freaks out and gets nervous. Matt Walsh, too. Because, you know, they don't expect to actually have to confront...
He did have some pretty dodgy takes on Ukraine and election thing.
On what you're about to see. So this video was very geniusly crafted to have the first frame be some, like, Christian shit to trick them into watching it and clicking it, and then being bombarded with what's about to play. Watch this. Tried to play the audio. Nice try.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah, so basically there's been a lot of good memes like that have been made that just sort of, like, very quickly consolidate all of the studies and info. Not all of it, but a lot of the studies and info and stuff. And I like how it, like, tricks conservatives into actually clicking on it, and you got the troll face. Because, of course, as I said, they don't want to actually be exposed to any, you know, wrong think. So, here's my position on detransitioners. Trans people are valid, as we've established, which means we should absolutely allow, like, for trans people to have access to the ability to transition. Like, it's not some delusional, weird thing that's not appropriate or good. Like, we've established that the medical institutions back it up and they affirm it. overwhelmingly. It's not like it's a, it's not like a split issue or something there's still some questions about. It's very much a consensus. And so with that in mind, considering this is a thing that needs to happen, it needs to be an option, it needs to be available, we need to have a discussion about how best we reduce the amount of detransitioners. Why do people detransition? Well, statistically, data backs up the vast majority by a lot of detransitioners.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna give my opinions. It's probably because of the stigma of society. Like, I think it's that, maybe. Like, people started transition and they just don't really get the support that a transitioning person needs. And so they sort of see it as futile and decide to detransition. That's my opinion.
Detransition for two big reasons. The biggest being lack of access to continued treatment for their transition.
I guess that's true as well.
Like, they don't have money to buy hormones and whatnot.
Okay. Thankfully, I do have money to buy hormones. They're not that expensive in Poland.
With the second biggest reason being lack of acceptance from family and friends.
There you go. Lack of, yeah. That's the one that I gave.
Usually like outright rejection that forces them to detransition and go back in the closet, so to say. Pretend like they're cis for the acceptance of family and friends.
Yeah.
Or for their own safety, even. It can go even further, right? That is the vast majority.
It's not really like it's not a sort of, you could say that it's not really what they want, is what I'm trying to say.
Majority of detransitioners. So they're still trans. Like, they are still trans. They're just not transitioning now because of the situation they're in.
Yeah.
Like, they would if they could. That does not mean that their transitioning was a mistake by any means. Now, for the infinitesimally small fraction of detransitioners that genuinely regret it and made a mistake, well, those people need more readily accessible access. More readily accessible ability to speak to medical professionals and mental health professionals that specialize in this field. You're going to have less detransitioners if there are more gender clinics, like, and sexual health clinics, and like gender identity, like treatment clinics and what have you. Like, these are medical facilities with trained professionals who specialize in this realm, right?
I mean, you would assume so, yes.
The more of these people you have access to, the less likely you're going to have a false positive on a diagnosis of gender dysphoria. And to be fair, most detransitioners that genuinely regret it are older. They're older gay men and women who back in the day, medical professionals didn't have the best, back in like the 70s and whatnot, they weren't as good at telling, is this person just gay or are they trans? And they'd say, no, you're trans. And so there are a fair amount of older gay or older ex-trans people, like detransitioners, who were just gay and like misdiagnosed as trans or self-diagnosed as trans. A lot of like detransitioners self-diagnose themselves as trans or as having gender dysphoria a long time ago. Now, the funny thing is, this documentary that has gone viral features two detransitioners as like the stars of it. And from what I've seen, one of them says that they still have dysphoria and they still aren't happy in their body even after detransitioning, and they still feel dysphoria and they still feel like they're the opposite gender. Like, in the documentary they said that.
Oh.
It really is astonishing at like how poor some of these right-wing outlets are at actually making the compelling propaganda outside of just pouring tons of money into it. They think if you just invest enough money into spreading an idea or a talking point, then that's all it takes. You don't have to put any more work in it than that. Just throw enough money at the belief and people will believe it, I guess. Anyway, overall, that's my take on the whole detransition documentary.
So please throw money at me and you will believe in me. If you've enjoyed this, I'm not even sure if I'm going to make this into a segment. I didn't really add much. I'm not gonna lie, it's not like I've not really transformed this content to a satisfactory degree. I watched that documentary twice through Vosh and Demon Mama. Oh. Especially since President Sunday's robbing me of yours. What? That is so weird.
With their work for what it is, and it's worth, like, you know, keeping that in the back of your mind, like, hey, there's some inconsistent commitments here on the part of these people, but that shouldn't be like an excuse to just throw out.
Okay, let's continue. Oh, I thought that was... Oh. How many hours have we been streaming? 6. Okay, I guess we can react to this. This is the weirdest talk that I've seen. I've actually seen this. And I know this is the, like, I know this is react worthy. Okay, I guess I'm diving in.
Why wouldn't you take the Kool-Aid, and I know you'll call it Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid. Take the Kool-Aid.
Spaghetti monster daddy in the sky. Why wouldn't you take that? Because it actually makes sense, more sense than this other view. And it's extraordinarily comforting and consoling.
I don't know if it, I don't know if it really makes more sense to me.
It doesn't. Just throwing it out there, it doesn't. Jeez. Why would you not believe in a magical thing that makes you feel good? I mean, because it's just that. It just makes you feel good, sort of. Kind of. Maybe. That's silly.
I'm really happy, excited to talk with someone on the left because it's hard to break in if you're associated with the right.
Yeah.
Like two separate worlds, you know.
I'll talk to just about anyone. I don't know exactly what specifically you wanted to discuss. I know it was vaguely around the issue of
Well, I've already seen this, so I know what's being discussed here. So that's gonna be
Israel Palestine. Is there anything you wanted to specifically hit on?
It begins.
Yeah, you know, I just whatever topic you'd like, but I just have the vague sense that
we want to talk about Israel Palestine. So where are we? Well, you know, whatever you want, whatever topic you want. This is reminding me of all the ACS experience videos I watched years ago. What a wild ride this one is. So we're here to discuss Israel Palestine. Where should we begin? I mean, any topic you want. That's already like a...
broadly the difference between people on the left and people on the right is adherence to a worldview which would be theocentric as opposed to agnostic, atheistic. And I think that's like, I'm not sure if that's 100% true, but I would imagine there's a high correlation between being on the left and being agnostic, atheistic, and being on the right and being religious, let's say.
Okay. And such begins the Israel-Palestine discussion. What a good start. What a start.
I'm just be curious because I think in a lot of these things, I think with Ukraine and Russia, there's a deep religious problem at the core of that, having to do with the Russian Orthodox Church and the split of the Ukrainian church, which was done by the patriarch. I'm sure you know this stuff. The patriarch of Constantinople prior to any of this stuff. And it was a kind of a turf war, which has its roots in Orthodoxy. I'm sure you know is a different but similar to Catholicism, but it doesn't have that central authority. So you
sort of does have a patriarch, sort of the head of the Orthodox Church.
You can get into these. It's like Catholics would, derisively call it like a five-headed monster because there's no one central, pope. So you get into these turf wars,
I mean,
and
there is a rough equivalent in the Orthodox Church.
Unclear who has jurisdiction, and it can be used in geopolitics. And it, I would just say personally, it's a terrible tragedy when Christians fight other Christians people and kill them. I think it's just horrendous.
Yeah,
true of all people.
I think my main aggravation around the Orthodox Church in this war is how political, or how much the Ukrainian Orthodox Church specifically, when it was under the Moscow Patriarch and just the Moscow Patriarch broadly, has been used as a weapon against Ukraine. Kirill, I think the most stark example of this was when Kirill, the Moscow Patriarch, came out and said if you are Russian.
Crazy stuff, and I remember when it happened, was reported on the news, of course. But then again, like, Ukraine/Lithuania has a history of its own, sort of separate Orthodox Church from the Russian one, and I think this is worth remembering, that the Orthodox Church has not been imported into Ukraine from Russia. That's something that we all need to remember.
And you go to Ukraine and you fight and you kill the Ukrainians, then you go to heaven and you don't have to worry about it. And that type of stuff being...
I doubt he said that.
He did say that.
Specific, you're guaranteed to go to heaven? I mean, that wouldn't...
He didn't say you guaranteed to go ahead. I don't think he used the word guaranteed, but he said that is like a deed that will bring you to heaven.
That was the implication.
Point of the point of his speech was that, by going to Ukraine and fighting against the Ukrainians, you are showing your devotion to the faith. He was trying to show that the war is part of being like a good Orthodox Christian. And I really despise that, because he said to be a good Orthodox Christian is to go to Ukraine and to kill other Orthodox Christians.
Which is, I mean, again, it's a bit, it gets wild because of the Lithuania, Russia history, and then Ukraine, Russia, how basically there were sort of two separate Orthodox churches that sort of later became overtaken by the Russian one, and it's a whole mess.
For territory, for border and conquest, it's not like they're going there and they're converting anybody to the Orthodox faith. All the people that they're killing are mostly Orthodox. They might be part of a different...
in Ukraine too, but
there's like the Catholics and there's Protestants. I know the Protestant community. I've been to a few Protestant churches while I've been here.
Yeah.
There's Jews here as well. I've been to a few Jewish celebrations here.
I mean, Jewish people have... Don't remember that Ukraine is the promised land of Jewish people. Remember,
as well, a few of my Jewish friends, but it's a mostly Orthodox. It's like 78% Orthodox, and the areas that are getting bombed the hardest are also the most Orthodox parts of the country.
More eastern.
Yeah, and the deeper the east you go, you have a lot of Orthodox areas, a lot of Orthodox churches, and I just that is something that I really despise, and it has made it so that the Ukrainians are reflectively very terrified of the Moscow Patriarch. I think for decently good reason.
Yeah.
And now the people who are going to bear the brunt of it is going to be the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which is separate from the Orthodox Church in Ukraine, as in it was serving under the Moscow Patriarch until very recently.
Yeah,
and many of its priests have
separate thing.
Been caught for collaboration, for harboring weapons, for which isn't that surprising considering the Russians have been trying to use the Russian Orthodox Church as an extension for its...
Yeah, I would say that the Russian Orthodox Church and the Ukrainian Orthodox Church are a bit separate.
Intelligence apparatus for a very long time.
Right. It was, I think it was a survival mechanism for the church because Russia, as you know, was on paper or communism is on paper atheistic in its nature. Like Marx preached against religion per se. So I think as a survival mechanism, the Russian church, whatever, subordinated itself to the communist powers, which weakened its spiritual mission. And right, so like this is a perennial problem in the church, and it's an argument that you can make. I get into these arguments. I'm sure you're aware Catholics and Orthodox have been at schism, a stupid schism, since like 1054.
It is what it is. The schism happened.
But it has real consequences because there is a certain strength in having a worldwide church that you lose when you get into what they call autocephalous churches, like that have their own head, because they often get subordinated to.
Good night, Gigglers. Time for EEP. EEP? What is an EEP, Arkael?
The governmental authorities, and so sometimes, sometimes breaking away, which we, from a religious perspective, we would see as schism. They see also the Catholic Church as schismatic, but it has real life, consequences. And sometimes some things that people like, who cares, right? Like, who cares in 1054, whatever. But it has real life consequences and often ends in bloodshed. Same in Israel and Palestine. A lot of bad theology, I think, has gotten Christians here in America and some Jews here in America to support something that I think has nothing to do with Christianity or Judaism, but it becomes a mixture of a political settler. I think you would probably use the term settler colonial project, gets then mixed in with the Bible in a way that.
I mean, I guess I have to repeat this once again because that seems to be a thing that escapes people. Zionism is not an inherently religious project. It's a nation-state building project with colonialism, of course.
Doesn't really make any sense theologically, but
yeah, because Zionism is not a theological project. Yes, theological slogans are used, especially currently by Israel a lot, but it does not change the fact that fundamentally Zionism is not a theological project.
End up with this kind of semi-religious, semi-secular thing, and then there's genocide, and it's just interesting. I think when you look at the deeper levels, religion is a deeper level. You probably found in the Ukraine that the religious level is a deep level.
Hold on. What did he say?
In a deeper level. It's just interesting. I think when you look at the deeper levels, religion is a deeper thing, and then there's genocide. And it's just interesting. I think when you look at the deeper levels,
I want to listen into something.
Religion is a deeper level. You probably found in the Ukraine that the religious level is a deep level, and it can motivate people in ways that we in the West, it's sort of foreign to us to like die for your.
Oh, those Slavic people, so religious, so fanatical, is basically what's so devoted to faith, like none. Okay.
Faith.
Oh yes, because the main motivator for Ukrainian people is dying for the faith, not defending the country from an invader. That's a secondary afterthought. The main reason is, of course, dying for the faith. Of course.
But there, I think it's still a little more real of a thing, more of an investment.
There are definitely people
powerful.
People still like rely heavily upon faith here. But when I talk to people about why they're fighting, I don't often get the answer of faith or
I die for my faith.
Religion. It's usually some extension of sovereignty, freedom. Sometimes I'll hear like protecting democracy. Definitely if you're speaking the former Euromaidan protesters, which
I mean that would Come on. Like, there's an invader that wants to take sovereignty away from a country. Who would say, oh yeah, I'm fighting currently because I want to die for my faith. I'm fighting for my... That may... Okay, that's just... I'm shaking my head.
There are a lot of them in the armed forces.
I'm
I don't
shaking
often
my
hear
head.
that they're specifically fighting for their faith, but there are people who definitely use faith as a comfort and as a tool in order to deal with the things that they see, or in order to deal with just the reality of the situation. It is a comfort for soldiers. Much, I think, less of a motivation as to why they go fight.
Yeah, I think that's right. But
If you think that this is right, then what was that spiel of yours about Slavs dying for faith and Westerners not getting it? What was that whole spiel for then, if you think that, okay.
thou shalt not take the Lord's name in vain, the second commandment, maybe the third commandment.
You don't know your commandments? Such a Catholic.
I think that people say that's when people say Jesus Christ when they stub their toe, like, oh, that's what that's about. No. It's about the use of religious language and ideas for something that's not worthy of it. And it often ends up being political or financial or, something that I don't think Christianity could endorse. Although there have been, there's such a thing as a just war. I think it could be argued that what the Palestinians are going through right now is a kind of martyrdom, and whether they're Muslim or Christian is like, I do think
really
it's God.
now.
Like having faith in God is the only thing that's going to get you through that. And I think, I don't know how many atheists and agnostics would be able to survive 70 years of that and now have it all, So yeah, it can be a force it's a powerful force. I guess what to say is if you believe that you will be rewarded eternally for your behavior, that can be used like to cause great violence, because there's nothing more handy than people who are willing to die for something. But it can also be used for good.
I grew up Protestant. I was raised Protestant, and for me, like
Sorry,
the
I have to.
idea of a Protestant. I was raised Protestant, and for me, like the idea of a religious institution telling me to go fight and die for a war is very strange, because there's no like singular religious figure or institution that I particularly looked up to.
It is almost 5 a.m. for me. That's right. It's 4:54. It's 4:54 a.m.
I was raised on the idea of you look up to the Bible, you look up to the good book, and then that's it.
Yeah.
You read it, you interpret it, you have your relationship with God, and that's it. I'm not somebody who's particularly religious anymore. I would still maybe consider myself culturally Christian. But for me, the idea of any religious institution trying to tell me the word of God and how that is being used to benefit, and how the word of God is now telling me I need to go fight and die in Ukraine, or the word of God is telling me we need to send $600 million or $3 billion.
True. Ridiculous. But it goes back to certain roots of these religions as a political tool. For example, before Judaism became what it is now, when it was sort of operating in a pantheon sort of, the word is different because there's this one sort of bigger god and there's a pantheon of gods below. The kingdoms, like the kingdom of Israel, had a deity, which is the Hashem, and the deity of the kingdom of the royal family was basically used as a tool to legitimize the power of the royal family, as well as those subjects that shared their faith in that god automatically became subjects and royal sort of loyalists to the family of which that particular god was the patron of. So you can see that the politicization of religion goes pretty far back, right?
Dollars to.
And of course, you could argue that Judaism itself, the Torah, is like instruction manual for Jewish people on how to live, basically, and how to organize and how to, like, I'm not really taking this out of thin air. This is what is written in the intro to the first and last translation of the Torah from Hebrew to Polish, created by the rabbi of the great synagogue in Warsaw, the first rabbi of the great synagogue in Warsaw, in which the rabbi explains that the Torah can be broken down to 3 main components, and those are the history of the people, of the Jewish people, the laws of the Jewish people, and finally the prophecies / predictions for the Jewish people. And so the argument becomes that this sort of book, the Torah, becomes a set of instructions for Jewish people on how to organize as a group, as a people. Like a glue that sort of connects a people together is a shared history, which is the first part of the Torah, the history of the Jewish people, which starts with the creation of the world, etc., etc. A people needs laws to follow, you know, just to sort of create this coherent fabric, I guess, that every person within the community, within the people, has to follow these laws. And this is like the second part. And finally, a people needs to have a future to look forward to, a sort of rough prediction or prophecy of what awaits this people. And so that's the third part of the Torah. And now you can see like this, you put it all together and it becomes basically like a, you know, like a guide for Jewish people on how to navigate the world around them, if that makes sense.
Israel in artillery shells. I find that a little ridiculous. I think I can get my own interpretation of the book, and nowhere in the book did it say bomb the Gaza Strip.
Yeah. Well, but you know what they read is and it is Christian Zionism is largely a Protestant. Were you evangelical?
No.
Okay, so mainline or like
non-denominational? I grew up in a non-denominational church. It was just broadly Protestant.
Kind of fundamentalist, or
it was kind of fundamentalist. I remember when I was younger, I was told some crazy stuff about Israel by certain Sunday school teachers, but I stayed broadly away from that crowd. I was very
religious Zionism is just something else.
It was very just, yeah, not really. I would say it was very moderate generally.
Yeah, I think the problem with, like, I was raised Protestant, and the problem with Protestantism is because it's sort of every man his own pope, then you're subject to manipulation, of course, and people who...
Wait, if every person is their own pope, you're subject to manipulation? What? When opposed to Catholicism, in which you have a big daddy pope figure that basically just tells you what to do, that's not prone for manipulation at all. Okay.
I don't know the whole history of Christian Zionism, but I think it was a pretty much like a concerted effort to...
It began in England. To
push a political agenda into an interpretation of Revelation that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and it doesn't.
It's not exactly actually how that started. Like the Christian Zionism sort of started with this idea that Jewish people have been wronged, and that through giving Jewish people a land of their own, the harm to them would be rectified. That's as far as I know from what I've been researching so far. That's basically how the whole Christian Zionism thing started in the UK. As this, Jewish people have been wronged, and if they would have their own place, that would probably fix the harm done. Basically that. There was no sort of weird rapture thing baked into the thing from the get-go.
Comport with like the more mainstream theories.
So that's,
historically, but that's I think it's a weakness of Protestantism. You can sort of tweak it. There was a famous theologian.
Thinking for yourself is a weakness. You need a pope figure to tell you everything. If you just interpret the thing for yourself and think for yourself, you're weak. And you're open to manipulation?
Who called it a wax nose. You can kind of tweak the Bible depending on how you read it with less sophisticated readers to almost.
I mean, rabbis argue about the Torah all the time. It's like, this is such a silly stance. Sophisticated.
Almost do anything you want it to do. You can read Jesus as a Marxist. You could read him as a capitalist. You can read him as a.
That's why you need a Catholic daddy figure to give you the dogma. The only one true reading. That's just let the guy with a big head tell you what you need to know. True. The only acceptable interpretation of any text.
Racist. You could read. So. I don't know if I'd agree that reading the Bible in and of itself for a modern person who's doesn't understand, this is where you get into this thing like, did a snake talk to the people in the garden? It's kind of, you need a little bit of help with it. You need someone to help you interpret it. And that's why I became Catholic, because you have at least an argument that there is an authority who was established by the founder from the beginning, who continues to act through, at least to some degree, the bishops and the Pope. So it's more coherent, but
it absolutely isn't. It absolutely is not.
Pope Francis actually is an interesting figure, because a lot of Catholics in the United States tend to be right-wing, and Pope Francis is a very centrist figure. I think he actually could do a great deal of good in resolving conflicts, but he gets sidelined because he doesn't have an army, he doesn't have money. But
he is Catholic.
It's an interesting person in the, he's got a place at the UN, and he's interesting because I don't think he hasn't yet condemned Hamas, and I don't think he ever will, because it sort of doesn't work with the tradition. You can't call a government terrorists. It's two different categories.
I guess I just don't trust the institution of the Catholic Church. I don't trust the
Wise choice indeed. You should not trust the institution of the Catholic Church. You should not trust them at all. If there's a message that can be derived from this whole conversation, there's a message that I have for you all, for all three of you. It is, don't trust the Catholic Church. Thank you. I speak to this as a person that lives in a hardcore Catholic country. I would remind you, Poland is ultra Catholic.
the idea of any institution telling me, okay, this is how you're supposed to understand this book. This is how you're supposed to understand the Bible. We used to say this, but actually in the last 50 years, it's changed. And now this is what God's word on this, his interpretation of this actually changed.
True.
And I can see the Catholic Church change its interpretation. And if something is representing the unaltering word of God, it is very hard for me to understand how they could possibly change their interpretations, which has happened during...
Could you give me...
See, Judaism is sort of is okay with this because rabbis just argue about the thing all the time. There is no dogma, and that is something that the Catholic Church claims to have the only true interpretation, the dogma thing, which is, you know.
One example of a change in interpretation in the Catholic Church,
like homosexuality and the acceptance of homosexual, for example, the acceptance of homosexual priests. Is this something that is from a genuine position of like accepting, like God has now accepted homosexual priests, or did that change recently? Is he now okay with it, or is he not okay with it?
Well, I don't know. Are you under the impression that the Catholic Church has
This is something that the Pope has
accepted
talked about.
homosexual priests?
This is something that the Pope.
We're finally celebrating. No, we're not. Not yet. Come on. I have to do something special for a celebration of 1000. I will do it, but that's not the celebration yet. Calm down. We're gonna do something special for that.
Was talked about, and this is something that local like Catholic God, I'd have to go look up the story. Did not know we were going to be talking about the Catholic Church today.
No problem.
But
no, I think you're right in a sense. Like the way something is presented has changed, but like the teaching on homosexuality, which goes back to the New Testament, actually goes back to the Hebrew Scriptures, is that it is not, you know, part of like the way things are supposed to be. That hasn't changed in the slightest. But the approach that, say, a priest would take, or would be different. But I don't think that's changed. I don't think that's going to. I mean, I know it's never going to change, but so if you say that something like, for example, suicide, it used to be. I know this because I had this was an issue when I was teaching. There was a kid who committed suicide. It used to be that someone who commits suicide couldn't be buried in a Catholic cemetery. And it wasn't that they were condemning them to hell, but it was a discouragement because suicide.
This is just cope. A discouragement. This is cope. I'm sorry. This is bullshit. This just. Sorry. This was a thing that the church did, and then they changed their course. You can give me all the cope excuses you want. It's just, it's
can be something which, you know, you can whitewash too much. It's not good to put that in the minds of young people as an okay thing to do. But more recently,
yes, unless you forbid people who commit suicide from being buried in a Catholic cemetery, you're basically endorsing suicide, of course. That makes perfect sense to me. That's not nonsensical at all.
The church
That's not drivel.
Has softened her position disciplinarily and said, yes, you can, but we don't want to have sermons which seem to encourage that as like morally good. So
what? This is basically like saying that if someone gets murdered and there's a sermon and a burial at the Catholic cemetery, then that endorses murder because the person got murdered, you see. So since the person is buried at a Catholic cemetery, then I guess, you know, the church, it's an endorsement of murder, I guess. That's what? This is so stupid.
Teaching on suicide, of course, is consistent that it's, you know, a terrible thing to take your own life. I don't think actually anyone really disagrees with that, but there's been a softening of the sort of societal punishment of, you know, the shame on that.
Yes. the best thing for a person that is in a bad place mentally, that is considering suicide, is to shame them. That's the ticket. That's the road to wellness. I mean, those are. What are you talking about, Dexmex? Can you elaborate?
So I actually think that, yeah, you would think that it would be
The road to wellness is through shame, of course. It's the Catholic way.
consistent, but it's been remarkably consistent. The Catholic Church has been remarkably consistent.
I mean, the only thing it's been remarkably consistent is its ogling of kids, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is the consistency that we're looking for in a respectable institution. The remarkable consistency of abuse and of covering for abusers while we're at it.
That's one of its.
In fact, we had a pope, a Polish pope, who used to do it. Cover for abusers, you know, by moving them from place to place. How interesting. How lovely. This is the consistency that we need.
Glories is that really it's never changed.
What about like the Pope Francis is
It never changed, apart from all the, you know, the reforms it underwent. But apart from those, it never changed, really. You know. Apart from the reforms, it didn't really change at all. Okay.
recent statements about including trans people in Catholic practices?
Well, the church has always welcomed all people in a broad.
Sure it did. Unless you were Jewish or something, but apart from that, everybody was just welcome or something.
Odd sense, right? We've never
always.
Oh yeah, always, without exception, always.
It depends what you mean, but like.
It depends on what you mean by always. That's a weird thing to say.
We would never. The church has never said.
We.
Like.
We.
For example, this idea is a trans woman, a woman, which I don't even know what that means.
What do you mean you don't know what that means?
Like but to say people like the Pope uses pronouns in.
We all use pronouns. Idiot. The Pope uses pronouns. Good. He is not illiterate. Good. Amazing.
In practice.
I'm getting really tired. Maybe we'll finish soon. I just wanna lie down.
Are, let's say, phenotypical, like if someone appears to be, so out of courtesy. But he's also said that gender ideology is sort of huge threat to humanity. So.
And then you say that the Catholic Church is like consistent and amazing. That's great. It's so consistent for the Pope to, on the one hand, be polite and use pronouns, but on the other say fearmonger about gender ideology. You're right. The Catholic Church is the most consistent one of all.
I don't think it's a big. I don't think. Yeah, you think that the Catholic Church has been extremely hostile to homosexuals or transgender people?
I think
Yes, it has. Absolutely has.
generally, yeah.
I don't think that's true. More so.
Well, you're an idiot. Poland is an extremely Catholic country and it's extremely hostile to LGBT, of course. You're an idiot if you don't know that.
So than people of that time?
More so than people of that time. Well, I guess for me is, I don't know if that was the standard I would apply. If somebody is representing the, again, like the word of God, the institution of God, I would imagine that it would be timeless, the values that are taught by God,
You
right?
think.
Yeah. The core values, but how you sort of approach a problem may change with time.
Problem.
It doesn't mean, like, so for example, I'm opposed. I don't think drugs are good, and I don't think marijuana is good. But when I was a teacher back in the 90s and the aughts, we changed the policy from punitive, like, no drugs, no tolerance, to therapeutic. That doesn't mean you're endorsing marijuana use, but, there may be more appropriate ways to deal
Punish those marijuanians.
with things as something becomes different. But anyway, you could call that a change. I mean, a lot of Catholics agree that Pope Francis is changing the teaching of the church because he's more
So is the church consistent or not if one pope is just changing the teachings of the church? And it's not very consistent, is it?
leaning into the sort of welcoming part of Christianity. And
the thing is, I like
away
that. I
from
like
the
him to be more welcoming. It's just I also noticed that these are changes, and if there was a different pope, then I doubt that some of these changes would be happening. If we had a much more conservative pope, then these changes wouldn't be happening, and that means the representatives of God, depending
But that
upon
just means that it's not very consistent, is it?
on who was pope, would be changing how they interpreted and interacted with the Christian doctrine.
You don't know what
and how they treated others.
Do you?
Yeah, the discipline. In other words, like what isn't allowed, or those kind of minor aspects will change, and there will be popes who will be more sort of pulling back from being more countercultural.
Okay. Maybe we'll finish this next time. I'm so tired. We've been streaming for 7 hours. Oh my gosh. So I guess good night. Love and solidarity. Yes. Love and solidarity. With a heart, of course. We love our non-binary siblings. It's so cold, it's 0 degrees. Oh, wait. I cannot even chat right now. Never mind. I cannot write it in the side chat because I got logged out for some reason, and I don't have the passwords and stuff on hand. It was a great stream. Enjoyed the conversation. Thank you. Thank you, as always, for being here, for supporting the channel. And I'll see you all soon. I'll make an announcement on the special.